Good morning, Comic-Con.
Good morning, Comic-Con. Hi.
Welcome to San Diego Comic-Con 2016, Day 3 of Marvel Live. It is going to be the biggest day yet. That's a promise.
And she doesn't promise anything to anyone.
Mic dropped.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm Ryan Panagos.
I'm Lorraine Sink.
I'm Tamara Krinsky.
And we're having a grand old time. So it's Saturday. Things have already kicked off big time here. Before the doors even open, we dropped a major bomb. You guys want to talk about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we revealed on stage the first look at the Gladiator Hulk armor
And
from
it
Thor
is
Ragnarok.
literally very big. It's huge.
Massive.
He has a big Spartan-style helmet.
Yeah.
There's a big shoulder piece. I mean, it's all big. And then 2 sweet weapons. He's got an axe and a big hammer. And that hammer looks like it would really hurt because it's got like nodules on it.
Yeah.
So it's like, it also could be used like if it were a little more gentle, you could use it as like a massage.
Ooh.
But it's a little big for a massage.
Yeah, it's a straight up Warhammer. It's ready to roll.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It's-
So that's super cool.
Yeah, and it just got in from the set of Marvel's Thor Ragnarok
Yeah.
in Australia. They
Yeah.
flew it over here.
Yeah. First time anyone's ever seen it, and we totally surprised people with it. Just boom, shakalaka.
They
Pretty
showed
great.
up at the booth this morning to get their signing tickets, and there was a nice little treat for them waiting there.
Yeah. Speaking of signing tickets,
Yes.
what
Big
are those
signings
two big
today.
signings?
Didn't you like that segue I
It
did?
was pretty
Yeah,
great.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like you're
yeah.
a pro.
Yeah, Marvel's Black Panther we have a signing for, and Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Yeah, so that's very exciting.
Yes.
Of course, we'll show footage. We'll see what we can do in getting the cast and crew, whomever is here, see if we can talk to them. Well, you guys will see a lot of that later on today. It's very exciting. Very exciting.
It's going to be huge.
Huge.
And also, there's going to be a big panel tonight.
Oh my gosh.
We have a couple panels. We're going to have Cup of Joe, which is going to be big.
Big.
Yeah, we've got Marvel Animation Presents.
Yes.
It's going to be big. And then, it literally, in the big room,
Mm.
Hall H panel, Marvel Cinematic Universe, coming at ya.
Woohoo!
I have a question.
Oh,
Sure,
I
we'll
just
do that.
wanted to high five you.
Yep.
I high five all questions.
You guys, I feel a little slighted
What?
because you skipped over an important panel.
Oh, no.
We leave best for last. Marvel
That's
Download Digital House of Ideas.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
We wanted to end with that.
Yeah, because that's the best.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's also where we have our Marvel Games news
Yeah.
and information.
Yeah.
And maybe we brought some news to that
Ooh.
panel, which is going to happen in about an hour. It's going to start. I'm hosting it. We're going to have footage of that panel for you guys later on this weekend. But yes, there'll be news. We can talk about that stuff after the panel. So it's very
And
exciting.
then you're going to be bringing Mike Jones and Bill Roseman by,
Yes,
right? To chat with us here.
Yeah,
So-
they are crucial parts of the Marvel Games team.
Yeah.
Start thinking about your questions about all of the game stuff because I know that you guys want to know stuff.
Yeah.
And they'll be here to answer it live, which is pretty awesome.
Yes.
A lot of other great guests today. Riley Brown, Scott Aukerman.
Yes, of Spider-Man, Deadpool, and of course Scott Aukerman of Comedy Bang Bang.
So funny.
funny.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
He's so funny.
We've been doing this more and more lately.
I know, it's getting weird. I feel like we're all weirdly mind melding into one gelatinous monster creature.
By tomorrow, we're just going to be all talking at once in a monotone.
It's going to have long red hair. It's going to have
A Fu Manchu kind of situation happening here.
great lipstick.
Tons of,
And perfect glasses.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
I
I'm excited for
I
this
would
monster.
love someone to take that and draw it and post it.
Yes,
actually.
oh my gosh, please.
Please.
Yes.
We are all one now.
We're going to show you some of the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. panel from yesterday.
Yes, exciting news out of that. They announced that Ghost Rider Robbie Reyes will be joining the cast. Super exciting, played by Gabriel Luna.
Yeah, and that, as you saw yesterday, we had Ghost Rider's car here
Yeah.
at the booth. Did you guys leave before?
Oh no,
Or you,
I took a snap of that car
Okay.
when they turned it on,
Yeah.
and it's a beast.
We were in the room
Where it
having a
happens.
meeting where it happens, and we were doing our thing, having a meeting, finishing the show. The floor is closed, and then we just hear,
Yeah.
and someone starts Ghost Rider's car, and then we all come out like, what? And there's like 30 of the staffers watching, and they just slowly drive it off.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just through the Comic-Con floor.
it felt kind of like awe-inspiring because I was just like, oh, someone is getting in the car. I felt so jealous. I was like,
Yeah.
you're getting in? How do you get in?
Yeah.
And this guy's just like, grrr. Yeah, it's
I will say it was
Huge.
a full sensory experience.
Yeah.
You had the audio, you could have the smell of
Yes.
the gasoline.
Oh, yeah, you
It was
can-
very pungent. and
Old
then you could-
car smell like that.
Yeah, you could feel it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could feel the floor vibrating.
Yeah,
Hit
it's
you in all quadrants.
yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
that was
super cool.
Yeah, that was very cool. What else we have today? We have Cullen, Bunn, writer, Deadpool, some more S.H.I.E.L.D. interviews, behind the scenes stuff, I believe with maybe executive producers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have Brad Neely, artist and writer, Jason Latour from Spider-Gwen.
Yes. Fan favorite.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite things about Jason is he's a huge wrestling fan, and I'm hoping he
Oh,
comes
no.
in wearing Zubaz and a fanny pack because I've seen him at conventions like that before.
Oh.
It is great. If I'm not here for it, make sure he grabs something from. I have a bag of stuff from WWE that he could take something.
Okay.
All right.
There you go. We will make sure.
For those of you who are Black Panther fans, Christopher Priest is going to be here.
Yes.
Right.
Legendary writer. had
Legendary writer.
One of my favorite runs in comics. Period. Not just
Yeah.
Black Panther. So good. So it's exciting to have him here.
Yeah, we did a top 10 series, and I feel like half the comics were by Christopher
We're like,
Priest.
you gotta make sure
Oh,
that's
for
in
Black
there,
Panther.
and that's in there, and that's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's awesome.
Let's see, who else do we have? Axel Alonzo,
Yep, editor-in-chief, Marvel Comics.
Ricky Lakoti. We have
Cosplayer.
Gabriel Hernandez Walta, artist, Vision. House of Ideas panel. I believe we're going to show a little bit of that from yesterday. And of course, we're going to close out the day with a costume contest.
Yeah. Pretty
And
great.
of course, that big Hall H news.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try my best. I know you're gonna watch all 7 hours or 8 hours. No, we're going long.
We're-
9.
Yeah.
9 hours of coverage today.
Yes.
By the end of it, I'm going to try and race back from Hall H, where I will be live tweeting, to deliver all the news in person. But you guys will be here, so even if I'm not here
Yes.
for Goodnight Comic-Con, you'll be able to recap everything.
Yeah, we're
from
going to
my
be
Twitter.
checking in and getting all that stuff.
So make sure you're checking out the hub, marvel.com SDCC 2016, because that is where the live blog is happening.
Yep.
So you will see things updated as they go.
And you can check out photos and all kinds of cool stuff that's happening. It's like the perfect one-stop shop for all your San Diego Comic-Con, and you can watch us while you're on it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty great. What about yesterday? We also want to note the Eisner winners.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Big. So for those of you watching, the Eisner Awards are the annual awards for excellence in comic books, and I think it's the 26th annual this year. So it's great, and we had a couple winners on the Marvel
Yes,
side.
Jordi Belair, an amazing colorist, just crushing the color game, I'm going to say. She is the Michael Jordan of colors.
She should have Roy G. Biv tattooed on her neck.
That would be pretty solid.
Be pretty cool.
Actually, we have Jason Aaron for Best Writer, wonderful writer of the Doctor Strange, Last Days of Magic, for Star Wars.
Mighty Thor.
And
Also, just one of the sweetest dudes you'll ever meet.
he looks so intimidating. He's like
Right?
tall and bearded,
But he's just, like,
and like
smiles
shaved head, and
and
he's like so
happy.
sweet. And then we have David Aja for Best Cover Artist. And then we had Dan Slott and Mike Allred and Laura Allred, who won for Best Single Issue for Silver Surfer.
And that's the whole team, the whole Silver
shabazz.
Surfer team. They won for Silver Surfer number 11, which
Yes.
was this crazy Mobius
Yes.
strip
Yes.
issue. It's super, like, it's something I think only that team with the amazing
Yes.
mad geniuses of Dan Slott and the Allreds, Tom Brevoort,
Yes.
Alana, everybody on the team, only they could really pull that off, and they killed it.
Yes, I remember Dan telling me about when he was writing this issue, and he's like, I'm writing a Mobius strip. You're going to see it. It's going to be so cool. I mean, Dan is...
That is a good Dan impression.
Thank you. I've been working on
I
it.
know.
There's not enough jumping, though. There needs to be more jumping
Yeah.
to be Dan. So congratulations to all of them.
For sure, for sure. We're going to come up soon with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. producers. But again, you guys have the power to tweet and get your tweet read
The
and talked about.
power of tweet.
Yeah, use the hashtag Marvel SDCC. We're pulling them up on Twitter machines left and right if they work. We're having a good time.
Yeah.
We know that this morning all the buzz really has been around the Gladiator Hulk
Oh, yeah.
armor. which
So
is great.
cool.
It's just amazing. Looks
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah.
So a lot of activity around that. I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. I saw some coming in that were sort of like, oh, what does this mean? Is this mean we're going to get this story or that story, or how does this factor in, or
Secrets.
like how
Yeah.
does this, who wears this, all this kind of stuff, like in terms of physically, because those are real actual pieces.
Yes, they
So-
are very real, very practical pieces,
Yeah.
as they say in the biz.
The biz.
I mean, and they really are very awe-inspiring. You can't maybe tell from just looking at it on camera without a size reference. They're enormous.
Oh yeah,
They're taking up like a quarter of the stage. They're
Yeah.
huge.
that's right. That's great. I really wish I could try to lift the Warhammer or
Yeah.
the axe just to see how heavy they are.
I get excited because sometimes, in gaming, you can choose if you want to do a single-wield weapon or a double-wield weapon. And I was just like, double-wielding. Oh my God, I hope he's double-wielding.
Yeah.
I got really excited.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
looking at a photo of John Barrowman.
Oh.
He was at the Eisners last night dressed up as Squirrel Girl.
That is the
awesome.
best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
And
my
he was-
God.
apparently he was twerking as Squirrel Girl at the Eisners.
Wow.
And we're
Be-
starting to get. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah. No, I was just saying because he's amazing.
Yeah.
We're starting to get some tweets in, so thanks for chatting with us. Hey guys, Marvel Gaming Panel Day. Hope there's something for us.
Yes.
Yes. there will
let's
be,
see.
I'm sure.
From Ginny Balfour. Good morning, all. Big day ahead. Any secret guests on the live stream not listed on the program? Hint, hint, BC, perhaps.
It's possible. It's
You
possible.
You never know.
All things are possible.
You never know.
Someone very excited about SDCC exclusive Hulk's Gladiator armor in Thor Ragnarok. That's from Jiggy Cruz. Hello, governors, from Gavin Perkins.
Hello.
Hello.
Please, miss, can I have some mood?
Request from Sophia. Good morning, guys. Let's start this third day of Marvel SDCC
Yes.
with another musical number. By the way, I can't wait to see Black Panther's cast.
Right on.
Yes.
It's Chadwick Boseman's coming. That's who we got for Black Panther signing. So much more. Guys, we're going to take a break. We're going to give
Yes.
you a cool interview with the executive producers of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and then we'll be back after that.
So stick around right here on Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2016. Bye. Hey Marvelites, we are here with the people who make Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. happen. And we're talking about season 4. What did you guys share in the panel that you can share with the Marvel folk? There's one really big thing I know.
Oh, Ghost Rider.
Oh man, he beat you to it.
Ghost Rider. The car that's down there. And it's Robbie. It's the Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider,
Right.
which is sort of a newer Hispanic take on it, which we're really excited about. And instead of a flaming motorcycle, he drives a very cool '69 Dodge Charger, which we have sitting right here, which we're very excited about.
It's black and it's got flames that come out of the thing in the hood and flames that come out of the exhaust and flames that come off the tires, and it's all flamey flame.
It's all flamey flame, and it definitely makes all the men who work on our show very excited. Yes.
Because we haven't had a car on the show in a long time.
Not a flaming car.
Yeah, you had Lola, but now it's time for a new car regime.
Car.
Yes.
New old car.
So what was the inspiration in wanting to bring Robbie into this world?
Well, Doctor Strange comes out this year, and so the Marvel MCU is sort of moving into stranger waters, and we felt like this
Nice
was...
choice of words.
Thank you. We felt like this was a good opportunity to do something like this. Obviously, we love getting a character like this, and we wouldn't throw it out the window. But it's the right time for us to sort of meld the strange world that he brings with him with our spy world. So we felt like it was the right time, and we're 10 o'clock. We can go a little darker. So, and also they said, "You want Ghost Rider?" We said, "Yeah, we do."
Yes, we do. And in choosing the Robbie Reyes version of the character specifically, as Belle said, it's a nice dynamic to add to our team, our show, as far as a Latino from the East LA.
I love it. And now,
And now it's been announced. We're super excited. There's a brilliant young actor who we searched, and Gabriel.
He goes by Gabe.
He goes by Gabe.
Gabriel.
Gabriel Luna is the one who's playing the part, who people will know from Matador, the show that's on El Rey, and some of his other credits I'm currently blanking on. Live, that's all it has to do. And he's awesome.
I can't wait to see him. Now, speaking of new dynamics, you two have entered into parenthood, the neighborhood of parenting. How has it affected the way that you guys work on the show? More tired?
Yes, we're definitely more exhausted than we were before. It's a wonderful thing. It was a beautiful, wonderful thing to become a mom, and it is hard to juggle both work and wanting to be with my daughter 24/7. But thankfully, there's two of us, and Jed can do the heavy lifting at work while I do the heavy lifting at home.
Sometimes Jed nurses, sometimes Marissa nurses, so they take
It turns out we're just a very traditional couple.
Yeah. The child does not like it when I nurse. For some reason, we haven't nailed it down. But it's the other thing I'll say that's changed is I'm now a sucker for father-daughter stuff that I never was. You know, someone will pitch an idea and I'll be like, and then what if he has a daughter? I'm like, that's really good idea. It's beautiful. So yeah, it's made me a bit of a softie.
Going, I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Well, and you guys kind of have some interesting sort of pseudo-family dynamics in the show already, so now it's just, maybe you brought this all into fruition by having a sort of Coulson sort of dynamic.
Well, we always said that S.H.I.E.L.D. is our first baby, and now we have a real baby.
Yeah. S.H.I.E.L.D. is our first baby. Ian is our first son.
Yeah, Ian is our first son. Chloe, our first daughter.
There you go. Congratulations to all of you guys on season 4. Check it out in the fall at 10 p.m. on ABC. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live. Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con. Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Sick and I'm here with Travis Willingham, fantastic voice actor.
Oh, thank you. You're so kind.
Star of Critical Role.
Oh, stop it. Or keep going.
You are a man of many projects.
Yes, many projects. There's so many things.
So many. So what have you been doing since you've been here at the Comic-Con?
Oh my gosh, so we got here late last night. We woke up this morning, we made our way over to Team Coco, saw their setup, came in this morning, made our way over to Loot Crate, saw all the Marvel stuff, the Cap statue.
I just got my fangirl Loot Crate with a Marvel dress in it. I'm super pumped about it.
I got the Marvel towel.
There
Look
you
at this
go.
little swag.
In case you get rained on inside.
Because, you know, it's super cloudy outside.
It's
right
San
now.
Diego. It could rain at any moment.
Any hot second. Yeah, no, it's like in the forecast to never rain ever this weekend.
But maybe there's a shower in your hotel, I bet.
No. How inconsiderate.
That is so rude.
I
No
know.
indoor plumbing.
They were like, we'll give you the broom
Terrible.
closet. You can use Clorox. We don't recommend it.
Ooh, this sounds painful. Don't
I know.
use
I tried
Clorox.
taking a shower last night, and
Ooh,
that's what
ouch.
happened.
Don't do that.
That's lime juice, by the way.
No.
Lime juice in the sun.
That's
Pro
dangerous.
tip, kids. Don't put lime juice on your hand and then go in the sun.
Okay, so obviously you are a funny guy.
No.
We're going to just say it.
No, okay.
Yeah, no, that's a true fact. But you also voice characters for Marvel's Avengers Assemble on
Yes.
Disney XD.
That's right. Love it. The Mighty Thor.
The Mighty Thor. What's the key to voicing Thor?
Well, the funny thing about Thor is that I loved Chris Hemsworth's performance so much that I really wanted to emulate that sound.
Right.
But in the very first session, they didn't want him to be too British.
Right.
So you have to back off the British RP a little bit. Use your big boomy voice when you
Ooh.
speak. And just have great respect and honor when speaking about thine own hammer.
I felt like I was there.
Did you? In Asgard?
In Asgard.
My gods. You were transported via the Rainbow Bridge.
So do you play then a lot of voices that are like big, booming voices? You're not a tiny guy. I'm just going to say it.
Well, this box
pretty
helps
tall.
a lot.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I don't know
He's
why
standing
I'm the
on-
only one standing on it.
I'm a giant.
Yeah.
I'm a small giant.
I have Michael Phelps' arms and itty bitty little legs.
Like a Farquaad situation.
Lord Farquaad. Yeah, I get to play big boomy characters and a deeper voice helps if you're, doing big creatures and stuff like that. But the nice thing is that you can also go to higher characters and do like crazy little characters and stuff like that. Don't get to do those as much, but it is fun when you get to mix it up a little bit and not, get we call it the voice actor headache.
Oh, yeah?
When you're just like, it's kind of like when you go to a sporting event and you scream for 3 hours
Right.
and you're like, yeah, go, win. It's the same thing in a session if you're like Fred Tatasciore is our amazing Hulk. He just is like so big, and you're like, oh my. The blood pressure goes up. It's like a tea kettle.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're
Yeah, and then the
Sneak out
headache
the ear.
happens. Yeah.
There you go. So is there a Marvel character that you have always wanted to voice or that you feel really close to?
Man. I loved Cap growing up, and then I really loved Hulk, and I got to play him for a little bit in Superhero Squad, which was our sweet little kitty show. So
I
great.
love that show.
And I actually knew probably the least about Thor when they started doing the casting for it. So I really got to dive into the old Kirby stuff, and
Oh, nice.
I love it. I
It's the
love
best.
him.
Oh my gosh, all of that old stuff is so great. Like him
brilliant.
fighting like the Midgard serpent, one of my
The
favorite
Warriors
stories.
3 and just like
Oh yeah.
the whole
old
smash.
stuff is so good.
Valkyrie, I got a little
Oh, a little
place in
love.
my heart. Yeah, I feel like it's a little unrequited.
You want to voice Valkyrie then?
I'm just saying I would do an amazing job, or Jane Foster. Just
Either one.
mix it up.
Yeah.
I think I could bring something to the role.
Oh.
I know. I'm sorry. I just wouldn't do
You're
this.
getting emotional. It's
I know,
okay. It's okay.
Is it running?
No,
Is
a
it
little
running?
bit. A little
Okay,
bit.
all right,
Yeah.
all
No.
right.
Pull yourself together,
I know.
man.
I'm working on it.
So
This
either
is
of those
professional
ladies.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, either one would be good.
But is there another one that you would go for? Big time?
Hercules is great.
Oh, Hercules is great.
I know, and he's kind of
And
a
he's like
fringe
got
character.
he's the only man in a skirt we really have around these days.
I know, and this might be a little strange, but Cable,
Love Cable.
I think, would be a rad character to play.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of him. I feel like the X-Men animated series, like in the 90s, was the last time we saw, like...
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a hot
minute.
second, right?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah.
But who knows?
Who knows?
What could happen? Now, you're also on Critical Role.
Yes.
A lot of voice actors.
Yeah.
What was it like putting that together, becoming an adventuring party?
It was so strange. I was never one of the kids that played Dungeons and Dragons in elementary school or middle school or even high school. I had heard about it, but I grew up in Texas where, like, the devil is in Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
So don't do that. It's not true.
No.
There are devils, but
you mostly fight them.
yeah, then they fly, and some are attractive, and then they might be in a tavern,
And that's
like serving
confusing.
your. I know, it gets real strange. And I for years had wanted to play with one of the other voice actor guys that would be like, oh, we had this campaign the other night, it was so great, and we finally, at the behest of one of our friends, Liam O'Brien, went over to his house for a birthday party. Ended up sitting down and playing a campaign for 5 hours with.
It's the best.
It's the best. And
It's so fun.
It's just whatever you make up. And the thing that we did different was being voice actors was we couldn't just play. We had to make up a stupid voice to go with the character.
I love that though.
I do too. And it was so addicting that we started doing it like once every 2 months. We didn't have a ton of time. And then Felicia Day over at Geek and Sundry's Twitch channel was like, would you guys want to come do this on our stream?
Yeah.
And I play a Goliath barbarian named Grog, who has like an intelligence of 6, and he's not very bright, but like really loves beer and fighting and all sorts of raging with hammers and axes.
That's a perfect barbarian.
I think so,
That's a
too.
perfect build.
And like, he's a cuddly little teddy bear. He loves like bunnies and butterflies.
I love it.
Yeah, he's pretty great. He can't read.
But you don't need a barbarian to breed. You just
No.
want them to go in and be your
Smash
battering
things.
ram.
That's it, the tank.
Yeah.
He is the tank. He
Yeah.
absorbs all the damage for those that are smarter and have magic, which is super hard.
Something I think is really cool about the show and the way that you guys play. I play Dungeons and Dragons, and when you play, a lot of times you'll start metagaming and you'll start talking about the mechanics of the game and like
Right.
trying to get information out of your DM. But when you're playing in character, you can't really do that in the same way
No.
as much because you have to like be playing the roles, and people don't get as distracted.
Yeah.
because you're like in it and you're kind of playing out the scene.
Yeah, there's a lot of like role playing, right? That has to happen, and you'll know something as Travis that the character doesn't know, and then you have to figure out a way to try and get that information to your character. And
Right.
Matt Mercer, our amazing DM, he's like just watching with his fingers touching, like I'm carefully monitoring how this happens. It's really, really fun, and we've had people come out of the woodwork to play the game. We played a game with Vin Diesel. Who,
What?
I know,
Amazing.
amazing. He apparently played all the time in New York, and we've had just people write in and they were like, yo, I used to play in high school. I didn't know it was cool to do this now.
Yeah.
Or I've never played before. I want to give it a shot. I want to make a crazy voice and come adventuring, looking for orcs and trolls and stuff.
It's like a really great way to spend a lot of hours with your
Oh,
friends.
I'm
it
telling
really
ya.
is the best.
I'm telling you. And you enjoy your favorite beverage while it's happening. You have a
Uh-huh.
couple snacks,
Some
some
grog.
popcorn, some grog, which is, it's up to you what your grog is.
Yeah.
Grog is
What's
never
your
the
grog?
same. What is your grog?
Perfect tagline for the show.
There you go.
There you go. You got it. So where can people watch the show?
Right. Critical Role is on every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time at
And
Geek and
that's-
Sundry's Twitch channel.
And that's live.
It's live, and it's like 3 to 4 hours. We never really know how long
Yeah.
it's going to go. because we're just
that is D&D.
we're just making it up. We don't know what the next person's gonna do. Somebody might die. We might fall in love. I know. Hearts could break. You never know.
This is Marvel Love.
Marvel Love.
Marvel Love from San Diego Comic-Con
The Love
2016.
Channel.
The Love Channel. All love, all the time.
That's right. And it's just a bunch of us putting on accents, crazy voices. We really don't let anybody play unless you are committed to making a total fool of yourself.
I think that's super necessary.
I think so,
for
too.
most things.
I know, right?
I feel like living your life without cynicism
Yeah.
and pure enjoyment is just a better life to have.
Can we put that on a piece of printed poster somewhere?
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
I am inspired. I will stand for that saying.
Yes, let's do it. Well, you guys all watch Critical Role. Where
Yes.
can they find you on the internet?
The internet's, we're all over Twitter. I'm at Willingham is my Twitter handle. Like my last name, Willingham, but with Blam at the end.
Yes, I noticed that. Blam, Blam.
It's so clever. Our bard, Sam Riegel, came up with that, and I took it and ran with it. And then we're all over Instagram and other things, but you can see us at Geek and Sundry's website, geekandsundry.com, for all of your backstory needs.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us on Marvel Live, and we are going to have even more coming up very soon, so stick around. Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Sink, joined by Tamara Krinsky and Joe Kelly.
Hi, gang.
How you doing?
I'm very good, thanks. How about yourself?
Oh, we're having a great time.
It's a good day.
You're our
Saturday. We're right in the groove.
You're our first guest of today.
Oh, right on.
To be on the live stage. I'm pumped.
I'm setting the bar extremely high for everybody.
Literally high because you're very tall.
I'm so excited that I'm going to grow.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
That apple box is super key right now.
Yeah. You are Apple Box worthy.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you've been writing Spider-Man Deadpool with us.
Yes.
Slash, with a slash in the middle, right?
I like it with a plus.
With a plus.
personally,
Oh,
but yeah,
I
think
like
it's
that.
nice.
And then like a big
that.
heart around
Yes,
it.
a little heart. Yeah.
Well, you've got like the little dash for the Spider-Man and then the slash for the
That-
thing. There's a lot of
it's true,
punctuation
yeah.
going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is it like getting to write? They're similar but different.
Mhm. Yeah.
What is it like getting these two together? Because they're kind of like a dream team.
Yeah, it's really been great.
Yeah.
Nick Lowe had contacted me and said, all right, I got an offer you can't refuse, which is always scary. And he says, it's Spider-Man, Deadpool, Ed McGuinness. And I was just like, oh, okay, they pulled me back in. And these are two. Spider-Man was my favorite character of all time growing up, no question. I loved it when I wrote that with that team and on that book. And then, Deadpool's like the cornerstone of my career. So to have that as a building block. So to bring them together with Ed, it was just a no-brainer. And then the challenge of it is like, all right, they're both funny. They both talk a lot.
Yeah. Very verbal.
Yeah. Who's
Writer's dream.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I know. Poor Ed. He has to leave me a lot of space. But it's how do you give them both their time in the sun?
Right.
How do you make sure their voices are different?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you make sure their voices are different?
How would you sort of
Well,
describe tonally how their senses of humor?
Well, luckily, Nick, Devin, and Jordan keep me in line, so that's very good. They're extremely helpful. Deadpool being so wacky and so non sequitorial and over the top. I mean, that's the voice that's easiest for me to tap into.
Yeah.
And then Spidey, the way that this first arc is played out, Spider-Man did not want to hang out with Deadpool at all. They were really at odds, and it was a great starting place, this sort of odd couple scenario. And then as they've become closer, you start to see this kind of transition happen. And now Spider-Man is a little bit more ragged and quippy, and Deadpool's actually softening up a little bit because of what's transpired in the arc. So playing with that balance that's the challenge, but that's the fun of it. And I just read them through, and after I put the dialogue down, I was like, is that a Spidey thing to say? Spidey's just generally nicer. Like his jokes are not for the jugular. Right. Deadpool's going for the jugular. Yeah. Spidey's just trying to disorient you and mess with your head a little bit.
Do you read out loud when you're writing? Do you?
No, there was a time where I would say lines out way back in the day, just to make sure they played for me. But because it's actually it's going to be read, it doesn't matter. For me, it's the beauty of it. And then of course the transition when you're doing other things like animation, whatever. Right. Then you really have to worry about it. But for the for the page, it's okay.
Speaking of animation, when you're writing animation, because you do work in both comics and animation, are you thinking visually first, or for you are the words always the first line of attack?
No, always visually first. I mean, that's one of the nice things about how I was trained. I went to NYU to learn screenwriting, so that was my master's. And so I was trained as a visual writer right off the bat. Yeah. And that, of course, immediately applied to comics, which was great. The dialogue's important for me, I mean, and I do love words. I am one of the more verbose writers. I've gotten better. I use a little bit less, but the visuals have to come first. I mean, the art is what pulls everybody in. The story keeps you there. So then, after we get past the art, then it's the plot, then it's the themes, all that sort of stuff. Dialogue's the icing on the cake, and we have the wonderful thing in our medium of you get to see the art and then do the dialogue again, which is amazing,
And speaking of the art, Ed McGuinness is such a fantastic artist. What has the working relationship been like, and how do you sort of work together, I guess?
Ed, I mean, I've known Ed from really early on, which is terrifying how long we know each other. But he's such a sweetheart. He's so talented. He's grown as an artist. That's one of the nice things about coming back together is we've both grown and changed and haven't worked together in a long time. So it's almost like we're working with somebody new. But you always ask the artist what do they want to draw. You try to give them things. I try to get in the stuff that Ed likes. But he's done a great job.
What is the stuff that Ed likes? I want to know the answer to that question.
Well, Ed's excellently really big images, and he loves like great action sequences, which I have not always given him in this book because I like the banter and we do stuff like double dates and weirdness. But when I can, I give him the big stuff. And he's had a couple of really good ideas for jokes, and so we'll put those things in. He's just a pleasure, and Mark inking over him, like they're an incredible team. So the pages are just stunning. Ed's really easy to talk to. We'll chat. He lives way up in Maine, out in the boonies, so we don't see each other very often. Seeing him here is more likely than anything else. But it's great. It's a great collaboration.
And when he chimes in with a joke idea or something, is that usually in the early part of the process, or when he's first reading the script, or is he like, hey, I'm trying this thing, and what if this happened?
Both, but usually more early on. Yeah, it'll be sort of a wish list of like, I wish, like there'll be a guest star coming up that I don't want to spoil, that he's like, I love this guy, can we put him in? And I absolutely, and there's a good plot reason, as long as it works for the story, I'm happy to do it. And it happens to be a character I love as well, so it'll work out really well.
That is actually the perfect prompt for a question from Gavin Perkins on the live stream, who's asking, what other character do you think would make a good team member for Deadpool?
Oh gosh, a good character for Deadpool.
Good team up.
Oh man, totally put on the spot.
Yeah.
As I'm looking, it's funny, as I'm looking at the stuff on the Black Panther and Deadpool.
Can you imagine?
Would be like the worst best combo. So that's pretty good. And I'd love to see Deadpool with Captain Marvel. Actually, it would be really cool.
I was actually wondering about that.
Yeah, because it would be, and actually Ms. Marvel we were talking about too at one point.
Right.
And I mean they're on a team together already, so I mean they do have a cool dynamic. But that her innocence and his kind of like
not innocence.
Yes, really way too many miles on him. That's a very cool combo. So anything that generates a lot of conflict is what we want. So
right. And she's certainly not afraid to speak up. And
no,
speak her
exactly.
mind despite her innocence. So that's
she's a perfect foil for Deadpool, and would help kind of give him a great moral barometer. There's a lot. I love that character. I mean, I love Ms. Marvel. That's a character I'm really like jealous that exists and was created when I was not around. It's really cool.
Well, Wimsad Mojo says, I like and agree on how Joe Kelly thinks. So.
Oh, well, thank you.
We got some fans out there. Some Marvel love.
Oh,
Yay,
so nice.
Thanks.
So you've worked with Deadpool before.
Mm-hmm.
What is it like coming back to him and like getting to spend a little time?
It's been great in this configuration. There have been a couple of times over the years where people had called up and asked if I was interested in doing it again, and I haven't really. It's the first time I've ever gone back to a character, and because it was Spidey and Deadpool, I felt like it would be different enough, And I had I was worried. I mean, it's not 1997, and
it's not.
Yeah, I know.
No.
But some people want it to be.
It's 1997.
I was worried. People have a certain expectation. They know what they remember what they love, though they don't remember it necessarily as it was. And so you just want to make sure, am I delivering a modern story? I'm not just rehashing.
Yeah.
So I think we've been able to do that.
Is that something you actively try to do, something new and different? Like, I don't want to just go back to a character I've done before. I want to do a different iteration.
I think it's really important. I love being, it's nice to have a run. It's really good to have a definitive story that you're like, okay, I did my 2 years, my 3 years, whatever. But once any character you take on, you want to find the way to put your stamp on it while still honoring the DNA of that character and making sure that you're being true to it, and that's I've been very lucky with my editors. I mean, really, they're the guardians of the characters, so they keep you. When I say they keep you in line, like they really do, and it's important.
Along those lines, is there another part of the Marvel Universe that you'd like to explore? Is there anyone on your list who you'd like to...
yeah, so many. I mean, I like dark characters, so I've always been a Moon Knight fan.
Nice.
Doctor Strange, not just coincidentally the movie came out, but I love magic. I love all that dark stuff. Werewolf by Night. I like sort of obscure things. So yeah, there's a lot on the wish list.
Let's make them a team.
Yeah, sure.
Why not? Get them out there fighting some mystical stuff. I would read it.
Yeah, good. I would write it.
We have one last little fan question. Camilla Lenbach wants to know, what is the most difficult thing to write about Deadpool? Biggest challenge at this point?
Yeah, the biggest challenge right now for Deadpool, gosh. Well, his status quo is so different from when I took him on, but it's been great. I mean, I love playing with the marriage. Is really fun.
Yeah.
Sheikla's a great character.
I love her.
Yeah, and so to play with their relationship is cool. But his popularity within the Marvel Universe, kind of, it doesn't undermine my mentality for him, but I'm so used to him being an underdog where no matter what he does, the world kind of craps on him or he screws it up. So the fact that he's kind of on top of the world for, that's been a challenge, but it's a good kind of challenge. And it gives us opportunities, I think, to play with, well, what happens when you're in the spotlight, but you want to try to still be a bad guy, or do things that are a little shady. And but that's the biggest challenge is that him being so popular, not just like amongst us, but in the literal Marvel universe. That's probably it. Yeah.
So you mentioned that you loved Spider-Man growing up. Are there any certain runs that were like sort of seminal reading for you?
Oh gosh. So many. I really like just all of it. Yeah. I mean, I got, when I was a kid, like an uncle just gave me like a ton of comics, and I just read them over and over and over, and they were, of the time of like the spider buggy, like weird.
I love the spider buggy. That's what
There you go.
I spent days trying to dig out that art to find it archived because I was just like, I wanted it so badly for graphics and stuff for the show because it's just a wonderful weird time.
I know, right? It's awesome, and that's why, that's why there's the dead buggy. I mean, he basically bought it and repainted it. We were going to do the living one, and Ed would not have handled that. But there were so many good stories, and Kraven's Last Hunt is one of those comes to mind, and getting able to do Resurrection of Kraven with Grim Hunt when we did that on Spidey was great. So just so many. I mean, I really I'm whatever Spidey is out there, I love Spidey, and I'm happy to go along for the ride. And Slott, has just been doing such a great job of knocking it out of the park. He's so good, and his love for the character always comes through.
Absolutely. So, where can fans find you online? When can they get the next issue?
Next issue is coming out pretty soon, actually. We had two months off, so I believe it's in a couple of weeks. And I'm online. I'm on Twitter.
What's your actual handle?
At Joe KMOA. I should know that, but it's like your own phone number. It's like I don't tweet myself.
Don't think about it.
So at Joe KMOA, our website is manofaction.tv. So that's where you can find out what's going on with the rest of the company. And that's basically it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Guys,
thanks, everybody.
Thank you for keep watching. Thanks for your questions. Keep tweeting at us with things we can talk about. And next up, Riley Brown and Scott Ackerman will be back in just a few minutes.
Thanks, guys.
Stick around.
Thanks. Hello, Marvelites. We are here. I'm Tamara Krinsky. I'm here with my co-host,
Lorraine Sink, and we're here with Scott Ackerman and Riley Brown.
Hi,
Hello.
America, and everywhere else.
How are you guys doing today?
Yeah.
Thanks for taking time from watching the Hillary's vice presidential nominee speak to watch this. I'm sure that you switched right over.
We're going
to
to have all
this.
the same information here.
Okay, yes.
Yes, it'll be exactly
I
the
plan
same.
on stimulating the economy, keeping America safe.
There you go.
There you go.
Now,
okay.
you guys collaborated on Spider-Man Deadpool #6. We just had Joe Kelly here, and you took an issue from him. Why?
Yeah,
did
well,
you do that
We
to
stole
him?
it from him. We fought him and we took it.
He is lazy and didn't want to write that issue.
He was like, I don't write #6 issues.
Yeah,
so.
he has a thing with the number 666, and he figures if he writes the number, issue number 6 and issue number 66, then he's made a pact with the devil.
So he can't do it.
He just can't do it. So
But
we
you-
took over for 6.
You
and
have no hang-ups about that.
Oh no, I made my pact with the devil long ago. Look at me,
Say,
I'm in
that's
show
kind
business.
Isn't that
Can
how
you
you
believe it?
got it?
Yeah, exactly.
That was your reward.
So how did that all come into being?
You know what? I got.
I'm wondering this too.
Yeah, I got an email pretty late in the process saying that they needed a fill-in issue, and if I could do it. And I was in the middle of taping my second 10 of the 20 episodes I did this year. And I said, and I was editing the first 10, and I was working on
So
my
you
other
had
show.
nothing to do. You were just sitting around unemployed.
It was, and I just thought I can't do it. But then I thought, I don't know, I really love Spider-Man, and if you would have told me when I was 8 years old, like you're going to get an opportunity to write a Spider-Man book, and you're going to say, oh, I'm too busy, I would have been really mad at myself. So I just said, okay, I'll just suck it up and do it at some point. But the cool thing about it is when you write a comic these days, you sort of do it panel by panel, and you describe everything that's happening. And I knew that I didn't have time for that, so I said, could you get an artist who's really great, where I could
Pick
just
up the slack? Is
just sort of plot it out, throw in jokes into the plot, but do a page-by-page outline. And they said, okay, and they got Riley here, who knocked it out of the park. I mean, there were some pages that I just wrote, there's a fight, I don't know what happens, and he took it and did really well.
So then you kind of did like almost the old school
Marvel
Marvel
style,
method.
Yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely. It was
That's
totally
so cool.
Stanley Jack Kirby style, like emailing back and forth, calling each other names, telling each other we're doing it wrong.
Mainly Riley and Scott. Those were the names and they were the correct names. But there was a couple of times when I was writing the final scripting, doing the dialogue, which because it all happened so late, I did while I was in Hawaii at 2 a.m.
I like the way this is what you're complaining about, because I was in Hawaii.
Well, I was on vacation. It was supposed to happen before I went on vacation.
My
but
house had just burnt down, and I,
So first you're telling us you're kind of lazy because you don't want to do all of it. Then you're doing it on vacation. This is a hard gig for you.
Well, it was promised that it would happen. Okay,
Scott.
anyway. But it was interesting because while I was doing it, there were panels that were totally different. Getting a call. Ooh. Panels that were totally different than what I had sort of thought they were going to be. And then also Marvel made us change jokes. So there was one panel in particular that I was like, they said I couldn't do the joke that I had written. And I had to sit there and go, okay, well, with this drawing, what joke can I put into it?
There was when I got this plot breakdown, you had a whole lot of like celebrity guest appearances, and I kind of assumed that I was like, well, this is not going to fly, but Jordan White, the editor, didn't say anything.
They
and
let
so I
it
was like,
go through.
So I was like, okay, I guess this is someone else's problem to deal with, and we'll just do it. And then of course they say, oh yeah, you can't do any of that stuff.
After it was drawn and after it was scripted.
So then there's the final day. It's like going to print like that afternoon.
Right.
And there was a certain character in there who looks like a certain Hollywood pretty boy, and who's playing Deadpool in the comic book version of the Deadpool movie. And they're like, oh, this looks too much like another Hollywood pretty boy in real life, so we need to change his face. And meanwhile, I'm at my buddy Fred Van Lente's house. We're writing a new comic slapstick together. and I'm like, I'm not at the studio, I can't do this. So I'm like, okay, tell you what, I'm just gonna draw a bunch of little mustaches, and we're gonna Photoshop these on.
So they put mustaches on the character.
I noticed that.
Awesome.
Yeah, unbeknownst to us.
Well, I mean, I drew the mustaches. So.
Oh, well, unbeknownst to me.
Right.
I woke up in the morning in Hawaii and got a message, hey, we drew mustaches on your character. And I was like, oh, okay. But it's still, people seem to like it.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome. It's one of the funniest issues we've ever made, I think.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
thank
Wow,
you.
thanks.
Well, I just wanted to do something that was like Mad Magazine or whatever. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't too
Yeah.
strict in continuity. It didn't even maybe make sense. It was just like about jokes and
But at
about.
the same time, absolutely crucial for the Civil War II crossover.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
So you
yeah,
make sure you pick up
definitely.
extra copies.
Well, you've
Yes,
got
a
a
lot of stuff is going to change from Civil War II
Right.
in this issue.
You've got a lot of love for it. It's amazing. Riley Brown, Scott Ackerman, what was your favorite thing about the Spider-Man Deadpool issue that you did? I love the Easter eggs.
Yeah, the Easter eggs were really fun. I thought the 2-page spread that you did where they get to Hollywood, and they're going through the lot on a golf cart
Yeah.
was really amazingly done. There was one joke we had to cut from that where I was going to have a security guard showing
There
the
were a lot of
Fantastic
jokes.
Four
Yeah.
the door, saying, "Sorry, you guys got to leave."
No, yeah.
And we weren't allowed
there
to do
were a
that.
lot of jokes cut from that.
Nice.
But it was really awesome to do that.
My favorite part was drawing. I kept doing this gag where Deadpool would like grab one of Spider-Man's webs. That's Spider-Man swings, but the web's still there.
Right.
So Deadpool would swing on that, and he'd always crash into a wall like face first.
Yeah.
I thought that was fun.
Ginny Balfour wants to know which living or dead comedian would make a great superhero or supervillain, and who would he or she join forces with?
Wow, well, I think a living comedian would make a better superhero because.
Yeah.
But
Otherwise,
Unless
very
they have
slow
Jean
book.
Grey powers.
that's true. Louis C.K. would be a great superhero. If he gets a lot done for his,
Right.
his sort of type and his sort. I think it would be. That's why I liked writing Spider-Man and Deadpool is because they are sort of the comic relief of the Marvel universe,
Yeah.
and so, it's just way more fun writing jokes, I think, in there, than. But I would like to be a superhero.
Who would you like to be?
Yeah.
drew you in the
Team up with
issue.
your
Yeah, I was in
superhero.
the issue, and I got
You made a
to
guest appearance.
have Spider-Man canonically say that Comedy Bang Bang was his favorite TV show, which I was very proud of. So that's canon in Marvel
That
Universe
is
now.
canon.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Also, Jaden Mattis wants to know, Riley, what's your favorite Marvel character?
My favorite Marvel character is it's probably the one character in the entire Marvel universe I don't think I've ever drawn, Cyclops from the X-Men.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know. I always draw the goofy stuff. That's why they won't let me draw the really serious guy. But I think it was just like growing up, I was always the oldest brother and the oldest cousin, so I was always like in charge. So I always like emphasized with his sense of responsibility and no one listening to him. Like I was like, I get me and Cyclops. I'm on your level, man.
Plus, you have eye beams that come out of your eyes.
That too.
So
That's-
yeah,
yeah.
And you have special contacts that. Why? That's the other thing in the X-Men. Why haven't they invented contacts
Ruby
for
contacts?
Cyclops?
Blow
Yes.
his fingers off. How are you
Because
gonna
then
put
he slowly
contact
becomes
lenses?
Gambit.
Yeah, that's true.
Visually.
Good point.
But I said this in a tweet once that, Batman's motivation is his parents were killed, and Spider-Man's motivation is his uncle was killed, and Cyclops' motivation was, I have to wear cool sunglasses. It's like, not the best motivation for a hero.
Gavin Perkins wants to know, how difficult is it to balance humor and drama, and how do you do that when you're working on an issue?
I don't. That honestly, that always just comes naturally to me. When I draw these things, plot out the stories or whatever. I really just think of real life, because in real life you'll be laughing one minute and crying the next, and
You sound insane.
A lot of ups and downs.
Yeah.
well,
Ooh, a
don't
little
know
manic
what-
episodes for you.
I might not have the right meds, but no, I mean, even in the world that the Punisher lives in, someone's enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult when you're writing a humor issue to sort of write an emotional arc that you have to. It's something you have to pay attention to. Of like, you can get all the jokes out, and that's where I started. Is like, okay, here's a bunch of images I want to see, or here's a bunch of jokes I want to do. But then you have to figure out how it all tracks and what the characters want at the beginning and how it's solved at the end. And so that's sort of the challenge. A lot of people, when they're doing humor issues, don't really care, and they just sort of do scattershot jokes. But it's something that you have to pay attention to.
So if you were to go back and do another issue, Would you stick with this method, or do you think you would sit down and like plot, like script more?
I thought it was great. I mean, I maybe enjoyed it. For doing a comedy issue, it's a really great style, I think.
Yeah,
You know, I think that
improv style.
the issue I did before for Secret Wars Journal, I think was more of a serious story, so it needed like more of a script. But I loved doing it, and I thought Riley like knocked it out of the park and just.
Yeah, and I've been doing a lot of comics this way. This is pretty much the way we're doing the slapstick series.
Nice.
And
Which
you
I'm
know.
super excited to see, by the way. Like, what a weird, fun character.
Yeah,
to
he's never
bring
really
back.
like he had his original 4-issue series back in the 90s, and then he's just kind of been a background character since then. So which I was surprised. I thought he had more history to him, but we really get to build the character a lot from the ground up.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I love that.
Is he related to Stick, Daredevil's mentor?
Yeah, it's
actually,
a cousin. Slapstick.
Yeah, well, they're the last name. His name's Jim
Like
Stick
Gary
and
Stick.
Slapstick.
Got it.
Slapstick, Bob Stick. Yeah, big family. So, what character, if you could write for in the Marvel Universe that you haven't got to do, and for you, which would you like to draw that you haven't gotten to work with yet? You got Cyclops.
Yeah, you said Cyclops. It's interesting because all three of my stories that I've written, I put Spider-Man into, even though the first story was for Deadpool. I just wrote a Spider-Man story, and then the second story was Secret Wars Journal, and it was supposed to be on Planet Hulk Island, and I wrote a Spider-Man story, and then this one. So
Dan Slott, watch your back.
I think Dan Slott is doing such an amazing job with Spider-Man. He's like the greatest writer since Roger Stern, certainly. If not Stan Lee. So I wouldn't want to take anything away from him. I just want him to continue as long as he does it. So.
Oh, I love that. That's so sweet.
But I don't know. I mean, I would like to write something serious, maybe. I was talking to some Marvel people recently about
Bob, Agent of Hydra.
Maybe, yeah. I like that last thing that he did. Yeah, you created Bob, didn't you?
And Fabian.
Yeah. So that would be cool.
Very cool. Well, rest of your con, what do you guys have planned?
Yeah.
I did a live comedy Bang Bang show last night with Jason Mantzoukas and Thomas Middleditch and Lauren Lapkus and John Gabris, and Riley was there.
That's a great group.
Yeah, it was really fun. Super fun. We've been here, I think, doing them 4 years in a row, maybe.
Nice.
It's been great. And then today I have the Outcast, Robert Kirkman's Outcast panel that I'm moderating. And then just partying, and,
Super hard.
cocaine and,
We're out all night last night.
What? Huh? We're having Coke and Coca-Cola and
Coca-Cola.
Oh, right.
Coca-Cola and
Of course.
And
Riley?
I'll be at my table in Artist Alley. I'm drawing, signing stuff.
EE06, right?
EE06.
Yeah.
You've already got dope on 666, so.
Right, exactly.
And
Oh
where,
man, that's my second 6. The devil's knocking on my door.
where can people find you online, on social media, on the Twitterverse?
I'm at Twitter. I'm at Riley_Brown, and I got a Tumblr page. Tumblr.RileyBrown, is that something like that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm just Scott Aukerman on Twitter and Instagram, and people can listen to my podcast every Monday, Comedy Bang Bang.
Yeah, check it out.
Check
you
out your
guys.
wolf.
We're going to
thank
have
you.
more coming up soon on Marvel Live. We're going to have the Civil War II panel, so you can check that out, see all the cool announcements. But stay here with Marvel Live. We're going to have more interviews and more cool stuff all day long.
Marvel Live.
front. Cool. All right, we're going to get started here as you guys get seats and stuff. Thanks for showing up again. This is the Civil War II panel, and I'm going to introduce the guests who are up here with us. First up is Editor-in-Chief Axel Alonzo. Sana Amanat, Director of Content, Character Development, and Editor. I'm Ricky Purdon, Talent Relations Manager. Thank you. It's okay. Writer Matt Rosenberg. Writer Mark Guggenheim. Writer G. Willow Wilson. And writer David Walker. I'm gonna call him out because he was supposed to be here. Sanford was supposed to be here and he's not. We can.
I'll answer everything for him.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. He's
Blame
gonna phone
Southwest Airlines for that, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The biggest topic is Civil War. This is the seismic event that's going on right now. It's the big event that's splitting a line down the middle of the Marvel U, our heroes. Axel, you want to talk about the event a little bit and what it means for the Marvel U?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is a huge event that's divided the Marvel Universe down a sort of a political, almost existential question. You know, if you have the chance to act on information that something bad might go down, would you act on that at what consequence? And it's divided roughly into two camps. Team Tony, who thinks this is a really bad thing, a rabbit hole to go down, and Team Carol, who thinks that this is the way to pave the future. And we've had plenty of twists and turns and a couple of major deaths, maybe more coming. And we're in the midst of it right now, and it's gonna change the Marvel Universe in a profound way when it's over. There will be a winner, there will be a loser. There will be heroes that look better than ever and enjoy newfound popularity and power, and there'll be others that have lost almost everything. So it's gonna be a very different Marvel Universe when this is over.
And Civil War issue 4 is up next week, on sale next week. That's the aftermath of the events. Did everyone read issue 3? Know what happens in issue 3? Death of the Hulk? Okay, cool.
Got 3 boos this time.
Yeah.
Good work, Ricky.
Yeah, thanks.
Spoilers.
And here's the cover for the last issue, coming out in October. The war ends, but things roll out from there, obviously. Heavy stuff comes up. One of the Civil War tie-ins is Kingpin. Matt's here. Matt, can you talk about what you're doing in the series?
Yeah, Kingpin is at his heart an opportunist and a businessman, and when the heroes are playing with each other, he finds himself having an amazing opportunity to reclaim his title as the Kingpin of Crime in New York. So it's sort of a crime thriller about the rise of Kingpin, but the Civil War stuff is a backdrop for it and ties in to how his whole plan works. Every villain is sort of terrified during Civil War, and Kingpin finds a way to operate that gets him everything he wants. So that is what the 4-issue Kingpin series is.
Cool.
And this, just to elaborate, Kingpin is going to be huge in the next couple of years. Very big characters. Keep your eye on him.
Speaking of which, here's some interior art from issue 2 and by Ricardo Lopez. And Matt is on the ongoing, Axel just mentioned. Matt, can you talk a little bit about that? Just tease it a little bit.
Yeah, starting in January, there will be a Kingpin ongoing that spins out of his return to New York. He was in San Francisco with Matt Murdock for a while, and Civil War brings him back. And this is the beginning of his true play for total control of New York City. And it's really a dark, nasty, really fun book. He doesn't, the thing I love about Kingpin is I think he doesn't see himself as a villain. He's not like a Red Skull or a Thanos who wants to wipe out a ton of people. He wants to see America, he wants to make New York great again. Yeah. So, he's making plays to make New York great again, and we'll see how that goes.
It's really close.
The views on this panel do not necessarily reflect.
Yes.
Also played a big part in Civil War II is Miss Marvel, the character Miss Marvel, what the war means for her. Willow, Sonna, can you talk a little about the series and how the book ties into the event?
So this event has been very emotionally complicated for Ms. Marvel. Being 16 and looking up all her life to Carol Danvers, she of course immediately sided with Carol because she knew that Carol would do what was best for the world and for the people that she loved. But she's also, over the course of her run on the Avengers, gotten really close to Tony Stark. They have like a very mentor-mentoree kind of relationship. And in the ongoing series, we've been teasing that tension. Somebody on Twitter said that it felt like the conflict over Kamala between Tony and Carol was like divorced parents fighting over custody of a kid. So she's really torn in terms of her loyalties, and she's only just now discovering what her own ideas are about the big picture, about how do you get justice, about what it means to act on information about the future when you don't know how what you are doing is going to change that outcome. And it's having a really devastating impact on her life, and that's sort of bleeding over between her life as Ms. Marvel and her life as Kamala Khan. So the stakes are really high. The next issue coming out, is it next week or the week after?
Next week.
Yeah, next week is has a couple of big twists in it. So it's been a really tense and exciting thing to write.
And one cool thing that we got to do in this particular tie-in series is we delved into Kamala's past a little bit. So there's a couple of intro pages that go into the history of Ms. Marvel and the generation of women that came before. And this is really beautiful, like very small vignettes that have sort of a larger message about what Kamala is going through right now, and you'll get a little bit more about the history of where her bangles came from, the bangles that she wears on her left hand, I believe, yeah. So it's really, really beautiful. My mother cried when she read it, so thanks again, Willow, for making my mom cry.
That's my goal with every issue.
Yeah. Usually I make her cry for still being single, so that's great. Thanks for this is a good way. But check it out, it's really beautiful and so well done. The art is by Takeshi and Adrian. Takeshi Miyazawa and Adrian Alfona.
Up next we've got Power Man and Iron Fist, another tie-in to Civil War II. David, can you talk about the series and how it plays with the themes of Civil War II?
Yeah, well, it was sort of interesting because Power Man and Iron Fist had just gotten started. We just brought Danny and Luke back together, as just the two of them for the first time in a really long time. And then Civil War II came up, and it was like, well, it almost felt like the obvious choice was to have them split. And I thought, well, then let's not go with the obvious route, and let's have the events of what's happening in Civil War split them up. Not put them on different sides, but actually just tear them apart as a team. And so what happens in issue number 6 is right away you see them reacting to what's happened in Civil War number 1 with Civil War II number 1, and it's them sort of going we're tired of this. There's constantly fighting with our friends, and this isn't why we're heroes. And they both just say, let's sit this one out. Let's not do this. We're gonna remain neutral. And so a lot of it was my take on neutrality and how you can't be that way. We get really tired of seeing all these things in the news, and we're I just want to tune out. I don't want to hear about it. I'm tired of hearing about this violence. I'm tired of hearing all this hate and fear-mongering, but at the end of the day, if you tune out, you're going to get sucked in anyway. And so it's about how Luke and Danny get sucked into this thing, and it's literally destroying their lives. And at the end of issue 6, which just came out, Danny's arrested and Luke is on the run. So they actually spend most of the entire run of Civil War II apart. And we're handling that with 2 artists. Sanford Green is drawing all of Danny's part of the story while he's in prison, and all of Luke's art is being handled by Flaviano. I can't remember Flaviano's last name. Armentaro. That's he sounds like a model, doesn't he? He'd be on the cover of Harlequin romance novels.
Nice jeans. Yeah.
But yeah, it's really, I'm very obsessed with the work of Professor Phil Zornato out of Stanford University, which he studies what makes people good, what makes people evil. And his theory is that apathy is the same as being evil. To see a wrong and do nothing about it is as bad as the wrong. And that's what Luke and Danny are learning.
That's great. We've also got a special coming up, The Fallen #1, after the events of Civil War II #3. Axel, can you talk about this book a little bit? This follows up with the Hulk family, basically, but can you talk about the decision behind the Hulk death and all that?
Yeah, I mean, the Hulk's death is a huge thing. It has massive ramifications for the Marvel Universe as a whole. You know, obviously, it raises questions about Amadeus Cho. The current Hulk reifies him now as the one Hulk in the Marvel Universe. And Greg Pak, who's writing that book, is also writing this series, which is basically about the ripple effect amongst all of the people who were closely associated with the Hulk. You know, Scar and the rest. And it's a meditation on the Hulk. And if you're a fan of any of those characters, it's a must read.
Cool. Another one-shot that comes out next month is The Accused. This is a one-shot that deals with the trial of Hawkeye after murdering the Hulk. Mark, can you talk about this one-shot? I just found out you're a practicing lawyer.
I used to practice.
You used to practice.
I used to
okay.
practice. I really needed the practice. I wasn't great.
We're talking
that's
about
supposed to get a bigger laugh, people. No.
Thank you.
I was a litigator back in Boston back in the day before I became a writer.
Cool.
Actually, the way that this came about was I'm also writing Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and we're tying into Civil War II. So I'm reading Brian Bendis' scripts, and I get to issue 3, and I actually think like issue 3 is like, in my opinion, is one of the best scripts Brian has written, you know, in his storied career. I really, really enjoyed the read, and I'm reading it, and I'm sure a lot of people are reading it, and spoiler alert, like are getting outraged that Bruce Banner's dead. I'm reading and going, wait a minute, Bruce Banner's video diary is hearsay. How can that be admitted into evidence? But that sort of got me thinking. It made me really intrigued to know, particularly once I got to issue 4 and I read the verdict, which I'm not going to tell you guys what it is, but it's, you know, it's surprising. And I got to the verdict, I'm like, oh, I really want to, you know, see more of this trial that led to this verdict. How'd this outcome come about?
Right.
And, you know, a lot of times I get ideas really from asking myself these kinds of questions, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized, hey, you know what, I really think that there's a story to be told about Matt Murdock prosecuting Clint Barton for murder. You know, so, and yes, we do address the hearsay issue, which I know all the lawyers will be very interested in reading, but we also address, you know, what's it like for Matt to prosecute a fellow hero. Of course, no one knows that, now knows that Matt is a hero. Moreover, what's Matt really doing? He's kind of working a different side of the street.
Right.
You know, he's a city prosecutor, not a federal prosecutor, and this is a federal case. So how'd he get brought in? Why is he doing this? Is he fully doing it of his own accord, or is he sort of just following orders? And it sort of gets into all those fun Civil War questions of ethics. So, you know, and there's I don't want to give the impression that because it's a courtroom drama, and I really tried to write it like a Scott Turow courtroom thriller, that it's all just talking heads. There's a fair bit of Daredevil punching and kicking and being Daredevil
Right.
to boot.
Yeah, there's 2 artists on this issue. Gary Brown is handling a lot of the court stuff. Ramon Box handles a bunch of the superhero stuff. Another project that's going on right now is the Ulysses Infinite comic. This is a prequel to Civil War II. Since Civil War II jumped right into Ulysses with the Inhumans, this covers his first chunk of time with the Inhumans and his training, particularly with Karnak, written by Al Ewing with art by Hefte Pala. Really cool stuff going on in this. We've also got the Choosing Sides miniseries. Axel, can you talk about this a little bit? This kind of handles the characters who are on the fringe of the Marvel U.
Sure. Well, Wars End, don't they? Featuring Nick Fury. Yeah, I don't know that much about this series apart from the fact that it's one of our anthology series that examines, you know, how people chose their sides, how, you know, the thought process that went behind it.
It's an ongoing story by Declan Shalvey featuring Nick Fury. And this particular issue has a new story starring Jessica Jones and a backup story with our new character, White Fox. One hero who's at the middle of the event is Captain Marvel. She's got a really big role in this. Sana, can you talk about Captain Marvel's role?
Yeah, so I mean, this is sort of a really big moment for Captain Marvel, and in obviously Civil War One, like with Tony Stark, he had a very particular way of proving his point, and Carol is not that kind of character. She's completely different. She's going about promoting predictive justice in a very analytical way. She wants to make sure there's enough evidence. So this entire story is about how she's recruiting heroes to get on her side, but also about how she really proves the fact that these people are villains, because it's a pretty precarious position to take, to say, hey, I'm going to pick these people, I'm going to observe these people and bring them in if there's enough evidence. You know, it could be considered quote-unquote profiling. So the balance between serving justice and also serving and saving the humanity, really, it's not just America, this is sort of a global issue, is sort of Carol's journey, and she loses some people along the way, but it's a really great sort of political thriller, and I'm actually just excited that Captain Marvel has been sort of thrust into the spotlight in this way. It's incredibly important. It kind of shows also that we believe in Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel, so this is going to take her to a whole other level, and will have extremely important ramifications for her down the road, particularly within her position in the Marvel Universe at large. So it's really, really well done. Ruth and Chris Gage are writing it with Chris Anka on art. Very, very well done. So definitely check it out. I guess Captain Marvel 9 is coming out in September.
Hey, I've got to
Good to
ask, we just got to do this because we never get a chance like this. So you read the story so far. I'm assuming you have, you wouldn't be here. So show of hands, who's Team Tony? You can't abstain, that's evil, as David Walker said. So what's it going to be? Team Tony. Okay, who's Team Carol?
Fascinating.
Oh,
Now there's a lot of the hands down, but anyway, all right.
Fascinating.
That's almost 50-50. That's pretty impressive.
That's the fun of this event. Like, you can kind of argue one way or the other and feel like you're right. It's great.
I'm on Team Kingpin.
In September, we've got Totally Awesome Hulk number 11. This deals with the fallout of the Hulk death as well. Amadeus Cho is being hunted, being carefully monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Captain Marvel's side. And Black Panther steps in to kind of address the situation and doesn't go very well. So this is also the first issue, the second issue with new series artist Mahmoud Asrar, who's stepping over from the Avengers titles.
And if you guys are not reading the series, you definitely should be. Amadeus Cho as the Hulk is amazing.
Yeah. He's a really different Hulk. And
so different.
Really different than Bruce Banner in every way. You know, Bruce Banner was an older guy. He was more tortured. Amadeus is having the time of his life. It's like an amazing, it's like he's being given the keys to a Maserati. He can just drive as fast as he wants. But the thing is, there's something in the trunk, and maybe that's going to catch up with him. This is a great series, what's coming up now too, because, you know, Amadeus just watched Bruce Banner go down with an arrow between his head, you know? And he knows who did it. And he knows what the temperature of the Marvel Universe is right now. So, you know, he has reason to be nervous. He has reason to be angry. He has reason to be not too happy with Hawkeye, as that cover suggests. and there may be a reckoning coming.
Uncanny Avengers steps into Civil War II with issue 14 in September. This issue sees Cable facing off against Captain America. That's enough. That sounds rad. Also in September is, Invincible Iron Man number 12. This is the first meeting of Riri and Tony Stark, and it deals a lot with Tony's fallout from the event. Axel, can you talk a little bit about Tony's position?
Yeah, I have to avoid it because of spoilers, but, you know, we had several summits where we discussed Civil War II, and there was a summit at which developments happened, and we realized that if we were going to do these things, we needed to pivot. Brian had already created Riri Williams, already had a plan for Riri Williams, which was very ambitious. But when we made these decisions, let's just say that we upped the ante. We doubled down on her and who she would be in the Marvel Universe. And she became our Iron Man. You know, whether she will embrace the name Iron Man remains to be seen, so pick up the book to find out. But, you know, her status changed incredibly. I think that's about all I can say without spoilers. Yeah. One more thing I'll say, though, is what's great is that we've now got this new character in the Marvel Universe, and you know, Brian created her. She's now in the Marvel Universe, and I just can't wait to see who writes her down the road.
Right.
It's also her first appearance is in Invincible Iron Man number 7, so you get the first sneak peek of her making the armor. It's pretty awesome.
And that's it for this slideshow. We want to plug, there's a big publishing announcement at the Cup of Joe panel tomorrow at 3 p.m. in room 6A, so make sure you check out that. And now I want to open it up to questions. There's a mic right here in the middle of the room. If you guys want to come over and ask anything, you can ask them for their social security numbers, anything you want. Hello, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Sam.
Hi, Sam.
So I'm wearing a Hawkeye shirt, so I freaked out when I read Civil War 3. Civil War 2, sorry, Civil War 2 number 3. Sorry, I'm kind of flustered right now. So like what we were just shown, a lot of major Marvel events have a lot of tie-ins, and I remember how many tie-ins there were for the first Civil War series. So how does it all come together? How do you all come together to discuss what happens in these individual issues? Like, is there like a big meeting with all of the Marvel writers and you all pitch in what you want to happen to your characters? Does Bendis like send in the main like plot or script first, or how does that work?
It's like a TV writer's room.
Okay.
You know, we have writers of a lot of the core series are in the room to talk about the event and honestly just argue over the plot points and where the story's going. It's like a gauntlet, running a gauntlet. The idea is to survive the gauntlet to get there. And along the way, you know, you pencil certain things and you ink certain things in. And, you know, what you do is some of the writer who is not in the room, we report back to them immediately and let them know, look, this is the event we're looking at. You know, with our events now, what we do is you're opt in or opt out. If you have a story in progress, we have no interest in upending that or stopping that. You know, Ta-Nehisi Coates is writing Black Panther. He has a year plan, go with God, have fun. You know, on the other hand, David Walker and Sanford saw a great opportunity to tie in Power Man Iron Fist. It went without saying that there were strong incentives to tie in Captain Marvel and Iron Man. It really comes down to, does the writer and artist want to tie in, and does it make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey, what's up, man? What's your name?
I'm Corey.
Hey, Corey.
Hey, there was like a question I had going into Civil War II that I was hoping you guys could answer. Like, the Marvel Universe has been going on for a while, and in it there have been many different characters who had the powers Ulysses had, like time travel and precognition. I was wondering, like, why is this a big deal now in the Marvel Universe, especially since Cable was actually in the room when Ulysses was introduced, and I don't know if it happened before or after, but the events of the Vision had precognition, and so did Deadpool and the Mercs for Money.
But why is it happening now?
Well, I think you're talking about the scope and level of his powers, you know, and some of them haven't even been revealed yet. I mean, you know, we saw this as when we go into writing an event, the first thing you do is you try and figure out, you know, what are you trying to say? You know, Marvel Comics are always at their best when they're saying something about the world in which we live, right? Civil War I commented on the world post 9/11, you know, the Patriot Act. How much of your freedom are you willing to give up for more security? And we thought that there are certain issues right now in the zeitgeist people are worried about, they're thinking about, that we could address through an event. So we started there. You know, you can just go down a rabbit hole if you start trying to examine time travel and precog, what have you. We see that this guy as being an appealing character, a great way for us to get into a story, to tackle issues as diverse as, you know, racial profiling. You know, that's the best answer I can give you right now.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Hey, what's your name?
I'm Andy.
Hey.
I was just curious, what's your favorite moments from the current Civil War run that's already been published have been so far, and why?
Anyone or just?
Oh.
Or do you not have
You know,
a favorite?
I'm biased, but
Anyone?
I really did love the trial of Clint in issue 3.
Yeah, I liked issue 3 a lot. I'd read it in advance and had talked to Brian about it in advance, and so like knowing what was coming, but then seeing how David Marquez executed it, and the tension and building and still knowing what was there, but then seeing it for the first time was pretty amazing, and that's it, and knowing like the impact, because like the Hulk is one of my all-time favorite characters, and to see that happen, and then but to like also get inside the mind of Clint and what's going on with him, and yeah, that was just amazing. That was a really incredible issue. But then all of Power Man and Iron Fist are really my favorite part of Civil War II time. So,
for me, Brian Bendis is one of my favorite writers, and he is such a big idea writer, but he does the human moments as good as any writer in comics. And when Tony goes and finds out that Rhodey's dead, like, it is such an intense emotional moment. And I love War Machine, and I was very sad when I heard what was happening. And then I was like, I just trust that Brian will give it the weight it needs. And like, you know, the fighting is great, and Thanos showing up is great, and the Hulk stuff is great, but like Tony just breaking, like being so upset and everyone not knowing how to deal with him, I thought was just like a gut punch that I loved.
Carol confronting Banner, and Banner confronting Carol and Thunk. Yeah.
The Rhodey and Carol makeout scene in Captain Marvel 6. It was great. It was really beautiful. They're just hot people making out. It's okay.
That's great.
But actually, it was really important for us to showcase their relationship because they have a really great banter. They really understand each other. And the way Carol responds to his death is very Carol Danvers. That's in issue 7, and it's so well done. I have to say, like, Carol Danvers mourning someone she loves and then mourning a soldier are very similar. And the way that she goes about really sort of remembering him and honoring his memory all has to do with her journey and her mission with Ulysses. It's just very, very well done. I highly recommend that you read it. It'll definitely make you cry a little bit. What's your favorite part? Have you read it yet?
Of course I've read
it.
But why do I have to choose a favorite?
Oh, come on.
The entire
Double
run.
standards.
Well, but you write it, like, you put so much, like, personal time into it, so, like, you know, it's, like, more, it's, like, a lot of your life, so you, like, spend more time
So you just
thinking
want to be
about it.
nice. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Okay,
choose
choose.
favorites.
No, I like it. Great answer. I love it. You love everything.
I love everything. But
Well done.
Bucky is Bay, obviously.
Yes. Nice.
I actually want to add something because, like, to me, Civil War II really is about the grieving process. I do volunteer work with kids in grief counseling who've lost like a parent or a sibling or something like that, and it's interesting to see how every person handles grief and loss and trauma differently, and that's like when I went into it, that was the big thing I was going into, is like, how will Luke and Danny deal with both the death of Rhodey and the you know, this current situation with She-Hulk. Like, is she gonna live or is she gonna die, this trauma? And as I look at all the characters, I see them responding how people respond when they go through grief and trauma. And so to me, that's what I really love about the story. Yeah, we talk about it being this sort of ideological struggle over the precog thing, but it's really as much about how do we deal with the aftermath when something really terrible happens, and people split. And the thing is there's no one way to grieve, no one way to go to deal with trauma, but like, we get mad at people. Like, you know, if you get mad at your sister because she's not crying the way she should when grandma's died, and it's like, that's her thing to go through. And so everyone's going through this really personal stuff. That's really at the heart what I love about it. Every issue I've read is amazing that way.
Cool, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, what's your name?
Hi, my name's Asia.
Hey.
Asia.
Asia.
My question's about actually Hawkeye, because I was really shocked that he was the one who was chosen to kill Banner, and that was a devastating moment. I actually cried real tears. And so he has a really complicated relationship with killing and with murdering other people. So how much did that factor into choosing him to be the one to pull the bow as it is?
It factored in. Yeah, I mean, in a major way. I mean, the fact that he has a villain past, but that's only one shading of why he was selected, you know. And we didn't go in saying, hey, let's kill the Hulk. This is an instance where, in the room, we were talking about the story and the natural evolution of the story, where it would land and where they would go, what Carol would do, what her next move would be, and that's where we landed. You know, but there's a lot to be revealed about why Clint did what he did, and you've only seen a fragment of the story.
All right, thank you.
It was great at that summit. Like, we were all kind of hitting a wall with some beats, and then we broke for lunch or for a break, like maybe 5 minutes, and we came back, and I think you were like, hey, Brian had an idea.
Yeah, Brian pulled me off into a side room and said, feel free to hit me, and then I want to do this. And he walked me through it, and I was like, wow. I thought about it some more, went to the room, everybody digested it. Then we convened for the night. Everybody went off into their own groups to drink and chat and what have you. And then we revisited it the next morning. And then the next day, we just walked through it. And, you know, in any room, there's going to be people that, you know, voices of dissent. And we fought our way through it, and we landed where we did.
When the second he said it, he was like, we're going to have Hawkeye kill Hulk. And the room was like, no, but yeah. And then things started coming together. It was a nice moment. Thank you. Hey man, what's your name?
I'm not joking with you. My name is Luke.
Hi.
Right on. Sweet Christmas.
I have one comment. Danny and Luke, I have a friend named Danny.
There you go.
And my question is, when you wrote down Hulk dying, how did that affect you, mostly?
Me or Luke and Danny?
Everyone.
Well, I get into the minds of my characters, right? And like, Luke sees Bruce Banner as somebody who's unstoppable, second only to him, because Luke's got that ego. And Luke was like, wow, if there's a way to kill Banner, there's a way to kill me. And that freaks him out. And then Danny sees it freaking out his best friend, and that freaks him out. And to me, again, like I do grief counseling with young people, seeing the Hulk die is this reminder that it's going to happen to all of us. And so, you know, it put me on my own existential crisis where every night I would lay in bed and think, is there a Hawkeye out there waiting to shoot me with an arrow? So, but yeah, I try to get into the minds of the characters and really think how they would feel and how, like, as a counselor, how I would talk to them about it.
Thanks, man. Hey, what's your name?
Walter.
Hey, Walter.
I'm an art teacher, and I use Civil War II to spark debate in my classroom. I also use Marvel Comics to talk about characters of color, progressive portrayals of female characters. So how much thought is actually given to the fact that comic books can be used as educational tools in real classrooms?
Oh, none at all.
Well, first of all, you're my hero. Second of all, yeah, we think about it all the time, you know, and I think if you take a look at the diversity of our offerings right now, you know, we're looking to make good books. That's the foremost goal, is to make good books that seem real. And we're trying to cast the widest net for characters, the widest net for the people that write them, the people that draw them. We stumble, we course correct, we move forward. But I'm proud of our line right now, from looking at what Ta-Nehisi Coates is doing on Black Panther, bringing in a new audience even, to, you know, my wife is Korean American. I scored major points for Amadeus Cho. That factored major into the decision for me.
Wait a second.
You know, the long and short of it is that, you know, we're trying to create different books for different people, and we're always trying to talk about the world, the real world, and stuff that affects you. You know, our books are set in the real world. They're New York. They're not Gotham. You know, it's the world outside your window. So I'm thrilled to hear when, honestly, I think everyone at the panel, we hear about someone like you who's using our books to help kids learn to read and enjoy reading, and then the fact that you compliment us and say that you appreciate what we're doing, it's inverse of what we get on the internet.
No, it is incredibly important to us, and I mean that did make my day hearing that, because while there's so much different, we have so much content out there and there's so many different genres, but at the end of the day these heroes are aspirational, and we have to be mindful of what that means, the responsibility of telling stories about these heroes and the ideals they represent. We think about that, and representation is tied into that. And when Willow and I were talking about Ms. Marvel all those years ago, a big intention was who is out there that represents the young girls who feel uncomfortable in their own skin, and how are we telling a story about that journey and that experience in a way that's more uplifting and not relying on stereotypes. And we've had such an incredible response because of that. And maybe 5-6 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to sell a comic like that. Right now, people are paying attention, and you guys are supporting us in those endeavors, and we greatly appreciate it. But a lot of it has to do with the fact that people are kind of coming in and supporting that, and that we're able to continue to tell those kinds of stories. So you doing that really, really means a lot, because you're bringing in a new generation of comics fans and enlightened beings. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yes, find me after the panel. Come up to me, yeah, cool.
Thanks, man.
Are there any other teachers out there, or like librarians or anything like that?
Yay.
Yes,
Thank you.
I get a lot of homework questions on Twitter.
Yeah.
I have to write an essay about, XYZ in comics. Can I get a quote from you? And for the first 10 times, I was like, oh, this is awesome. And now I'm just like, guys, it's all on Google now. Just Google it.
Yeah. Hey, what's up? What's your name?
Hi, my name's Rick. One of my favorite scenes was in the prequel issue of Civil War II, where the president tapped James Rhodes to be possibly Secretary of Defense. And I thought, what a great concept. Did that, I guess the question is, did that affect any of you? Did any of you think about, hey, what a great premise, a chance for audiences to get a little bit more, see the inner workings of our government, especially in a time when, let's face it, we're all really frustrated with our government right now.
Anyone have to? I love the scene simply because Brian was he was ruthless in writing that scene, in that he showed us all this hope and potential,
yeah.
And then he just took it away from us. And I drove over to his house and yelled at him, because I live a mile away. So that's sort of our relationship is.
Stalking.
Yeah. When he killed White Tiger back in Daredevil, it was like I didn't talk to him for months afterwards. So.
And I'm Mexican, not even Mexican, so here we go.
Thanks a lot, Rick.
Sure.
Hey, what's your name?
Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. So I have a question about Ulysses. I really enjoyed seeing him sort of suddenly become an inhuman and have to process all of that. I feel like he was thrust into everything so fast that I feel like he hasn't really had a chance to process his own sort of stance on his visions and whether he should be using them and acting on them. And I'm wondering if we're gonna, he's sort of just suddenly kind of thrust onto the side of well, yes, I should be acting on this.
Right.
I'm wondering if we're ever gonna get to see him
Yes.
process that a little more.
That's part of the story. It's a huge part of the story. And Brian was determined he'd be a three-dimensional character.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't just going to be a trope to drive the story
Exactly,
forward.
yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely. He's in over his head.
Yeah.
He's not even certain what his powers are.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't all been revealed yet.
Yeah.
It's a complicated world for him. And he has a full arc in this. He's not just a prop in the story.
Yeah, great, exciting.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Hey, what's up, man? What's your name?
Hello, Pedro Garcia.
Hey, Pedro.
Very quick question. I was first introduced to comics with Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And the death of Spider-Man it made me cry when I read it. And Civil War II, with James Rhodes and Bruce Banner, it's that same feeling, and you guys already touched on it. And I know this was kind of answered in terms of Bruce and how he died, but my question would be, who decides which heroes die and how they die? And if they stay dead? I think that's the big thing.
It doesn't all come down to one person. It doesn't. You know, I'm editor-in-chief, so I run the meetings, but it's not as if I make all the final decisions. It's a collaborative thing, you know. I didn't want to kill Jim Rhodes, but we talked at length about that, and Brian was very passionate about not only how it fit into the story, but what would get out of it. And quite frankly, Riri, the potential for Riri, her story just blossomed at that point, and that was even before other developments. So it's one of these things where, you know, sometimes, even as editor-in-chief, I won't wholeheartedly agree with a decision, but I'll agree with enough of it to move forward. And the editors, we've got so many great editors and writers in the room that it either feels right or it doesn't. And yeah, well, we might make a mistake, you know, but at least we're leading. You know, we're leading where the chance. Sana, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, it's definitely always a negotiation. There's a lot of yelling sometimes in our retreats, which is a lot of fun, which is great. Axel, Hulk Axel is pretty awesome. And, you know, I think that's sort of what is so great about the experience, is that it is truly so collaborative. It's not one writer in a vacuum figuring something out and then putting it on paper and that's it. We really put a lot of thought into the stories, and ultimately it just comes down to what is best for the story we want to tell. And that's how we have our conversations, and that's ultimately how everyone gets on board. We definitely went back and forth on Rhodes multiple times, but it was definitely the best thing for the story, and even for his particular storyline as well. But yeah, we don't take these things lightly. We don't just kill anyone. Except for Wolverine. I'm just kidding.
And they died very epically. The way they were drawn, like you said, with Rhodes, Spider-Man, Bruce.
Yeah.
So thank you.
I just jump in a little bit. I'm sort of more new to all this, but in the first issue of Kingpin, I wrote that I killed a character. You have to buy it to find out who. But you know, he's sort of a small minor character, but he's a character that I grew up actually loving. And when I sent it in, and Will Mossmatter, who's amazing, was like, yeah, you can do that. And it wasn't like, oh, fun, I killed this guy. It was a heavy moment. And I think sometimes fans think that us as the storytellers kill these characters blatantly or just, you know, nonchalantly. And that's not the case. Like, if Brian didn't care about Rhodey and didn't care about, you know, Bruce Banner, they just wouldn't be in the story. He wants to tell stories that are impactful and heavy. We all do. We want to tell stories that are moving, and they have to move us first. And so hurting and killing characters, they're probably characters we really care about and love, because you need actual emotional honesty in your work. And, like, you know, when you're upset that Rhodey's dead or the Hulk is dead, like, we're upset that Rhodey and the Hulk are dead. We miss them. And that's the point of telling stories. They have to be, you know, uplifting, and they have to be tragic, and they have to be fun, and they have to be exciting. They have to be everything, and all of that has to be really honest and sincere. And so I think, you know, when you ask, like, oh, you know, who decides that, I just want to emphasize that I don't think anyone has ever killed a Marvel character that doesn't, they don't take that lightly.
It doesn't feel good as a writer to kill a character, even like the villain. Like,
sometimes it does.
Well, yeah. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, you're right. Actually, so.
I think it translates to the conceit of the event too. When they were figuring out who was on which side, I remember Jordan White particularly. an editor at Marvel, was saying how it's so stupid. Why would Captain Marvel be on this side and talking to himself like a Tasmanian devil? And then by the end of it, he was on Iron Man's side, and then back to Captain Marvel's side, and we were all just kind of watching, going, "Yeah, we want the readers to do what Jordan's doing right now." And so it's all very thought through. So,
Thank you.
thanks, man. Hey, what's your name?
Hi guys, it's Ace. First of all, I want to thank you guys for bringing new characters that reflect our society today and reflect a new culture and a new youth. I really like characters like Kamala and Miles. I think it's great. But first of all, my question is, what was kind of the inspiration behind bringing back such a kind of iconic storyline with the Civil War storyline just at this moment in time right now?
It started in a casual conversation between myself and Brian Bendis that eventually included Tom Brevoort, SCP for Publishing, where we were saying, hypothetically speaking, if we were doing a Civil War now, what would it be about? And we start to talk about what's in the air, what people are talking about, what they're worried about, what they're concerned about, what are screaming in the headlines. And we fastened onto a few different topics. It's part of an amalgam of things right now that you could see happening, exploding across the internet, on our televisions, and reflected in this general election and the tone and tenor of this. So we talked about that, and then we widened the group. It included Sana, it included editors Nick Lowe, my publisher Dan Buckley, and what happened was at a certain point we realized what story we wanted to tell, and then Dan Buckley said to me at lunch, he said, "You know what you got there? It's Civil War II." And I'm like, expletive deleted, yeah, we realized we had it. Now, that was a great thing, only the problem was we had very little time to prepare it. If we'd been planning Civil War II, we'd have started it a year before. Yeah. So we had to really hurry up and finish. Whereas with Secret Wars, we planned it for 3 years. With Civil War II, we planned it for like 4 months, and that's where we landed.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot, man. Hey, what's your name?
Leroy.
Hey, Leroy.
I like the fact that you guys are bringing in younger characters. We're starting to see more kids in comics. Are we going to see more of the generational gap between Kamala Khan, Miles Morales, and how they feel about this, seeing their heroes go up against? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Well, I have to skim the surface here, but if you take a look at our teaser, the Divided We Stand teaser, you'll see characters we sort of highlight as being very important to the Marvel Universe moving forward. Not the only characters that are important, but very important characters. And a smattering of the characters we're talking about there, Kamala, Miles, Amadeus, Squirrel Girl, yeah, you're going to be looking at that type of tension. The Champions are a team formed of those characters. Begs the question, why did they form? Why did some of them leave the Avengers? What's their mission statement? What do they want to do? Does this indicate a rift, and if so, how big? No, it's absolutely a part of the fabric of the Marvel Universe, yeah.
And if you come to the Divided We Stand panel today at, 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
We'll talk a little bit more about those titles, and there'll be some spoilers and whatnot there if you want to get spoiled a bit. But yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about Champions and some of the other books and how the younger characters fare. I don't know, Will, if you want to talk about Kamala specifically.
What's up, Marvel fans? You are watching Marvel Live at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Ryan Panagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M. I'm joined by...
I'm the fallen angel Christopher Daniels, almighty Christopher Daniels, and...
I am the heavy metal rebel himself, Frankie Kazarian, and together, we are the Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions
of the world.
And we have...
Yo, creative director, Marvel Games, Bill Roseman, in the house of ideas.
Yes. Woo! Look at that. And y'all watching, there's little Chadwick Boseman action. He's signing on the stage. This place is a mad house. Oh my gosh. How many Comic-Cons have you guys been to? Because I've seen you here so many times, but it's got to be crazy.
This is at least our fifth, but this is the first one we've done in, I think, 2 years?
Yeah, we went here last year, but
yeah.
I think my first was 2009, and I've hit pretty much every year with the exception of a couple, so it's Madhouse doesn't even begin
it's
to
always,
describe
every year we get here, the Marvel booth is a step higher and a step bigger than it was the year before.
And a little more crowded.
Yeah.
Just more stuff going on. It's
just
awesome,
looking
man.
out over the floor right now and seeing how big the crowd is for the Marvel booth, to see Chadwick Boseman, to see all the great creators that are here signing and sketching. It's awesome. And it just...
I do have to apologize. We have to apologize to all the good folks at Marvel. Yesterday, I don't know if it was boredom or heat stroke kicking in, we may or may have not hit Spider-Man in the head with this very belt and knocked him out and covered him.
But it was for a championship. It was for the right thing.
Title.
Yeah, it was for a championship that we were very passionate about.
Yep.
The DDT 24/7 hardcore.
Don't feel good about it, but
I was surprised the Spider Sense didn't kick in. I thought he would knew it was coming.
You must have thought you were a friend.
Maybe.
Yeah, he won it from Joey Ryan.
Yes,
is that
he did.
right? So
He
I saw
did.
that,
He
and
did.
that he just he schoolboyed them.
That was
and-
dastardly.
Like you don't
expected
expect
better.
Spider-Man. You don't expect Spider-Man to come from behind with the sneaky deal, but
you know what? It makes sense. Peter Parker is a schoolboy, so it would make sense that that is his
That
finish.
makes sense. That
It would
makes
make sense that that is
That
his
makes
finish.
sense. That's right.
So please don't hold it against me. I hope we can still maintain a friendly relationship.
I think
Although
we're still cool with Spidey.
Okay,
I think
good,
we're cool with Spidey. He was fine.
It's just
with us.
business, baby.
Yeah. Where's the belt now? Did you already lose it?
I'm not going to talk about
We
that.
can't. Yeah, we're
I'm not going to talk about that.
It's
Wow.
We
still
were the
raw.
co-champions,
It's
but
still
one
raw.
of us lost the
I
title
disputed
for us.
it. The guy that was in a referee, I thought he was a Foot Locker employee. I had no idea he was counting it as a regular match. I had no idea.
That smells of chicanery and shenanigans to me.
Shenanigans and chicanery.
That was a proposed tag team name
That
for
was
us,
almost
too.
our name.
Yeah.
Chicanery and shenanigans.
That would be incredible. So we know you boys are Marvel fans, and Chris, you read every dang week. What are your favorite books right now, each of you?
Right off the top of my head, all the Star Wars stuff. Jason Aaron is incredible. I dig the rotating, the artists that are coming through now. Leno Yu had just ended his little run on it, and I'm looking forward to see what's coming up next from them. I'm really enjoying the Black Panther series. Brian Stelfreeze is a favorite artist of mine, and I'm digging Greg Land's stuff on Uncanny X-Men. Nice. I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah, I'll second the Star Wars thoughts because that's what I follow up most on, and everything has been outstanding.
Oh, and Totally Awesome Hulk. We just read the two-issue the two-issue part that Alan Davis drew. Right. Outstanding. I love it, and I can't go without saying Civil War II. Brian Michael Bendis is a genius. I just read issue 3 of Civil War II.
Have you chosen a side?
God, I don't know, man. It's tough. I really enjoy. You don't think they would be able to top or to like. It's a completely different issue, but it's so much to me right now. I'm really enjoying a lot more than the original series.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like for me, and just to see Iron Man in the completely opposite spot of where he was for the original.
Right.
It's just.
And it's a tough decision. Is they have these visions. They have the opportunity to prevent a crime on one hand. But on the other hand, is the vision right? Are they going to get it wrong? And can you really predict what the future is going to be?
And to me, I think the beauty of Marvel, the way they're doing their stuff now, is all the tie-ins, like the Captain Marvel, the issue with Captain Marvel that I just read, all the different tie-ins that are showing everybody's side and how everybody's approaching this particular issue. It's
yeah, they're all coming
Everything
in
is great.
from their own point of view, and they truly believe what is right. And
Yeah.
I mentioned that Hulk issue by Alan Davis. I thought it really beautifully set up. It ends and Bruce is finally happy, and he's smiling, and the title was like "Peace in Our Time," and then the next week, blammo!
Yeah, exactly.
But it really set up that okay, he's at peace, he feels good. happy ending for Bruce.
Right.
Crush it.
No,
I'm
no.
so glad I didn't see any spoilers before I read issue 3. It hit me out of the blue, and it was awesome.
Kind of like we had Spider-Man.
Exactly.
Just like that.
Exactly.
The wheel's fixed, huh?
Yeah,
last time the wheel was a little.
Yeah, the wheel
little
broke in
kabuki.
transit to Dallas when we saw you guys a couple months ago. One hot tip: if you're not reading the Kingpin book, written by my friend Matt Rosenberg, that is primo, and I think you guys in particular are going to really dig that. It's got a good vibe. I think it's a good fit for the Addictions fans.
Kingpin
it's a good book.
Yeah, very good book. I agree with you.
So we come up here, get some knowledge dropped on us.
Yeah.
Maybe some elbows.
Yeah.
So when speaking of the straps, when is the next chance the world is going to be able to see you in action defending the belts?
Well, that would be August 19th. Death before dishonor. Death before
dishonor.
and hold for edit. Oh, okay.
Death Before
Death
Dishonor.
Before Dishonor, Las Vegas,
Las
August
Vegas,
19th.
Nevada.
Vegas.
We will be defending these titles against whoever Ring of Honor wants to throw against us. We've already defeated the Young Bucks. We've defeated the Motor City Machine Guns. We've defeated War Machine. So it really, whatever challenges come our way, we're going to defeat them just like Marvel defeats all the challenges that come their way.
So you're saying, so in Vegas, odds are you're going to defend those straps and keep them.
If you're a gambling man, it's ripe for parity.
You see,
Because
they
it's Vegas,
stack
you
the
see.
deck against us,
Yeah.
but we always come out as a pair of aces.
Yep.
See, it's all cards.
Yep.
It's all cards.
It's all ripe for parity.
Guys, we're gonna finish up now. Coming back with Marvel games soon, but for Marvel fans who want to learn more about you guys, where can they find both of you online?
I'm on Twitter at FAC Daniels.
And I am at Frankie Kazarian, Real Original.
And you can always look for us there on Twitter, or you can get us through Ring of Honor at rohwrestling.com or at Ring of Honor on their Twitter.
Yeah. Frankie, did you get that Instagram working yet?
I did. I've been much more active on Instagram.
Excellent.
Though
That's
not
good.
as active as I should be. But
No,
yes,
I love
much more active.
Guys, we always love having you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
And I want to say it's so
That was
cool.
great.
These guys have been coming to the Marvel offices for years. They're the real deal Marvel fans, and it's always good to have members of the family come together here at San Diego.
We're always representing with our gear until Marvel Legal tells us to cut that crap.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
No idea.
So.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with Marvel Games.
everyone. I'm Tamara Krinsky, here with Marvel Live San Diego Comic-Con with my very good friend.
Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M, joined by...
Yo, Bill Roseman, creative director at Marvel Games.
And hey everybody, this is Mike Jones. I'm the executive producer at Marvel Games, working very closely with this gentleman right here.
And our good friend, Black Panther.
Yeah. So,
Enough
guys,
said.
we just came back from the Digital House of Ideas panel.
Yep.
Packed house.
We threw down some news.
Boom, there were announcements. Let's start at the top. Let's see. First of all, Contest of Champions.
Yes.
We're in the midst of the X-Men Terra Genocide event where it's mutants versus Inhumans. We've just released Beast and Nightcrawler into the game. Coming up, we announced here today at San Diego Comic-Con, exclusive announcement. The two bad boys, Gambit and Loki, are coming to Contest of Champions.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Yes.
And even fans here in San Diego are going to be able to play them.
Yeah, you can go to Bait, and where's that?
Yeah, there's a shop across
Avenue?
you had the address. But
Yeah, it was 920 Fifth Avenue, so it's a store right here in the Gaslamp District.
And if you go over there, they're doing tournaments on Contest of Champions. They're showing off new builds with that game that have Gambit and Loki in it now before you can actually get it in the game. But if you're watching at home, don't worry, they'll be in the game very soon.
Yeah. Shout out to Adri down on the social team. Sorry for double posted on the Marvel channel.
Word.
Yeah.
Speaking of new characters coming to Marvel Puzzle Quest, which is our Match 3 game, we have Janet Van Dyne, the Winsome Wasp.
Yes.
We have Black Bolt, King of the Inhumans.
And my personal favorites.
And in her all-new, all-different costume, Jessica Jones, Spider-Woman. Drew.
Jones.
Jessica
True.
Jones.
My name is Mike Jones.
There you go.
Maybe you're
But
just
Jessica
thinking about
Jones,
me.
I got
you never
Jones.
know.
I got
I would
Jones.
love to see
But yeah,
Jessica Jones in
I
some
think,
games.
I think
Yeah.
she, well, I
We've
think,
got her in a few games.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
right now. She's in Marvel Future
Future
Fight.
Fight, yeah.
And I think, and if and when there is a second season of Alias coming back to Netflix, perhaps we'll see Jessica Jones populate across our portfolio of games.
Yes.
I think that would be fantastic. We're starting to get some questions in
All right.
for you guys.
live.
Any news for Avengers Alliance 1 besides Miss Hussein, of course?
Okay, so another San Diego announcement has to do with Ultimate Alliance.
Not Ultimate Alliance.
Avengers Alliance.
Avengers Alliance. What's the game?
Yeah, Avengers Alliance.
They want Avengers Alliance.
Avengers.
Anything about Avengers Alliance? I know we showed Avengers Alliance 2. We have the cool Captain
Steampunk
America,
Cap, the
Rough
1901
Rider,
Rough
Cap,
Rider Cap.
which is super cool.
We just announced Faza Hussein, who is Excalibur. She has the sword.
Yeah.
We just announced her coming to Avengers Alliance.
Stay tuned. I'm sure there's
yeah.
always more coming.
Yeah, we have new stuff coming to those games
Yeah,
every week.
but you jumped the gun a little bit.
What?
And we did drop a huge announcement.
Yes!
Big
Yeah.
time, real cool.
Ultimate Alliance. It's coming back. 1 and 2.
Yeah, so that's a game that we get asked about all. I mean, at Comic-Con last year, we love Ultimate Alliance. Can you re-release Ultimate Alliance? I want to play it with my friends, make another Ultimate Alliance. We get that question all the time. So today we announced we're bringing the storied franchise, actually 10th anniversary. It came out in 2006.
What?
It's now 2016. People are still asking about it.
Yeah.
So Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2, we're bringing it out. You can get it on a bundle on PS4, Xbox One, PC, right? Remastered. It's got performance
HD.
improvements. It looks better. What's that? You look so excited.
No, I am
Yeah.
because you said in the panel that you can play it online.
Yes, you can play it online, co-op,
the
because the game is
multiplayer.
4-player co-op, right?
That is
so you
the
can play
coolest
it, You
thing.
can play it online or offline,
Yeah,
which is
couch co-op, which
happens
is
less and
super
less
important.
these days.
Yeah.
And that is happening Tuesday next week. So it's happening right
Right.
now. So you can get it next week.
Tuesday.
You don't have to wait
Days
for it.
away.
You don't have to wait for it.
couple
You can get,
days.
you can
No
get
waiting.
1, you can get 2, or you
Yeah.
can get it as a bundle.
Yeah. So if you played it before, awesome time to go back, play the remastered versions, get online, play with your friends. If you missed it, it's 10 years old. A lot of you guys may not have ever heard of Ultimate Alliance. Now's the perfect time to get it.
New to
Get your
you.
friends, save the world.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of questions. Let's see. Any news? Will we see Thunderbolts in Future Fight Academy soon?
Yeah, I mean, Thunderbolt. I actually used to edit the Thunderbolts book back in the day when Luke Cage was running it out of the raft. So, and before that, special story. When I was on editorial at Marvel back in the day, I used to write the letters page for the original Thunderbolts run by Bagley and Kurt Busiek. So I love that book. And so yeah, we're going to do everything we can to get those characters across all the games. I love Songbird. I love Mach 10. And Jim Zub, who is currently writing Thunderbolts, is a personal friend of mine. So yes, we will be working to get Thunderbolts across the Marvel games.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people noting Gambit, and Ben Morse asked, "How excited am I for Gambit in Marvel?"
Yeah, how excited
Contest
are
Champions?"
you?
Oh, hello, Gambe.
Cue everyone's terrible Cajun accent.
Terrible.
Rogue, why won't you touch me?
Garbage character.
Oh, can I make one more shout out to another announcement we had?
of course.
So, Marvel Tsum Tsum. You of course, the world loves the plushies.
You get them at the Disney store, right?
And about a year ago, we launched Marvel Tsum Tsum as a mobile game only in Japan, and it went crazy. It's been downloaded 4 million times.
Millions of times.
It's really fast paced. You link them, you match them all. Anyway, we Marvelize it. The characters have their powers. They think they are the Marvel characters. And we just announced today that Marvel Tsum Tsum, the mobile game, is going global in 2016, which is this year.
That's
awesome.
So cool. And
awesome.
I think a couple of things that we sort of tagged on to the Tsum Tsum game was making sure we had Tsum Tsum plush. There are new ones, the Women of Power
are at the booth
Tsum
right
Tsum
now.
plush.
And there's a comic coming?
And the comic book,
Yes.
which has really cool covers using stuff from the game.
The first 4 issues all have variant covers, and they're all based upon the art right from Marvel Tsum Tsum. We work with our friends over at Disney Interactive, which is just across the street from us. And when you put all the 4 covers together, it's Avengers, Spider-Man, Guardians, and A-Force. When you put them all together, they link to form a huge
mural.
poster image.
Yeah, it's pretty
Nice.
great.
Gavin Perkins wants to know any news on my favorite Marvel game, Marvel Heroes 2016.
Marvel Heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they just did a whole big refresh. They did a whole big new entrance with Ultron and Captain America.
Some more refresher. They actually are doing. They're working on their Captain America 75th. Character right now.
I can't wait. It's the one Captain America we have not shown, but we have released and said that it's based upon the modern military. So for all the armed forces, real life heroes out there, men and women, this new Captain America is based on you, and I think you're going to love him when you see him, and I can't wait to share him with you. He has a special place in our heart, so thank you for all the service members out there.
It's great.
Stay tuned for the Marvel Heroes 2016 Captain America 75th original character coming soon.
That's so cool.
We've got a question for you from Demetrius. When will we get a Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 PS4 remaster, and when will we, and when? Because he wants to pre-order it.
So just
Tuesday.
reiterating that, yeah,
Like,
Tuesday.
to be clear,
This Tuesday coming
the
up.
26th of July.
You
get
do
it on
not need to
PS4,
pre-order.
PC, and Xbox coming later next
Yeah.
week. Yeah, you can get it. You don't need to pre-order. Just go online, get it on Tuesday.
What you're going to do,
Yeah.
put money at your television. Just throw
throw it at
dollar
the
bills
screen.
at us,
Throw it at the
and we'll
screen.
take it.
No
That
coins,
works,
just
right?
dollar
Yeah.
bills.
So interesting question. I don't know if we can answer this. The Red Armor asks, do the Ultimate Alliance remakes have all the DLC, the characters, the missions, that stuff included?
It's all the original versions of the game.
Original versions of
right?
the game.
So we're gonna have maybe some more announcements later about the
Okay,
other
you never
content.
know, yeah.
But it's like faithful recreations of the original versions of the game. Was that guy's name Red Armor? Was that a Capcom like Ghosts and Goblins reference?
It
I don't
could
know.
be. His
Anyway,
icon is
I used to work at
an
Capcom,
Ultron
so that's
icon.
yeah.
You used to work at
I used to work
Capcom.
there.
Yeah.
Anyway, just shout out to Red Armor. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. This one, you want to read that one?
Yeah, no, I'll do. Yeah, thank you guys. A little bit of love for you guys. Thank you
Aw.
guys for the Marvel games. When I'm tired of studying or I feel down, playing those games made the day brighter.
That's why we do it.
That's why we make
Yeah.
it. This world is a crazy and sometimes dangerous place, so we are happy to do what we can to create a little something so that when you are tired and you feel a bit down, you pop in a game, you have a smile. But as who was that said that?
We
That
moved
was
past
Sophia.
it.
Sophia,
from
but as
Spain.
Sophia said, kids, do your homework first. Then play the game.
I used to flip that a little bit,
No.
maybe. Yeah.
As long as you do both.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, it's a question, can we reveal anything about Spider-Man for PlayStation 4? But we can't, but we do want to let people know that is still rolling.
I think for us, we did not expect the amount of excitement that people showed after that announcement at E3. You know, we kept it secret, right? And then it was a big surprise at E3. But already, like in a couple of weeks, people have been cosplaying, making costumes, doing fan art.
Almost every
wanting to know
day
more
I
information.
Google Spider-Man PS4 fan art, and I see more and more art every day. So do your fan art, get it online. If I see it, I will tweet it out. We'll make you famous.
So we don't have anything new to announce today, but trust us, lots more awesome stuff coming from
We
Spider-Man.
are pouring our hearts and souls to make this the most awesome, amazing, and spectacular Spider-Man game of all time.
Yeah, we're going to wrap up here, get you guys back to watching more of Chadwick Boseman, but we did a panel. It was really fun. It
was great.
We have that on video. We're going to get that and put it in the stream so you guys can catch that again if you just want to see a little bit more detail about all of our announcements, all of the news, all the different things we talked about. It was fun. We're having a great time. Are you on social media?
Yeah, where
No,
can
I'm a very kind of like sort of off the radar.
He's a
kinda
real life.
guy.
He's
Bill-
lived the life of Logan.
Yeah,
He's really
okay.
he's in the shadows.
Yeah.
You are on
Bill,
social
on the other
media.
hand,
He's
he's your guy.
I'm out there. I'm like Cap. I got the bullseye right on my shield, and he's in the shadows getting the work done.
So he's Black Widow, and you're Captain America.
Or
Yeah, actually.
See, he's
Spider-Man.
determined.
Spider-Man.
He's determined.
You've
to
got
get
a
the
web
mains
shield.
done.
Yeah.
I got the responsibility and the honor to bring you the greatest Marvel games. Thank you, Marvel Games fans.
You can find him on Twitter at Bill Roseman.
At Bill Roseman with 2 N's at the end. Extra N for extra nice.
And of course, Marvel Games on Twitter.
Yeah.
All that content, lots of stuff happening all the time.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
We appreciate it.
And thank you guys.
Stay tuned. More Chadwick, more everything. It's Saturday at Comic-Con. Stuff's going to happen.
Woo!
We'll be back real soon.
See you soon.
Hello and back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2016. I am Lorraine Sink.
I am Tamara Krinsky, and this is Chadwick Boseman, otherwise known to you and me as Black Panther. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So this is your very first Comic-Con, correct?
This is my first time seeing it all. It's amazing.
Is this your first time being with the fans too?
Well, I mean, I've seen fans throughout
Sure.
the country, but it's my first time seeing it at this intensity.
What's been the most surprising thing about it for you?
You know what? It's just when people come up and you're signing, like people say some really cool things to you. Wow.
Anything you heard today?
Well, it was just a little kid. He's probably like 6 years old. He was just like, you know, you're my favorite character. You're my favorite of everybody, like DC and Marvel. So, sorry, DC.
I mean, Black Panther is such an important character in Marvel Comics, and I know it's been a huge character to see coming into the MCU. What was it like getting to create this character who has a country that is not a real country, for one?
I think one of the most beautiful things about it is that there's so many things you can do. There's so many things you can pull from. There's a lot of, in terms of the comic book history of the character. There are different writers. There are different ways he's drawn, different suits, different incarnations of his skill set. So you can pretty much choose what you want to, and it's just a great creative process because of that.
And for you, were there any particular moments in that comic book history that you chose to pull out and sort of incorporate?
I think it's a little bit of everything. I think, Cullen has a very powerful Panther. I think Christopher Priest.
He's going to be here later today.
He didn't tell me that. He should have told me that. We just did a movie together. Christopher Priest is there's a lot of cunning and wisdom and you can't really tell what he's thinking and what he's doing. Kirby, Stan Lee, it's like they set the stage for what he is, which you have to give them all the credit for that. And there's even a little bit of comedy there, so I don't know if that will be part of what we do, but it's something we'll search for at some points to find light moments. So I think it's a lot from everybody. It's a beautiful. It's a lot of things to pull from. So we're pulling from everything.
You join a really, really powerful universe, of course, and you've got a lot of leaders. You've got Cap, you've got Iron Man, and we couldn't really talk about Black Panther's style of leadership, T'Challa's leadership, before Civil War because we weren't revealing anything. So talk a little bit now about the kind of leader that he is, reluctant as he may be.
Well, I think in Civil War, he's coming into that leadership. He doesn't have to take the reins of leadership until really the end of the movie, and you see him take the reins by the decisions that he makes. I think as we go into the newer movies, he'll have his challenges. I can't really reveal to you what those are going to be, so I'm not going to tell you
No
what type of leaders. Yeah. But I think it's great to see him come into that position of leadership in the movie that you saw, and I think it will be great to see him receive a lot of criticism.
Mm-hmm. All right.
That's part of the comic book. Everybody knows that. So I'm not telling you anything.
No, we know. And you're known for playing a lot of real life characters. You know, you did 42, James Brown. You've got a new project that was just announced today about Reverend Jeffrey Brown.
Right.
What's tougher for you or more challenging? Doing a movie about somebody who is a real life figure, or a character like T'Challa who does have this storied history and legions of fans?
You know, it's not necessarily about whether it's real or not. I think each one of those things have their own challenges. I think what's difficult about this is that it's emotional and it's physical.
Yeah.
And you know, 42 was emotional and physical. James Brown was emotional and physical, but I think the physicality of this in the end might even outweigh James Brown.
I was going to ask you actually, training-wise.
Nothing is harder than James Brown. Nothing. Like, I don't care what anybody says. Like, James Brown was a superhero, but in the end, I feel like cumulatively, Black Panther will be much more difficult because of both of those things, the emotional part and the physical part.
We have some questions coming in from the internet. Wimsad Mojo wants to know, was the suit and costume heavy while we're talking about getting physical? What was it like?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been in a wetsuit, but it's that times 10. Like it's in terms of the weight, in terms of like how uncomfortable it is, and in terms of breathability, there's no breathability. So it's extremely uncomfortable. And also the mask and all of that stuff. There's no. I tried it on the first time and I was like, where am I supposed to breathe?
Like,
where do I breathe from? And they had to figure that out. So.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that every costume designer we've talked to who's done successive movies with the same character, there have been little adjustments.
So those adjustments there will be adjustments in the suit and the suit.
Well, you know, Wakanda Nation is always about good technology, so I'm sure you guys will come up with the best tech for the next film. We have one more question for you very quickly. Camilla would like to know, what made you say yes to the role of Black Panther?
No, the question is, what would make me say no to it? You know, I get a lot of scripts, a lot of projects that we read. Here's one it's one that I didn't have to read. I didn't have to read the script before knowing that I was going to play the character. It was a conversation. Said, do you want to do it? I said yes. I know that Marvel knows what they're doing, and we figured it out. We're continuing to figure it out. So it wasn't about that at all.
Well, we are so glad to have you here to talk to the fans. Are you on social media? Can fans find you if they want to chit-chat with you?
Yes, I am at Chadwick Boseman. You can find me very easily on Instagram and on Twitter. That is a relatively new thing, but it's easy to find me.
It's easy, man. Sometimes they just want to express their love for you and the character, so it's nice to be able to send you fan art.
Please. And haters express your hate too. Just communicate. All right.
Love it.
We're all about the Marvel love. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for stopping by to talk to the Marvel fans. You guys stay tuned in to Marvel Live. We'll be back with Kate Leff in just a moment. Thanks so much, everyone.
everyone. Welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2016. I continue to be Lorraine Sink, and we're here with Kate Leth and
Brian Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M. How's it going?
It's good. How are you guys? We are making Kate stand in the middle, so she has to do this as much as possible.
It's
All
great.
of that.
It's great. I
Yeah.
want to be here for everyone.
Yeah. Your hair flows
yeah,
so
you get to
well.
see the effect of both sides
It's
of my
pretty great.
head. So
Yeah.
there you
Solid
go.
hair flip.
Wunderbar. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we want to talk about Patsy Walker, aka Hellcat, is one of my favorite damn books right now.
I
Thank you so
love
much.
it so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I am very excited to be doing it. It is such an honor for me. I love it.
Love her supporting cast. Like, yes, Patsy's awesome, but
Well-
also the coolest supporting cast ever, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was a really big thing that we did when we came into the book, is that so much about Patsy is she's always been a guest character, right? She's
Right.
always in other people's books. And so a big part of her personality for me is that she's like a social butterfly.
Yeah.
So there was the only way to do the book was to have her have like friends around just all the time. And so it's been really cool to get to play with a lot of different characters.
Yeah, I love that. Well, and it feels so true to life.
Yeah.
I love you as a writer.
Thank you.
Because I feel like you bring so much of like what it is to be a young woman and into
Working
that
in
real
retail
world.
and not knowing what you're doing with your life.
Oh my God, I did that
That's
too.
me.
1 year at Blockbuster. It was great.
Yeah. Many years of working in comic book stores.
Yeah,
so.
for sure.
Yeah.
I also, we're talking about the supporting characters. There was a moment might have been the last issue, where two of the characters, Tom
and Ian.
Tom and Ian,
Yes.
they're just holding hands after like the little discussions have been happening and periodically throughout the issues. And I was just like, they're holding hands and it's so cute. I
Yeah.
was so into it.
And that wasn't even in the script. Brittany put that in there, and I was
Brittany,
like,
can we talk about her?
Yes.
Can we talk
Oh
about
my
her?
gosh.
Can
Brittany
we
is
talk
the
about
greatest.
Brittany? Holy crap. The things she does.
There was like a bunch of people cheering down there, and I'm
It's
going
for
to
her.
assume it was for Brittany.
100%.
Obviously.
When she draws, Patsy is like chibi version with the cat eyes
Yes.
and the fangs.
And little kitty face.
And that's all her. That was all stuff she came up with when we were like starting the book and doing all the character design. She brings so much. I mean, she comes from animation.
Yeah.
She makes it feel so alive and like this awesome, weird Saturday morning cartoon about Hellcat and her friends. And so she loves Tom and Ian, and so draws them really, really cute. And they have a couple of really great moments coming up in the next few issues.
That's
so
awesome.
And
Yeah.
Jubilee's coming in.
Yeah.
No big deal.
I know. Before we get to Jubilee, the last issue though,
Yeah.
the She-Hulk issue.
Yeah.
What? That was a heavy
Yeah.
one. That was good.
Well, I mean, try and be me the day that you find out what happened to She-Hulk. It's hard. Our book spawned off of, Sewell and Polito's She-Hulk book, and so it was a huge thing for me, again, on that friendship side, where I wanted, their friendship was really important to the book, and then finding out, her story's taking a different turn, so she's not going to be in Hellcat for at least a little while, and I really wanted to handle it with grace, because her moment, in Civil War II, is over very quickly, and we were like, no, we're going to give her due. Like, we have this whole issue about how important she is to this world and how much that affects everyone around her, and I thought, if we're going to do Civil War, that's how we're going to do it.
Yeah.
That's great. Guys, if you have questions for Kate, use hashtag Marvel SDCC, where we'll pull them up on the Twitters. One of the things that I've been interested in is like not just supporting cast, but the villains that you've been bringing in. Like the weird. What was the old Defenders character?
Cassiolina.
Cassiolina. I was like, I don't know anything about this
she's
character.
in like 3 panels of an old, 70s Defenders
and you
arc.
made like a 3-issue arc out of it that was awesome.
Yeah, well, we thought she was so funny because we were looking through all these B-roll characters that we could use because, Chip does that in Howard the Duck a lot, taking these sort of underused characters and really bringing them back to life. And so I took inspiration from that, and I just loved these 2 panels of her. She's got these dragons, she's super weird, and then when we looked up all her powers, she's Enchantress. It's the same character, so we were like, okay, well, we'll have her whole deal be that she gets really tired of being mistaken for Enchantress, and that was a lot of fun.
That's fantastic.
I love that. We just have people coming in, giving lots of love. And Sophia says, I didn't know that there was a Patsy Walker book, and she's very upset because she has hashtag Spain problems.
Oh, well, the first book just came out this month, I guess, so if you want to pick it up, the first 6 issues, you can do it in trade now, which is nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
And Wizard of Ooh, I love your name.
Very good.
Will there be more of Patsy forming her own rogues gallery in the book now that heady drama is over?
Well, see, here you think that the Hetty drama is over.
But is it ever over?
Hetty just keeps coming back, and Brittany and I talk about the book, and every time, we're developing the new character, she's always kind of in the background. And we sort of have her becoming kind of Patsy's arch nemesis. Like, there will be other villains that will come through and other problems that'll happen, but Hetty just keeps popping in. And we've got, issues 9 and 10, we're dealing with Mad Dog and Damien Hellstrom, who are her exes, her evil exes in a way. And that's going to get really trippy and way closer to like that 70s Defender stuff than we've done so far in this series. And I think it's going to be really neat.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
There was a giant roar behind us, and it threw me off. I was going to ask, was there any pressure for you launching this book as Patsy had become a more elevated character after Jessica Jones came out?
Well, that was wild because it happened simultaneously. When we were pitching on the book, Jessica Jones hadn't come out yet, and there were only these rumors that she was that Patsy was maybe going to be in the show. So we didn't really think about it too much, and we really developed a style for the series. Someone's
People
very
really
excited over there
about
about
Hellcat. Patsy, Walker.
I don't know what's happening, but everyone is stopping to take photos of somebody. Anyway, so, okay, what was I saying?
I lost Jessica Jones series.
Right, okay, so we developed it and we knew it was going to be like a fun, all ages kind of goofy show, because we were like, oh, well, she's only going to be in Jessica Jones for 5 minutes. Turns out she's like the secondary main character. So there was some adapting we did after I watched the whole series, and to make a couple references and nods here and there to that world. And of course we brought Jessica Jones into our book, and then there was like the whole process of having her in a book that's very much aimed at like younger people. Right. And the show is not.
No.
So that was it's been fun to do both.
Yeah. We have lots of things coming in. Gavin says, thank you for Hellcat. It's one of the best Marvel books I have read, and thank you for the great LGBT characters.
Thank you. We try. And Tom and Ian are, and it was really cool that like Ian got to be bi in the comic and come out that way. And then upcoming Sharon, who's the landlord of the building that everyone lives in, she's going to be coming into more of a main character role, and she's gay, and that's really awesome. So we're trying to really diversify our thing. I feel like I have an on-standing bet with Kieran Gillen of like who can go harder. He's gonna win because Young Avengers is the best. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and it's meant a lot to me and Brittany. She and I are both queer, and we do. That's like a really big thing for us. So.
I love that. Oh, so Sophia wants to know: do you feel connected with the character, and what do you like most about her?
I love Patsy because she's a mess. and
aren't we all in some special way?
Well, her life is in chaos constantly. There's so much that she has to deal with. She's like multitasking everything. But at the core of it, like, she loves her friends so much. And so much of what's important to her is the people around her. And even when things get totally chaotic, like, that's what she's concerned with. And I like, that's a part of me that ended up in the book, not even intentionally. But yeah, I like that. I like how she has a lot of heart, and she really cares about people, even when she's totally scattered. And I like that the people around her understand that and like still love her.
Well, I think that's something that I really react to so strongly with this book is in superhero world, we see a lot of lone wolves, right? Like, I'm my own island and I just do these things, and that's not real life all the time.
No, and for somebody like me who grew up on like Sailor Moon, where one of the main tenets of that whole thing is friendship. Yeah. And I know it's kind of cliche and it's a little silly, but I really feel like you get a feel for a world and you get to love these characters from the way they interact with the people around them. Yeah. And so that's been really fun.
That's awesome. Yeah. It's pretty exciting.
There's a lot of love in the book.
Yeah.
So much. With Sad Mojo wants to know, do you like Patsy Walker in Jessica Jones?
I did. I actually, like, Trish was my favorite character, which I didn't know was going to happen, but I loved her. I loved her storyline in that. I loved who she became, and she came from this kind of horrible upbringing and being this show child, this like weird Disney show kid, and I thought that was a really, really interesting take too, because in the comics, of course, she was a star of these teen romance books, and then in the TV show, she's basically the equivalent of a child star.
Yeah, she's
really
like
modern.
a Patty Duke.
Yes. And so that was really awesome, and I loved their friendship. I love that the show focused on that so much, because you don't see that very often.
Yeah, and I love that is the primary love story of that, is the friendship between those two women.
It's so good. It's so good. I got chills.
Did you have fun writing Jessica in Patsy Walker?
Yeah, she's a great foil, in the same way that Jen is. I mean, Patsy's so frenetic, and she's so bounding all over the place. You know, she's like an excitable cat. She's everywhere all the time. And so when you play her against a more stoic or serious or down-to-earth character, it's really interesting. And I loved bringing Jessica and Luke into that story and their whole interactions. And that was really fun.
And Brian would like to know, there are a ton of questions, I'm
No,
sorry.
that's great. This is awesome.
There's
I
just
love
like
it.
people are going crazy. Brian would like to know, are there any Marvel characters that you would like to bring into the book that you haven't already?
Well, we got to bring America Chavez into
Yes.
issue 8 for a little bit, which was like,
she's
of
such
course.
a great
She's my
character.
I mean, America and Kate Bishop are like my favorite.
That's another great friendship.
They are, yeah, they're amazing. And so they're, you know, Jubilee for me was like something that I was so excited to be able to do and to bring her into it. It was so weird because my favorite characters coming into this were like She-Hulk and like Patsy. I'd love to do something with Ms. Marvel at some point. You know, I love her. I love that book. I love everything about it. I love Miles Morales. I like a lot of the Young Avengers, the teen characters.
Sure. Yeah.
Are things I'm really into. So I think we'll explore that as time goes on.
That's great.
Yeah.
And we also have questions coming from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Is there any Blue Noser in any of her characters?
Well, what's really funny is that in the original script, Ian was going to be Canadian.
Really?
Yeah, and what I wanted to do was have all of his dialogue in Canadian spellings.
Like, that's what I'm talking about.
But my editor was like, that is a nightmare. And he's right.
So Blue Noser is a...
Blue Noser is someone from Halifax.
Done.
Yeah, that's
Got
where
it.
I'm from.
We'll put that up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gavin is saying, are you saying that there's any chance that Wiccan, Hulkling, and the other Young Avengers may appear in the future? Still Kieran Gillen's character.
I know, right? All I can do
Avengers.
is steal everything Kieran did. I mean, he did such a great job with all those characters, and like, I loved that book so much.
I
and
did
that's
too, yeah.
how I developed my obsession with America Chavez. So I would love to. I mean, they're amazing. I love Wiccan and Hulkling, obviously, amazing characters.
Any chance you'll bring back Yambler?
Oh man, I don't know.
The
There's
Tumblr
so
feed
much.
of the Young Avengers
Oh
universe.
yes!
Yambler
Oh my god!
feed.
I laughed so hard when I saw the first issue that had that
Yeah.
in it. It was so amazing. So I mean, I would love to. I would love to. There's a lot. We have a lot of stuff planned up until like issue 12, and then we're gonna see where we're going from there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Kate, where are fans... Well, a lot of our fans actually know where to find you. Where are fans going to find you on social media?
I'm at Kate Leth on Instagram and Twitter. On Tumblr, I'm still Kate or Die, still holding that down
Nice.
from many, many years
Yeah,
ago.
yeah,
And KateLeth.com. It's just my name. I'm the easiest person to find on the internet.
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
Frankly.
Right on. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. This has been really, really great.
Awesome. Super fun. We're going to have a special Black Panther featurette from Marvel's Captain America Civil War, I believe, coming up real soon, so stay tuned. After that, who knows? We're going to turn this place upside down. It's going to be awesome.
Mayhem.
Stick with
It'll
us,
be great.
guys. We'll be back.
We'll be back soon.
While a great many people see you as heroes, there are some who would prefer the word vigilantes.
So much of the Civil War story is told from Captain America's point of view. We've brought in Tony Stark to showcase that other side of that argument, and it's really the two of them and the people that team up with them. But at the same time, we thought it would be fun to introduce a third side, to introduce a character that audiences have wanted us to introduce for many, many years, who comes in and is really not agreeing with either side in particular and can represent sort of fresh eyes to see Tony's side of the argument, to see Cap's side of the argument, and frankly, to not necessarily care about either side of those arguments because he has his own agenda, and that's T'Challa, the Black Panther.
Kevin was like, hey, we're calling you about this character that I think you're interested in. I think you know who I'm talking about. And I said, yeah, I think so. Like, are you interested in playing him? Yes. It was really that simple.
Chadwick is a really smart, interesting, dynamic guy.
I think Marvel is so consistent at bringing on such fine actors. It really feels like he's added to this group.
Right. Yeah, that was good.
And his presence on set, I think, raises the stakes a little bit for everybody.
Growing up, I was a Black Panther fan. To see Black Panther come to life is really kind of like a dream come true. Chad gives him a great energy. He gives him a great confidence, a stoicness that I feel that character needs.
God, Jim, Dave, come on up here, guys. I want to interview you for a couple seconds. Hi, Jim.
Yeah, how you doing?
What's your last name?
Zud.
And Jim, what are you working on right now?
I write Thunderbolts with the Winter Soldier.
Awesome. That's awesome. And Dave?
Power Man and Iron Fist with Luke Cage, right?
Okay, so do we have some contestants that we have? Okay, so Lisa's going to pick some contestants.
Before we do that,
who are appropriate. Yes.
I want to let everybody in the crowd know that if you tweet or Instagram with the hashtag OneBlade during this game,
Is it the One Blade or hashtag
just
One Blade?
hashtag OneBlade.
Okay.
Hashtag OneBlade, and let us know who you would transform your look into, which Marvel character. At the end, we will give away free product at random. So hashtag OneBlade. Let us know. Twitter and Instagram. Okay, I need some guys with a really good looking facial hair.
Okay, who's got really good facial hair?
I like this one right here.
This guy right here?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Come on up, buddy.
Love that. Right up here in front with the other backwards hat.
Blue shirt?
Yes.
Okay, great. Nice choices.
Done and done.
Hey y'all, welcome back. You watching Marvel live at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
Question mark? I'm Lorraine Sink, and we're joined by Cullen Bunn.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, I'm great.
Yeah, so let's start off right at the top. We got some news. Announced. New series. Tell us about it.
So today, we announced Deadpool Back in Black, which is the hidden history. What we didn't know is that between the time that Peter Parker abandoned the Venom symbiote and Eddie Brock received the Venom symbiote, it rejoined with Deadpool. During Secret Wars, as we know, the truth of the matter is Deadpool was the first to bond with the symbiote for a few moments.
Yep.
In Deadpool Back in Black, the symbiote and Deadpool come back together again.
Canon.
Yes, in canon, in continuity. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, you can't stop us. We're going to do what we want.
Yeah.
That's got to be super fun.
Yeah, it's super exciting. One, I love that kind of secret history stuff where you're building history into characters who didn't exist during that era,
Right. Yeah.
and you're adding them back into the Marvel universe. But you're also doing some fun things. I get to revisit characters that I loved when I was a kid reading, and the era of comics that really got me super excited about comics.
Yes. So speaking of that, did we not see on the cover of that Power Pack an Obnoxio?
Power Pack and Obnoxio the Clown. For my long dream, as long as I've worked for Marvel, was to bring Obnoxio the Clown. He used to be the mascot of Crazy Magazine,
Yes.
into the into Deadpool's world. I thought those two are perfect together. So yes, Obnoxio is performing at a kid's birthday party for that Power Pack happens to be in attendance.
Amazing.
Yes. Yeah.
What kind of rating is this book gonna have?
It's pretty, it's Deadpool, but I think it's pretty good. I think anyone can read it. You know, yeah. You know,
all the ages.
Yes, all the ages can read it. Well, maybe not all, but it's a most ages book.
That's
Yeah.
good. That's good.
Yeah, and when you're dealing with the Mercs for Money,
Yes.
those are a bunch of interesting fellas that haven't been around.
Yeah. So yeah, Mercs for Money's
Yeah.
great because it's all these characters who are really who you consider B and C listers, but
Yeah.
they're given this opportunity to shine as a team.
Did you get to handpick those characters?
Well, the Mercs. So the interesting thing about Mercs, they were already in place because they were showing up in the Deadpool book.
Right.
So the original Mercs for Money team was in place, but it's already been the cover for issue 4 has already been seen and shown, and you can see that it's a completely different team on that cover, and that team I put together.
So for the Marvel fans who are watching the stream who have not yet seen that cover, who's on that team now?
All right, so we've got Deadpool, Massacre, who is the Spanish Deadpool. He's already in Mercs for Money. But we've also got Domino, we've got Machine Man, we've got Gorilla Man, Hit Monkey, because two monkeys are better than one, and then Negasonic Teenage Warhead.
She's everywhere now.
Yeah, she's everywhere. But the big question is, she hasn't shown up in Marvel. Usually in Marvel continuity, she's been dead more than she's been. I mean, she's usually dead, but now here she is, back in play.
Well, let's be real. We've been dead more than we've been alive in Marvel continuity.
I'm dead right now.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
One of the things I love about all the Deadpool stuff, what you're doing, what Jerry's doing, and having Massacre in the books, I've actually taken my phone, turned on Google Translate to try and figure out what the dialogue is, because for those of you who don't know, it's all in Spanish.
It's all in Spanish, and we do not translate it. Massacre does not get translated in the book, and there's a big question on, do any of the other characters in his immediate vicinity understand what he's saying? And that's one of the most fun. I'll be honest, it's one of the most fun parts of the book for me. It's also one of those that's just a pain. I mean, he's a difficult character to write, and when we were kind of looking at this new team, I wanted Massacre in there, but I knew I was asking for trouble because he's a little bit of a problem character in the translation and making sure it makes sense in the book, and keeping that mystery of, do the other characters even know what he's saying?
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, we have questions coming in on the internets. Someone would like to know, Bolta Quellen would like to know Black Bolt versus Magneto. That's my question.
Come on, everybody keeps asking me that. This weekend's been nothing but Black Bolt versus Magneto. Who would win? It's a tough question, but look, I write Magneto. I've written Magneto for so long, so I'm going to put my money on Magneto. Yeah, so there you go.
We have one in here to me from DJ Fanko, asks, when are we going to get more She-Man thing?
Man, that's one of my of all the things I've ever done, She-Man thing is both my saddest and proudest moment with Marvel. Look, with a book like Mercs for Money on the shelves, a book like Deadpool Back in Black on the shelves, there's absolutely potential for a character like She-Man Thing to show back up, because you got to remember, She-Man Thing showed up during Contest of Champions, which was back at the same time period as Secret Wars and Back in Black, so you never know.
We'll see, Don, we'll see.
So do you have like a pretty big love affair with sort of that like late 70s, early 80s time period of comics?
Yeah, definitely, because that's when I really got into comics. Was I had read comics for years and years, but that era, especially in the 80s, that's where I really got into comics. My dad and I collected Uncanny X-Men together, so that's why it's very important to me, and from that perspective. So I have a lot of love for that era, and I think, I read somewhere someone said your favorite era of comics is always when you first got into comics.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
That's definitely for me. It's a time period I really enjoyed.
And Gavin Perkins would like to know, what side are you on, X-Men or Inhumans?
Look, I'm on my side. Everything else, no matter. Look, you're asking the guy who's writing Uncanny X-Men whose side he's on. Come on, man.
I see a good one in here from a young buck named Ben Morse. Says, for Cullen Bunn, why no Black Wolf on the new Mercs for Money team?
All right, Ben. Ben likes to razz me about my love of Black Wolf, who was a 90s Marvel character.
I think it's not so much razzing as you are the only two people who know about Black Wolf.
Well, Ben only knows because I've educated him on Black Wolf.
Oh.
But Black Wolf, listen, again, there's no reason that Black Wolf couldn't show up in Mercs for Money. There may be a huge Black Wolf arc in the future.
That's like the big, super bad.
In the original Mercs for Money miniseries, there was at least one panel's worth of Black Wolf. He's back in the book for one panel. So you never know that. That was a vision of the future. So that could be coming.
Black Wolf could be the breakout character find of 2016.
It would be so awesome if Black Wolf comes back and just becomes the biggest character of all time.
We're here 3 years from now. Marvel's Black Wolf.
Big
coming
posters
to
of Black
theaters,
Wolf.
like, It can happen, guys. Believe in Black Wolf.
I've never stopped.
We have a vote of confidence from Gavin Perkins. He said he would buy a She-Man Thing comic.
Well, who wouldn't?
Solo title time.
Yeah, who wouldn't buy a She-Man Thing comic? It would be it'd be the Black Wolf She-Man Thing double feature.
That would be terrific.
Yeah.
In addition to what you do for us, you have your creator-owned stuff.
Yeah.
Have there been any? I feel like there's a movie, TV thing that is in my head. Maybe it's just my hope.
There's a couple of things. A book I'm doing for Dark Horse called Harrow County is in development at Sci-Fi as a television series.
Very cool.
And then a book I did a year or so ago called The Empty Man with Boom is in development as a movie right now. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, there's a couple of big things in the works.
How nerve-wracking is that? Because to me, it seems like your babies, and then you're so closely tied to them because they're yours.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, now I'm giving it to this director, producer, writer, and then they're going to make something hopefully amazing.
Yeah, well, I've been down this road before with other books, and used to be it was very nerve-wracking. But I've got you have to put faith in the people that you're working with, and faith that they know what they're doing, and they've got these companies have put great teams together to do it. And that way, I can focus on the comic book side of things and what I really love, and then put faith in these folks to produce something awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
Cool. We have a question from Sophia. She wants to know, which power from the X-Men would you like to have?
Oh wow! I guess it's the Phoenix Force up for grabs. I mean, that's the one.
Any of them.
Yeah, I got to eat a planet every now and again, but that's
those poor broccoli people.
Yeah. If not the Phoenix Force, then Nightcrawler, who's one of my favorite X-Men, then teleportation, because that being here at Comic-Con and this crowd, teleportation would be amazing.
Oh yeah, as a New Yorker, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
if I could get from here to Hall H in an hour or so, that would make my life so much easier.
You guys are sitting there, where's Cullen? All of a sudden, bam, here I am. What's up, guys? Yeah.
Now, all right, but if you had to take Nightcrawler's power, you really wouldn't want the brimstone smell, right? What smell?
Listen, there are a lot worse smells that I've been associated with, I guess. But
if you could choose a smell to be part of your BAMF, what would it be?
A kilowatt. The smell of a kilowatt. There we go. or petunias. Everybody likes petunias.
Yes.
Right?
I'd have chocolate chip cookies.
Then everybody would just real happy to see me because I show up and there's the smell of flowers.
Yeah.
Or cookies. That's great. Very homey.
Yeah.
Ben Morse's fighting you
All right,
on the
let's-
internet. He said that is a stone cold lie. I own an issue of the original Black Wolf.
Yeah, he owns an issue of Black Wolf. I have my Black Wolf run hardbound and on a shelf, and he only owns it because I told him about it. He had to rush out and get this awesome series. But
Man.
we'll have to agree to disagree with.
Yeah. Are you going to
Ben,
come
yeah.
to New York Comic-Con?
I think so. Yeah. It's,
All right.
yeah.
We'll have this Black Wolf
Yes.
discussion
Can-
live with Ben in New York.
Can
in
we
October.
dress as Black Wolf and
That's-
fight with giant batons?
Whatever he looks like, sure.
Perfect.
I got nothing on Black Wolf.
Yeah.
I don't know anything.
Look him up. Look him up. He's
we
awesome.
We will. Cullen, where can fans find you on social media?
On Twitter, I'm at Cullen Bunn, real easy, and then you can find me on my website, cullenbunn.com.
Easy.
Yeah.
Awesome. We're going to come back real soon with some interviews with the cast and crew of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah.
You want to see that? That's new stuff for you guys.
All right, stick around right here on Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2016.
We're here with Elizabeth Henstridge, Agent Simmons herself. How you doing, Elizabeth?
Oh, so good. Yes.
Now, I know you guys are just coming off of your hiatus, a nice little 2-month vacation. So I'm going to ask you and Ian the same question. If you both don't say the same thing, you will fail. What do you think Fitzsimmons' perfect 2-month getaway would be?
Oh, they'd probably just be holed up in the lab. Well, I think Fitz would be eating pizza. He'd bring a bread into the lab. I would be doing all the work, which I would really enjoy. And he would be like slobbing about doing something, probably playing computer games or something. And tidying up after me because he's quite neat and I'm quite messy.
Now, I know also that your parents are here at Comic-Con this year. Is this their first year? I mean, I can only imagine like how weird it must be for them to see like you like up on stage doing everything. How are they reacting to everything?
I've only seen them a couple times today, but they were just, I've told them about Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con so much just because it's such a wonderful, like, unique event that we just have the best time and we're welcomed so wonderfully every time that, when I go and talk about people, they're like, my parents were just fascinated and they just didn't understand how people would be dressed up in such outlandish outfits and they'd be walking around. And it's just so not in their world. So I said, hey, come fly to America and see it. So they did. And they were just walking around like little bunnies all day. So when I pull them down from that cloud, I'll figure out. But I think they're loving it.
Perfect. How about you so far? What's the weirdest thing you've seen from your 4 years at Con?
I've seen quite a lot of tattoos. Which, not that tattoos are weird, but, very specific for our show, which is a commitment, which,
Wait, specific for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So probably that, but I just get fascinated by the outfits. And and this isn't weird, but just amazing that one year a lady made a body of armor for herself and hand stamped like all the different pieces of metal, not hand stamped,
And,
but you know what I mean?
Hand.
No, it's like this action.
It's the sledgehammer. Yeah,
She did that. It's like
Someone less know way is in the comments.
hundreds of pieces. Anyway, she looked amazing.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks. We are here with Chloe Bennett.
Yes.
Who is trying
Hey, Marvel fans, welcome back. You are watching Marvel Live at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M, joined by
Tamara Krinsky, Marvel's West Coast host, and I am here with Brad Neely. Welcome to the live stream.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's my pleasure.
Well, tell us a little bit about what you're doing here at the con.
Oh, man, I'm trying to stay alive.
What's been the biggest challenge with that so far?
Oh, man, it is 1 inch away from Night of the Living Dead out here. Like, everybody is about to start eating each other.
Well, I'm really glad then that we got you up here for a moment of
This is a
respite.
safe space.
This is a safe place.
Yeah.
So I'm glad.
Yeah.
We like to keep the Marvel love flowing. And for you guys, if you have questions for Brad, please tweet them to us at Marvel SDCC. So you have a new show premiering. Look, I've got the name written down. I'm gonna, just for kicks and giggles, I'm gonna try and say it, and then you tell me what I did wrong.
Take a
it is
shot.
Hargnalan Sclopio Pipio show.
That's it. That's it. Brad Neely's.
Say that again?
Brad Neely's
Hargnalan Sclopio Pipio show.
Done. Got it. Right here.
Yeah.
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 So what should people know about this?
It's an 11-minute animated skit variety show with lots and lots of music on Adult Swim, Sunday nights, 11:45 p.m. We're in the middle of our premieres. It's just a really fun show. We got a dedicated cast with Alana Glazer from Broad City, and Afion Crockett, and Daryl Hammond from SNL, and Gabriel Sidibe, and myself. There's just a lot of songs.
Some very serious people, no humor at all.
It's a very humorless, look into the future.
What's the tone of the show? I mean, is it with animation, which of course takes a little while to produce?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it's more topical, sometimes less. What's the style and tone?
It's a silliness, and each, it's 11 minutes, but most of the episodes have maybe 18 bits. So it's just fast-paced, very short and small. It's like Monty Python, kind of. That's, we grew up watching that, so it's that sort of feeling.
Now, to me, that's fascinating and terrifying in terms of production.
Yeah.
Just trying to wrap my head around, like, I know how long animation takes, whatever kind of animation you're doing, and to do 18 different, oh my gosh.
Yeah, we have 10 episodes. We made about 600 bits. The season has maybe like 300 in it. But I work with Titmouse, and we just...
they're amazing.
Yeah, we just figured out a way to do it. And it's actually been way more fun than doing narratives. Yeah.
And so because you have all of these bits, are the episodes structured in such a way, like, are they thematic? Is it just kind of more of a contrast and compare, so you're jumping from one thing to the other?
There is a very unromantic answer to that. We made all the bits, and then we made the episodes. We're like, let's make sure all the cast is represented. Let's make sure it's not just penis jokes, and let's keep it variety.
It's important to give you equal opportunity to.
60% penis jokes. Though, right?
Yeah. So that's kind of how we made the
But
episodes.
you paid the writers 52% more for that than
Yes.
Yeah, than the lady jokes.
That's right.
We have a question in here from Don DJ Fanko S, who says, I was in Arkansas a couple years. What do you use most about your time in Arkansas, and what do you miss most about it?
I miss the trees and how green and lush Arkansas is. It's a beautiful state. I miss fishing and being in the woods. And I think I just use the not normal, but like the people there, they're grounded type of folk that I come from. So I try to tap into that whenever I think about just general audience.
No, that's awesome. Well, you were saying your outdoorsy stuff. Where do you live now, LA?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I live in hell.
Okay. That's got to be rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But
feel like a salamander.
Lots of inspiration for dark humor there.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
The mix of those two things, I think, puts me in the right zone. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I know you joked before about, trying to avoid being eaten while you're here, but seriously, what are you doing while you're taking in the con? Are you working? Are you playing? Are you...
A little bit of both. I brought my wife and my 5-year-old girl here, so we've been doing a lot of swimming at the hotel. That's been fun. And she kind of forces me to have more fun than I would, being a jaded 40-year-old man. But, she's pointing out the costumes, and look, Daddy, there's the Hulk, and I'm, all right, that's pretty sweet. So she's a good influence.
Is she going to dress up?
She brought a Frozen costume.
Nice.
But, she's worn it some.
Yeah, sometimes it can get a little overwhelming
how
with
it
that.
is, yeah.
Now, you did a lot of early web content.
Yeah.
So would you say that the stuff on the new show kind of harkens back to that aesthetic a little bit? Because I'm just thinking like with the quick clips and stuff.
Absolutely. That's really, we just kind of wanted to go back, do that kind of fun type of structure for a little while, where there's songs, there's so many characters that we just do once and we never see them again.
Is all the music original? Is it stuff you guys have written?
I made 75 songs for this.
Wow.
And I just kind of go in, I have a little recording booth in my office. I go in there and make a few songs, play them for my producers, and they'd be like, yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, that's all right. That should be like on, if you put out a DVD. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, that's all right.
Now, this is Marvel, so I do have to ask, like a geeky fun question. If you could have someone from the Marvel universe injected into one of the skits, who would it be? Who would you like to have fun playing with?
Strange, Doctor Strange, maybe.
Yeah.
I was always a fan of X-Men growing up. I like New Mutants, like the old New Mutants, like Legion and Warlock and stuff.
Warlock is such an interesting character
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
And like visually, that would be amazing to see animated, like really cool styles.
Yeah. Doctor Strange just makes me laugh too. It's so crazy.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about that movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
We have a weird one in here from David Newberg. Asks, which one is it, upper or lower body strength?
Oh, well, it depends on who's above you and who's below you.
It's a fun one.
Yeah.
I'm just staying quiet.
We got that in there. Let it happen.
See? There you go. Saturday at Comic-Con.
Hey.
I'm curious too, because you're an artist as well as a writer.
Yeah.
When you're thinking up bits, when you're thinking up sketches, are you more visually oriented, or do you tend to go towards the verbal joke first?
It kind of is a mix. A lot of the bits that we have on our show came from me just drawing a character on our whiteboard in the writer's room, and us saying, well, that's funny, what do we do with it? Or, and so they all start a different way. Some of it's just a song, and we go with the song, and some of it's a good concept.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's a fun mix.
Got it. And we're going to have a Guardian signing later here out on our stage.
Cool.
As you know, a lot of humor in that film.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
so much a character, but if you could grab a Guardian's actor to come guest in one of your sketches.
Oh,
Thoughts?
man. Well, I mean, I don't want to be obvious, but Chris Pratt's so funny, but man, Baptiste is, I feel like that mystery is,
Isn't it?
we've only barely scratched the surface of who that guy must be.
It's so, one of the things I loved about the first movie is, he says all of these things that he just doesn't realize are funny, and it's such a great exploration of humor that's so different from what they do with Chris Pratt. So
Yeah, that whole thing about not being able to get metaphors and stuff really had me. That movie is great.
Yeah.
We have questions in here from Sophia. She asks, what did you study, and how did you end up getting to your path as a television writer, producer, performer?
Yeah, I did not go to school formally for television work or anything really. I just started making single panel comics, putting out zines that I made myself, and then I finally got into some small magazines, and then I made a small thing for the internet, George Washington, a little cartoon short, and that got the ball rolling where people started calling me to make more. So it was as grassroots as you can get.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's got to be pretty inspiring for creators out there who are just like trying to get any of their work out there. There is that possibility. There is that path.
Yeah. You got to be okay with doing it for free for about 10 years. I was a cashier until I was about 30. And then I went from cashier to showrunner.
I feel like, though, that journey probably gave you some material.
Absolutely. It keeps you grounded, too. Like, I have that part of my life very close to me, so it wasn't like this strange incubation period at a school or something. It was like selling merchandise to artists, being an artist. Like, there's a good connection there.
Absolutely. It keeps you in touch with the fans.
Right on. I think we're going to wrap up here and go to Ryan North, who's downstairs. He's going to be on soon. Guys, Brad, where are fans going to find you online? And give us a little bit more tune-in for the show.
Thank you, yeah. I'm at Brad Neely on Twitter. That's where I usually hang out. But the show is called Brad Neely's Hard Nolan Sclopio PPO.
Woohoo!
And it's on Adult Swim Sunday nights, 11:45 p.m. We have another premiere tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome. You guys tune in. You heard it here. Keep watching Marvel Live. We will be back with Ryan North. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
We're here with Chloe Bennett.
Yes.
Who is trying her darndest to be as appropriate as possible.
It's not going to work.
But I discovered earlier in another interview you did, you're a huge old school Pokemon nerd.
Yeah, I used to have a blue binder and collected all the cards. And then I would spend way too much money, and I'd be like, no, Dad, they're going to be worth so much money someday. And they're not. So
aren't some of them?
No.
I only ever played the Pokemon Blue, Pokemon Red.
Oh, yeah. And I watched the show. I had the biggest crush on Brock ever. He was and Brock was always obsessed with girls. And I was like, you can be obsessed with me, Brock.
How well do you think Brock would fare as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
He'd be so distracted, he wouldn't get anything done. Don't think he'd do well at all. Ash would do well. He's more focused, more driven, Brock, no. But I love Brock.
Would you be willing to be the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. resident Pokemon trainer?
I think I already am because I'm the youngest, and I think it was more of my generation because I started talking about my Ninetales holographic card that I got, which was my first card, and they were like, it was crickets.
Yeah, you said that, and I also.
Yeah. You didn't know who Ninetales was?
I don't know that.
Do you know who Mewtwo is?
I know that.
Okay.
All right.
Whatever.
Perfect. Well, I know we got to get you along, so thank you for joining us, Chloe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're here with Clark Gregg, former director Coulson himself, here on Marvel Live.
Former director Coulson, yep.
Facts are facts, man.
Yeah, they are.
So we announced Ghost Rider. I know you are an old school Marvel fan, big fan of all the old Starlin Warlock stuff.
That's
Did you
true.
ever read any of the Ghost Rider books?
A few of them. It was not necessarily in my era. I certainly, when I heard rumors to this effect, I read up a little bit, and I have to say I was really taken with the Robbie Reyes stuff. I was really glad that's the version they chose.
Yeah.
I love the car, I love the Latin influence. I just like all of it. I think it's going to be really cool. And, we've really developed the characters that this show was started with. Fitzsimmons, May, Coulson, now Mac. We've lost a bunch of people. It's a good time to bring somebody aboard, a kind of a major Marvel character, and I'm very interested to see how they make it feel like a part of our show.
Given Coulson's, love of Lola, do you think once he sees Robbie's car, he will sort of take a shine to that and maybe be like, ooh, can I get me one of those?
I don't think he'll ever want another car more than Lola. It's been tricky to use Lola when S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the run and undercover. The bright red 62 Corvette is hard to kind of slide into a neighborhood undercover. Who knows? Maybe Ghost Rider's terrifying haunted car might require Lola to come out of mothballs.
Terrific. All right. Well, thank you so much, Clark. All right, Marvel Live, we're here with Henry Simmons, Mac from Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We announced Ghost Rider. My question for you, given how much Mac so earnestly wanted to check out Lola, when he first meets Robbie, how long do you think it will take him to ask if he can get a look under the hood of his Charger?
I don't think Mac is going to ask. I think he's going to take out Ghost Rider and then take the car and do it himself. He's going to look under the hood himself.
Take him out with a flaming shotgun axe, maybe?
Exactly, yeah. Because I'm going to tell you right now, there's no way in the world, with Mac's history of superpowered people, I cannot see Mac being comfortable with a guy with a flaming skull sitting behind the wheel of a car.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you so much, Henry. We're here, Marvel Live, with Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. executive producer Jeff Bell. How are you doing, Mr. Bell?
Well, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. So obviously the big announcement, Ghost Rider. One of the things, I knew you guys were doing this for a little bit, but I actually didn't find out which one you were doing for a little while. And I was very excited when I found out that it was going to be Robbie Reyes. What was sort of the decision to go with that version of the character?
One of the things we loved about Robbie Reyes was he was new and fresh, and people didn't know him as well. There weren't a lot of preconceptions about who he was. Mm-hmm. We love who he is in the comic. We love that he has a brother. There's a family relationship at the core of his story. Family is the core of all the S.H.I.E.L.D. stories. It felt like it would fit.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Dan Ketch and Giant Blaze did have a very, 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 very convoluted family relationship.
They did.
So you could have had that as well.
We could have.
But you went for the cleaner one. I like
it.
it.
And Daisy's been run around L.A. and sort of to run into an L.A.-based neighborhood vigilante when she's off kind of doing her own Batman thing on the West Coast seemed to make sense.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Thank you so much,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
We're here back with Marvel Live on the Marvel's and Shield press line with executive producer and head of Marvel Television, Jeff Loeb. Jeff.
Strami.
How you doing?
Awesome.
Great.
It's been a great con.
So you were moderating the panel where you got to announce that Ghost Rider was finally coming. I know this is something that you
kept secret for
you've kept secret for a very long time.
Yes.
I can only imagine how much you've wanted to talk about this for so long.
We have, and we knew exactly how we wanted it to come out, and it came out exactly the way we wanted it to. For us to be able to first announce it here at Comic-Con, and to be able to hear 5,000 people scream at the top of their lungs about how excited they were, and then to later on to be able to tell people that it not only was a Ghost Rider, but that it was Robbie Reyes, and that we have cast Gabriel Luna, who is an exciting, very talented young actor who, I have to give credit where credit's due. Sarah Finn, who does all the casting for all the Marvel movies and has been doing Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. since the pilot, we looked all around the world for the right actor to do this, and when Gabe came in, he just blew us away. He has incredible strength and presence, and at the same time, when you need it, the vulnerability that Robbie Reyes really has.
And for a character like this, obviously such an iconic legacy character, I imagine the casting process, it sort of carries an extra weight to it when you're trying to find the character.
It absolutely does, and this is an opportunity for us to sort of bring someone to life that, and get it right. And, when starting just from the fact that, we brought down here at San Diego the car, and people just went crazy when they saw the car. It's not easy to find a 1969 black Dodge Charger with a full blower coming out of the hood that can probably go 180 miles an hour.
Perfect. All right, well, I think that's all we get time for.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
Hey Marvelites, Lorraine Sink here, and I'm back in my favorite place to be on the Marvel stage for Day 3 of San Diego Comic-Con 2016, and next to me we have something really super cool. This was just flown in from Australia from the set of Marvel's Thor Ragnarok, and it is the Gladiator Hulk armor. Let's take a closer look at these awesome items. As you can see, we have sort of a Spartan-style helmet, as well as this gorgeous, enormous shoulder protection and 2 weapons, an axe and some sort of hammer. It looks like Hulk's going to be getting into a lot of big fights. Be sure to check out Marvel's Thor Ragnarok when it comes to theaters on November 3rd of 2017. That's next year. And stay here with us on Marvel Live all weekend long, because we're going to have more Marvel Cinematic Universe news coming out all weekend at marvel.com/SDCC 2016. So stick with us.
Hello, Marvelites. Welcome back. You are watching Marvel live at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Ryan Pedagos, aka Marvel's Agent M, joined by
Lorraine Sink, and we're here with the writer of the millennia, I'm going to say, Jason Latour.
writer, artist supreme, and now
Yeah.
Eisner Award winning.
Yes. How does it feel to be the king of Comic-Con?
I don't know if I'm even in the royal court, like the jester of Comic-Con, maybe. Man, it was a pretty surreal evening last night, so I'm still recovering from it.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't caught up on the news, Jason Latour, Jason Aaron won Best Series.
Yeah, Best Continuing Series.
Best Continuing Series at the Eisner Awards, which are the top awards for comics given every year at San Diego Comic-Con. They won the Best Continuing Series. That says everybody else, get out.
Yeah.
For their book, Southern
Well.
Bastards, which we're very excited for.
Yeah,
you
we
guys.
were very, very lucky. I mean, I don't know. It's been a long road, so it was a very nice and surreal moment. And
Yeah.
Jason Aaron won Best Writer, and that was, I've never been happier for someone that I'm not related to or romantically involved with. It was pretty
That's
amazing.
fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, it's pretty great. And you said that you guys, you were the last awards that went out there,
Yeah.
and you shut down the Eisners. How did you do it?
With a Ric Flair woo.
Can we get a Ric Flair woo?
Oh man, you put me on a. I could do a better Dusty Rose. You want me to do a Dusty Rose?
Give me a Dusty.
Okay. Hold on. Now see, now I'm on the spot. Let's see, it's
You did it on
How's
stage.
it going, Daddy?
Yeah.
I'm gonna win. We won the Eisner Awards last night, Daddy, and we're gonna take it home to the man in the sky who did things 10, 25 years ago. Reach out with his hands and touch the people in the crowd and gift them with comic books.
Hard times, Daddy.
Yeah,
We got
hard
Southern
times.
Bastards.
No, yeah.
Jason and Jason, Daddy.
That
Yeah.
sounds really similar to when you do the voice for Gambit.
Yeah.
No, Gambit is scumbag, and he.
If Dusty Rhodes playing Gambit would have been the greatest.
Dusty
thing of all
Rhodes'
time.
Gambit just
Yeah.
blew my mind. What?
Consider it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty great. But you're also doing work for us aplenty.
Yes.
It's been a fun time. How exciting is it to come to a place like Comic-Con and see not just your Southern Bastard stuff, but see all the
Spider-Gwen everywhere.
like
It's crazy.
everywhere.
Yeah, it's I keep waiting on people to like wake up and realize that we just, that it was just a little fancy itch in the back of my head, a couple years ago, and it's just surreal every moment to see, people walking around in hoodies and like the giant bags with on their bags and all the toys, and like so many people have come by with books to get signed. I mean, it's like really touching. Like every day is a gift to, I mean, when you start working on comics, one of the big things you want to do is like give back to the culture of it, and to have something like that sort of take root is like, I could have never. You could have worked your whole life and never have something like that happen. So
Totally.
it's amazing.
What is it like to see another character spawned from a character that you spawned, Gwenpool?
Oh, I mean, it's pretty. I have no words for any of it. It's like I sound like a terrible writer because I don't have any way of expressing how strange it is to just see. I woke up one day and I looked at like the new lineup of like what Marvel is now, and it was Gwen and Miss Marvel and Miles and Sam Wilson as Cap, and I was like, this is Marvel now, and it's amazing.
That is literally Marvel now.
Yeah.
Boom. $5 under the table.
But I was like, as a kid, sort of what Marvel is cements in your head. And then I started thinking back on it, and I was like, I remember being very excited I'm dating myself, but like in the 80s when characters changed over or got new costumes, or like they introduced a new character, and to see like this sort of being like a generational, like the mantles sort of being handed on. It's really exciting, and it's just a fun thing to be a part of.
Yeah, and one of the cool things too is we were talking about it at the House of Ideas panel earlier today, is just these characters, these new versions, these new exciting changes to these characters coming into now Marvel games. We're getting to see,
it's really crazy.
like Spider-Gwen in Marvel games,
Yeah.
which is, I remember the first time we had like a 360 turnaround shot of her in one of the games. I don't remember what it was. I was just like, this is happening.
Yeah.
It's real and it's going.
It's like the thing that I show my relatives so that they believe that it's real,
Yeah.
because some of them don't read comics, so it's like even crazier that she's like, the first time I heard an actor voice her, I was like, that is really weird, because I'm the only person that's ever heard the voice.
Did it feel right?
Yeah,
That's
it's
great.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah.
What is it like now to have Spider-Gwen come and be this big hit, but also now you've been writing her for a while? Do you feel like the way you write her has evolved and changed, or she has grown?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I'm really trying to do with this book, and I think it's hopefully becoming a lot more evident to people reading it, is like, this is not if Peter Parker were a girl.
Yeah.
This is a character that is, has her own life and her own story. Yeah. And a lot of the territory we're pushing into may seem like it's, like right now she sort of doesn't have powers. She has powers on demand. And it seems like, at first glance, seems like, the old trope of a character losing their powers. But there's a pretty crazy end game for this. Like, I'm trying to push this in a very ambitious way where, like, I guarantee you don't know where it's going, because I want the character to be free. It's like, some of the challenge of having a whole universe like Earth 65 stuff is, like, yes, you do get sort of a neat twist on people that you've known and seen before, like Frank Castle being a cop and stuff like that. But at the same time, you have to keep it fresh and allow for it to go in its own direction.
Sure.
So we always say that it's a remix and not a cover song.
Nice.
Yeah. So you mentioned Frank Castle a little bit, and that's one of the things I'm really loving about the show is the world you're building and the characters and all that stuff, especially, and we've noticed this a lot from the fans who listen to the podcast, who watch Thwip, who are all with us on Twitter and social media, is Samantha Wilson, who is Captain America in this universe. But, like, it's sort of like this, I don't want to say bizarro, but this really fascinating, great story. And there was the annual recently that was just bonkers.
Thanks, man. Yeah, the annual was a lot of fun. We got to do sort of, sometimes when you're writing a longer form series, you're always trying to carve out and make it character driven, but sometimes the plot has a momentum of its own, and you get away from some of the fun stuff you want to do.
Yeah.
So the idea of the annual was sort of to treat it like a Saturday morning cartoon. Like you wake up on Saturday morning and you get to see a bunch of little short Spider-Gwen clips. So that was a lot of fun, and we had to work with, like, a lot of really great artists, and it was fun to see other people, get to play with her. And Samantha Wilson in particular is, like, one of my favorite things I've ever created.
Yeah.
She's, like, really inspired by Jack Kirby in a weird way too. I wanted to do, like, a modern take on Captain America, and I felt like the furthest thing away from a Nazi is a black woman from the American South who gets lost across time and space, and is Captain America to every universe she's gone to.
Yeah. And that cool sci-fi vibe, like, is so it was such a fun story, really dig it. And the character is great. And one of the things I'm also loving about the series is the handbook pages.
Oh, thanks, man.
Is that you?
That's
all
me,
you?
yeah.
That is okay.
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, we have the Marvel handbook, the official handbook of the Marvel Universe. It's a classic thing.
Yes.
It would give you long, detailed text, bio description, history of characters, and then their powers, and really cool, like, little bits and pieces. And so you've been replicating that for various cast members.
Yeah, I grew up on that thing. Marvel Handbook was literally, I knew everything about the Marvel Universe up until about, like, 1990 or whatever, when they stopped publishing it, because I think I read more Marvel Handbooks and Marvel Sagas.
Yes,
than,
Marvel
like,
Saga.
than
What's
even
up?
the comics I read.
Yeah.
So it was like a really informative world building kind of exercise as a kid, to just, like, read these things. I'm an artist too, so I would, like, imagine where all this would go, and so when we started doing the book, when we brought the book back for the second volume, I was like, I want to start putting these handbook entries in the back to flesh out the world. So there's, like, lots of little hints and, like, clues as to, like, things that you can read the comic without knowing, but if you know this extra stuff, it will inform you as to what the world around the corner in Gwen's universe is like.
That's so smart.
Yeah.
It's so great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And also, Spider-Gwen is getting to play with some other characters through Spider-Women. What has it been like dabbling with that?
Man, that was, like, a really rewarding experience, because I think there's always a little bit of trepidation when you go into a crossover, because they're just very hard to coordinate. I mean, and getting to work in a room with two other writers that I really respect and like as people, and then the whole editorial staff was great. It was like we came out of that retreat, we had, like, a little one-day retreat where we figured it all out, and coming out of it, I was kind of buzzing. I was like, that was really, really fun. And then the characters just seem like they were almost created to be together. It's like a really interesting thing that is almost like was almost out of our control. Like sometimes people talk about sort of the make writing sound supernatural or something, or like it's otherworldly, and that was one of those instances where it was like, I don't know how this happened, but these characters seem to thematically all reflect one another in this really interesting way, and it was just pretty much kind of wrote itself. Don't tell people to pay my checks though.
But it's also great because they're so different, the characters are so different, and there was so much individuality within this crossover. It was great for you guys, the three
I'm
of
a
you.
big fan of both of Silk and Spider-Woman, and so it was really fun. And
Totally.
I hope we get to do more with them.
Yeah, for sure. We're almost wrapped up. We've got a couple more minutes. Do we have anything really
we do have
juicy?
we have questions. I just was so
We were just chatting.
enthralled.
We were just having a good
Yeah. So Wim Sad Mojo would like to know, if you can write another Spider character story, who would it be for?
Well, I'm getting to write Miles some next.
Yes,
So I'm really excited about that. But I definitely want to do Peter Parker. I definitely want to do a Peter Parker.
You just have to kill Dan Slott.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Well, the Peter Parker can have more than one book every now and then.
There you go.
I could do a little one-off Peter Parker thing.
And Brendan Bouchard would like to know, what do you think of the song "Face It, Tiger" coming to life?
Oh, it's amazing. I was actually somebody had a T-shirt with the lyrics on it today.
That's cool.
I was like, that's really wild that it's still alive. And
Did you get a copy of the vinyl?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's great.
Good, yeah. They were amazing.
One last one. Nicholas Lee says, for someone who doesn't know Spider-Gwen, where do they start, do you think?
There's an issue 0.
There you go.
Yeah,
Start with
it's
the
issue
beginning.
0, and it's a reprint of Edge of Spider-Verse 2, which is a kind of a confusing title to start with. So it was very smart, I thought, to do a Spider-Gwen 0, and you can just start right there and run with it.
That's
And then read them all.
Yeah. Last question I'm going to have before we finish up. Favorite all-time wrestler? Is it Dusty?
I have
Rick.
I have Ric Flair on one shoulder like a devil, and Dusty Rhodes on the other like a.
Can't go
angel.
wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's perfect. Awesome. Jason, where are fans going to find you on social media?
At Jason Latour. That's for Twitter and Instagram.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Jason, always a pleasure.
Yeah,
thanks for
man.
coming
Thanks,
on,
man.
man.
Stick around here and watch more Marvel Live.
For fans who weren't at Comic-Con, what are they going to miss from your panel?
You mean people are not going to come to the panel? There are going to be people out there who won't. Well, that doesn't matter. You should be getting here to see it. If for some strange reason you can't make the panel, you will miss the bulk of the cast discussing why season 2 is going to be even more exciting than season 1, more sci-fi. It's going to be more intensely about a surveillance state and whatever was exciting and was stressful last year for the family, it only intensifies. My character is elsewhere. He's outside the colony, but still wreaking havoc wherever he goes. They've just really deepened everything. The relationships are all there. They set everything up beautifully in the first season, and now it really gets more into the sci-fi, and the aliens are going to react even more intensely than they did last summer.
Spinning tails, man.
And
Stop
then,
spinning
unfortunately,
tails.
Unfortunately, he's still in the show. I was getting to that.
Were you?
Yeah, I was.
You were thinking about me?
I was.
Most times you are.
Let me ask you both this question. If your character on the show had a superpower, what would it be and why?
Oh, man. Well, I think Rashard has a unique ability to stay alive. With everybody coming after him, he seems to elude capture. So I think that's a superpower.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yourself?
I would say that I have sort of a political survival skills, if that could be a superpower. Super political survival skills, even though he was kryptonited out in the very end, but he fights his way back. So,
Awesome. Very excited for season 2, guys. We appreciate
Thank you.
it. We're super tight here. It's crazy, but I wanted to ask, what are fans going to miss if they can't make it to your panel for season 2?
They're going to miss a character that they will never see again.
That is certainly true. They are going to miss
We can't say much at all. But
my
there is
singing debut.
Yeah.
What? Yes.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
There's some interesting things you're going to miss if
Yeah.
you miss that panel.
I mean, of all the
worth
panels I've
going.
ever done, I think
I'd
this
go to
one's
that
really
one.
worth
Yeah.
going to.
So Josh, we interviewed you last year. Did you ever have any idea the show would be such the success that it is?
Yes, I hoped. I hope so. I mean, you only hope for that, but I was confident. because this type of storytelling and this type of cast and the caliber of actors on it and the chemistry we share, I give up. If that's not compelling and the television, then I don't know what is. So I will be at a loss if it didn't go somewhere. So I was confident, but now I'm just damn happy to be here.
Yeah. This is, I mean, it's an exciting time to be telling a story like this, you know? We're at a dark place in American culture and politics, and we're exploring the nature of dictatorship and the genesis of a totalitarian state and the nature of resistance to that. And it's really exciting to be shooting this stuff during the presidential campaigns.
Yes.
The show's going to come on the air within weeks of the inauguration.
That's
And
amazing.
so I'm so proud to be asking these questions right now.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thanks so much for taking the time. We appreciate it. Because of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., if fans of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. aren't watching Colony, why should they be
I can't imagine they're not watching. It's right. It's the genre. It's nothing not to like. We don't have that slapstick comedy element that Clark Gregg and I have managed to find yet, but there are a lot of similarities, I think, between the universes that are created. You know, but we don't have any superheroes yet.
Well, that's going to be my
crossover.
That's going to be my next and last question, because I know you got to go. But what if your characters on the show did have a superpower? What would it be and why?
Ooh, the ability to become invisible.
Because
then she could be anywhere at any time. She's tricky that way.
That's awesome. Yourself?
I had to play this game a lot with heroes. If you had any power, what would it be?
Right.
So we all ended up with answers for whoever said what was really insightful about that kind of person. A fly, absolutely. Because during Heroes, there was no flying. Everything was moving but me. The camera, I'm hanging. Wind, the background, I'm just hanging. So I'd like to actually move. That would be fun.
That's awesome. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Hey everyone, I'm Tamara Krinsky. You are watching Marvel Live at San Diego Comic-Con. We are here with Mark Strom.
Hello, Marvel.com editor, making his first appearance this trip, and we are joined by, perhaps in my mind at least, the most legendary Black Panther writer, Christopher Priest.
Hi guys, how you doing?
How are you doing, sir?
Oh, just great. It's very busy. There's a lot of excitement here at San Diego and just people all over the place, and a lot of Black Panther fans. It was a real mob scene when Chadwick was here a few minutes ago.
Absolutely. And now, speaking of Chadwick, I don't know if anyone's told you this or if you've ever noticed this, but I've spoken to him a few times or been in roundtables with him a few times. Every single time he is asked, oh, did you, when you got the role, did you do much research? Because he's familiar with the character before, but hadn't been a hardcore reader. So every time he's asked that question, the first name out of his lips is Christopher Priest.
Really?
Yeah.
I read Christopher Priest stuff, and then he of course lists Reggie Hudlin and Stan and Jack and all those, but literally every single time your name has been the first out of his lips.
That's really flattering to know. We keep missing each other because we're both good friends with Reginald Hudlin,
Mm-hmm.
and Reginald just finished shooting a film with Chadwick, and I didn't get a chance to get on set with him or anything. I wanted to do that, and then he was here just a minute, and we passed each other like that, but I didn't get a chance to say hello to him.
What was your reaction when you first heard about his casting?
Oh, I was very happy about it. I saw it, the James Brown film, the James Brown biography, about 8 times. To Get On Up. He is an amazing actor, and I was very happy about it, and I was very happy about his performance in the Civil War film.
Yeah.
And now, all right, let's take things back to the beginnings of your run. Of course, you started writing Black Panther with Marvel Knights when Joe Quesada and Jimmy Palmiotti sort of created that imprint. You were one of the launch books. And one of the things that always strikes me is whenever I hear you talk about it, you always talk about it as if the book was essentially about to be canceled every single issue.
Yes.
But the thing that I love about it is how when you read particularly those first 50 issues before you took Panther to New York, those first 50 issues read like such a complete story with a beginning, a middle, and end, as if you planned this all along somehow. I've always been curious, how were you able to sort of keep things going and keep evolving things while still giving satisfying endings when, like you say, you're always sort of on that bubble of I have no idea if I have an issue after this.
well, that's the point. We shipped issue 12 once Marvel Knights shifted the book back to Marvel, and I thought that was the end of the series until I got a phone call about 6 weeks later from the editor, Ruben Diaz, and he was like, you're late on issue 13. And I went, there's an issue 13? I had no idea. We were really just singing for our supper. We were running for our lives with Black Panther. And much like Star Trek, which had terribly low ratings when it was on the air, somehow this particular run of Black Panther gained in popularity in reruns. First, I owe a lot to Reginald, because Reginald publicized the heck out of the book when he took it over, and he really just brought in a whole new audience, and a lot of them started going back and reading the old issues as well, and to the point where, man, I probably have more people here happy to see me than were actually buying the book when it was in print.
Well, it's funny. So 2 comments to that. Ben Morris, of course, part of the Marvel family. So cool to finally see Christopher Priest on Marvel Live. Long overdue and a special moment. Wish I could be there. And then Gavin Perkins says, what's it like seeing Black Panther finally get the widespread recognition that he deserves?
It's really gratifying, but that all goes back to Stan, because Stan, besides being a friend and being one of my mentors, one of the people that trained me in the business, he wrote an outstanding, intuitive, interesting, multifaceted character, and I was just grateful to be able to go back to that source material, add in all the hard work that Don McGregor had done in coloring his world and expanding the world of Wakanda and his community around him, and add my own little 2 cents to it at the same time. So I'm absolutely just happy about it. I'm a little overwhelmed, I think, by it.
What do you think you learned most from sort of the early days and the earlier work that you did that you apply now to your writing?
Oh man, That's a really good question. I'm not used to good questions like that.
That's my job. That's what I do.
Certainly what I learned is how to manage deadlines a little bit better, but I like to think that I'm a better writer now than I was then. We'll find out with work that comes subsequent to this. But, you know, everything is just a learning experience. The more you do something, the better you get at it. And, you know, from Power Man and Iron Fist, Spider-Man and Wolverine, that one shot back in the 80s, all the work that I did, that was all my training ground at Marvel. And having been trained by Stan, by Jim Shooter, by Dennis O'Neil, one of the greatest writers to ever write in this business, I've just been very lucky, very blessed, and you know, you kind of learn and grow as you go.
I appreciate the fact that you say you've learned how to manage deadlines better as you go, when some of your earliest work in comics was as an editor, managing people and making them hit their deadlines.
Yeah, well, it really helps that to have worked on both sides of the desk.
Yeah.
And once you understand the pressure that the freelancers are under, it's like, okay, I want you to come up with an original Spider-Man story that we've never seen again, and throw in Aunt May and Doc Ock, and you got to turn it in by Monday. And here's a gun to your head. Go. Be creative. That's what writing comic books is like. It's an enormous amount of pressure, but you kind of have to learn balance and, in the name of God, stay ahead of the calendar and don't get behind it, because that's not a good place to be at all.
No, Amara Stark wants to know, where would you like to see Black Panther go in the future?
Well, I think, you know, he's probably, in terms of just, in terms of publishing, in terms of the broad spectrum, he's gone mainstream. And I had a conversation with the executive producer of Civil War, and he's also executive producing the
Nate Moore.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Yeah, Nate. He's also executive producing the Black Panther film. And I had a concern. I was like, well, will people come out to see the Black Panther? And he just started laughing and said, yes, there will be lines around the block to see the Black Panther.
Yeah.
In terms of the character himself, what I would like to see is already happening with Mr. Coates taking over the reins of the character and doing a completely original, fascinating, energetic take on the thing, on the character and on the premise. And I'm very gratified to see that, rather than people just kind of either reiterating me or reiterating Reggie or something like that. Let's find some new dimensions and new places to take him.
So it's sort of going on that, you know, going into when you started your run, what was your mission statement to yourself and sort of where you want to take the Panther?
Don't screw it up. That was my mission statement. Don't screw it up. You know, I actually I had breakfast with Joe Quesada this morning, and we were reminiscing over this stuff. And I turned in the first issue of Black Panther, and they rejected it because it was too straight. It was too by the numbers.
Oh, yeah.
And Joe really had to kind of shake me out of formula, because we became so accustomed to, this is a long time ago, you know, but we had become so accustomed to a certain formula of doing superhero comics. And for better or for worse, because not everyone liked what we were doing, Joe wanted that Pulp Fiction in rewind storytelling style, and he wanted to take some chances and swing for the fences, and I'm glad that he did that.
Well, and it was a style that I believe, if my timeline is right in my head, that was a style you're already sort of playing with in Quantum and Woody, right?
Yes.
Over at Valiant and Klein.
Yes, we were doing that, and Joe enjoyed that a great deal and thought that it would bring a unique voice to the Black Panther. We also just wanted to make Black Panther a badass. We wanted him to be just a tough guy who doesn't take any crap from people. My main complaint about the Black Panther back in the 70s in some places, and with all due respect to writers who had come before me, is that he seemed to be this guy in the back of the line, in the back line of the Avengers team photo, you know, kind of waving like this. And we wanted Black Panther just to be to confound expectations, both in terms of how he performs as a character, and then what that character represents, that he is a monarch, that he's a leader, a head of state, and that there are repercussions for his interaction with both criminals and with politicians in the United States.
Well, and I'd say that's probably the most, in my mind, influential thing from your run that I see taken past it is, you know, like you say, back in the 60s, Black Panther, he was a superhero. Don McGregor in the 70s, he really fleshed out the world of Wakanda and fleshed out that rich history there, but Black Panther was still a superhero living in Wakanda. But with your run, you were like, no, he's a king first, superhero second, and you were the one who really took all the pieces and just applied them to like, okay, let's take all this and remind everyone, this guy's a monarch. He is in charge of a nation.
Yes, exactly. Well, actually, it was more to the point of people. I just wanted characters in the Marvel universe to they mistake him for a superhero because he's wearing, what they consider to be a superhero costume, but that's more like a habit. It's a badge of rank that he's wearing.
It's like a bishop's robe.
So they would treat him
like
like a superhero, and he'd have to constantly remind him and confound that and say, I'm a monarch. Here's how things work.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Do we have anything else from fans?
No, not at the moment.
All right. You were gonna say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, at this stage, last question is, what lies ahead for you? What is one more challenge that you'd like to take on?
Oh, wow. I'd like to be an astronaut. Thank you very much. You do that.
We had one here this morning. We had someone from the space station here this morning.
Oh, that'd be great.
So.
Well, yeah. Actually, I'm kind of doing that. Well, I sort of transitioned into novels, writing novels. I'm doing some work with the Milestone Partnership and some other projects that I don't want to talk about because I'm at the Marvel booth.
I understand. So when people want to find out about all the wonderful Marvel things as well as everything else they're working on, where can they find you? Your website?
It's at ChristopherPriest.com.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to the fans. Guys, stick around. We are coming up next with the signing for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Hey Marvel fans, welcome back. You are watching Marvel live at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Lauren Sink, and we are joined by the wonderful gentlemen of Workaholics. Welcome, dudes.
Hi.
Hello.
Well, thank you for the warm welcome.
How is the convention treating you thus far?
Well, we're looking at Chris Pratt signing autographs right now, so
Yeah,
that's
can't beat it.
a dream.
Best seats in the house.
That's
Hubba
a freaking
hubba.
Do you guys get excited for this stuff? Anders, I know you wrote a comic.
Yes, I did.
So are you getting excited about some of the comic stuff you're seeing around?
I am. There's a lot of cool. I like the art. I go and I look for the cool art over in Artist Alley. That's my thing.
Do you ever do commissions?
No, but I should.
You should. It's your time. You could have drawings of all y'all.
That would be amazing. I love to
Dude.
be drawn.
Yeah.
Nude or otherwise.
Well, one of the and speaking of that, I've seen a lot of great
nude
sketch
drawings?
Yeah,
nude
speaking of
drawings
nudity.
are just the best.
They're the rage. They're the rage.
I'm done.
Okay, perfect.
I mean, nude drawings they're beautiful.
They
it's
are
one
beautiful.
of the it's
the
a
human form.
it's important to know and understand and talk about.
Absolutely.
We wear these clothes all
Agreed.
the time,
Yeah.
but
what are we
underneath
hiding?
it, we all just have human bodies.
Perfection.
right.
In
There we
different
go, you
in
guys.
different forms.
Start drawing right
Wow.
now. And then tweet it and hashtag Marvel SDCC, and we'll look at here live on the show.
That'd be
Do me a
awesome.
favor, no nude photos. No
Yes.
nude.
No,
It has to
hashtag
be.
no nudes.
Has to be
Weird.
animated,
Yes.
please.
So, did you guys have a panel?
We just
Are you paneling?
We just did like a little Q&A over at Nerd HQ. That was pretty sweet. We're not allowed to do official panels anymore because of our
Because it's too.
our crowd
much?
was a little rowdy the two times
Are you
we
in
did
trouble?
it.
We have a rascally audience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't know that we're in trouble. We're just not invited to do panels.
It's like
Yeah.
being like
So
That's awesome. You shut it down.
What's it been like?
yeah, we shut it
Yeah.
down. We mic dropped it.
We've been suspended.
Yes,
So, you guys have another 7th season, right?
that's right.
Coming up.
Lucky
you,
number
did you
11.
start 11?
Yes.
Did you start shooting yet?
No.
Do you know what's happening?
No, have you?
Well, I haven't shot anything.
Have you all checked in?
I already shot it.
Oh, wow.
I already
Okay.
shot the whole
Oh, really?
season. While they were sleeping, I'm just going to animate it, do some CGI. It's going to
Is
be great.
it of them sleeping? Because that's not creepy.
It's fine. It's all
Yeah.
CGI. Ask Chris Pratt.
Yes.
He knows what it is.
He knows.
We've got a request from a fan who is in France who's seen you guys on our show before on Marvel Live, but has
bien,
never seen
bien.
actual Workaholics because it's not available there.
Are you kidding?
Can you guys, the three of you specifically, get the show on somewhere in France?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
will do everything
Without a
in
doubt.
my power.
Yeah.
In our
100%.
power, we will do that.
C'est le zombie.
Yeah.
Bonjour.
Je m'appelle.
Je m'appelle Laughter.
Sharpay. That when I took French in middle school, I had them call me Sharpay,
That's hard.
Really?
which is a dog's name. But then they used some girl had a name Sharpay in like High School Musical, right?
Is that true?
Never seen
I would
it.
believe it.
Never
It just
seen
had
it.
a
Yes,
dash
I'm
in
gonna
it,
say
like
yes.
Jean Claude.
Oh yeah, because you get to pick your names.
Yeah.
That's hella cool.
Sharpay.
Sharpay is good. Man.
Sharpay.
Wait, okay, so it is Comic-Con, 'tis the season.
Salut.
Yes.
If your characters could have superpowers, what superpowers do you think that they should have, or maybe shouldn't have? What would they want to have?
Probably like the ability to have control over like plants,
Oh yeah, that would
like
be that would,
agriculture.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
that'd be
Grow.
really
Character
helpful.
named Plant Man.
Grow faster.
There we go.
Done.
Plant Man right there.
Yeah.
Breathing underwater, so I could just like get back in the pool, do the Olympics or something like that. You know. And then as far as my character, one of those jokes.
Yeah.
Shoot
Yeah.
beer out of my eyes.
Yeah, maybe breathe
Oh,
fire.
Beer
you'd be the
beams.
greatest
Like,
hero
I
the
can fill
world
up
has ever
like this.
seen.
But would you have to cry?
Yes, it's,
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
from
that's
People would
tears.
pick on
it's
you
beer
and-
tears.
Yeah. So basically, I have people like just make fun of me to my face, and I fill their beers. And
You'd
then
be
we're
like
friends.
a human country song.
Yeah, it's tears in the
Yeah,
beers.
for real.
Sophia, who's watching us from Spain, is there a character that you imagine, a Marvel character, someone like the Hulk, Iron Man, Wolverine, whomever, that would fit in on the Workaholics cast?
Oh, that is a great question.
Yeah.
Recruiting.
Who's a real party
I
dog?
feel like Wolverine throws down.
I mean,
Yeah.
Wolverine's good in any situation. He'd be great to play cards with, or just go to a monster truck rally.
Imagine him opening up some brews, dude.
Oh yeah,
Easy peasy.
we're down to spend some
Three at a
QT with Wolverine for sure. He's part of the group.
Awesome. So, what you guys kind of on the show get into, and maybe in real life, get into a lot of trouble.
A lot of hijinks.
Yeah.
Is there any trouble that you are looking forward to getting into in the next season, or maybe something that you've never gotten to do but you want to do?
I mean, should we tell her? In
Uh-oh.
real life,
In real life.
we just had to wait for an elevator for too long, so we snuck into the freight elevator like a couple of rascals.
Yup. And some dude,
Whoa.
hold on, some guy,
It gets
another
crazier.
patron of the hotel was like, "Hey, you can't use that elevator.
Those are the rules.
Those are the rules." And he watched us walk to the stairs.
Right?
No.
So we had our back turned, walking down the hallway.
Yep.
Is he looking? Is he looking?
We turned around, he was gone. We crept back, we went in there, we got in the freight elevators, which again, the rules are you're not supposed to be in there if you don't work for the hotel.
Employees
Yeah.
only.
Pretty
We
crazy
not
stuff.
Employees
We do not
last
work there.
time I
We
checked.
Pretty
not
crazy
work there.
stuff.
Whoa, you,
Yeah.
you defied authority?
That's an episode.
So then we
That's
rolled
an
into the
episode.
elevator with a ton of towels and
Okay,
stuff, and there was a dude
I think she
folding
got it. I think
and
she
then
got it.
And then we went
We weren't
down.
supposed to do it.
We got out, met Blake, and now we're here.
We're absolutely crazy.
That's an episode.
We get into trouble
So
together.
You
season
can't stop
7's
us.
gonna be pretty crazy.
You can't stop us.
So, oh, go ahead.
Well, we actually have a question from a Marvel
Oh, that was
fan
so sick.
that is asking, I've never seen Workaholics. What
Okay.
is the show about? So for our fans, the uninitiated who might be out there,
You want the elevator pitch?
Yeah. Yeah. Or you can reenact it. Oh no, violence
Are
has
you
broken
okay?
out on the set of Marvel
Is
Live.
he okay?
I hit myself.
You just
I would say the best way to sum up what our show is about is 3 friends, slacker types.
Yep.
We work together, we live together, and we get into hijinks like going into improper elevators.
That's right. That's
Tune in.
right.
Tune in.
Pretty fun. Must see TV.
What do you think is your favorite episode of all time that you've ever done?
Oh, I love them
All
all,
time,
you
the
know.
The pilot episode, because it launched a whole bunch more.
Yeah.
The original pilot, the one you guys have never seen.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which we just reshot basically, but
Yeah.
Didn't you guys get a house that you lived in for your first?
Yes,
Yeah.
when we were
first bit?
when we were filming the web series that turned into the show, it was at our home that we lived in. So when we actually got the show, we just kept our house as the set and lived there while we filmed there.
So do you still use that where you shoot?
Yep.
We do. We have a couple friends that live there rent free now, so
Yep.
we're giving back to the community.
Yeah.
Is that weird? Do your
Yep.
friends like come out in their underwear eating cereal while you're
Yeah,
shooting?
I mean, people deliver them lots of gifts. You
Perk of
know,
the
mostly
job.
like
Yeah.
drugs and stuff. But yeah,
Like Advil, I'm
Advil,
sure.
like
Right,
tons
right,
of
right.
like
Tons.
Advil at the
Advil.
and
door.
a drill.
Motrin.
Yeah.
Leave.
shout out to this Twitter fan, a person.
I like him.
I can't pronounce that. It's just loves the show, loves that your lives are basically the show.
I mean, as you heard,
And we love that we're alive. So thank you, a person.
So, when you are here on the floor, are you able to walk around and do you see people dressed up as you?
You know, I like to put my hair up in like a bun and wear a mask, usually that I've purchased at a store.
that's hot.
But I haven't seen any cosplay of Workaholics this,
Not this
year.
year.
I'm a little upset. We got to bring the heat,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
There you go.
I was hoping.
So what's up for you after this? Where are you going? What you doing?
Parties tonight. Lots of
Oh,
parties.
yeah.
We got what? We got Entertainment Weekly. We got Funny or Die. We're going to be all over the place.
DJ Uncle Blazer at Funny or Die.
I'll
Get
be-
out there, world.
What?
On the ones and twos.
Earbra, earbra, earbra,
Turntables.
earbra, earbra.
What? Mirror, mirror, mirror. Be there.
That was a free sample, you guys, of what you
Yep.
might hear
It's
tonight
just
if
like
you
that.
swing by.
Yep. It's pretty intense.
So where can people find your projects? Where are you guys online?
Of course, you can always watch us on Comedy Central, and then be sure to check our movie on Netflix next year.
That's what's up.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
going
right.
down.
What?
That's
Yeah.
right. We're making a movie for Netflix. And
You
it's
heard
gonna
it
be
here.
Big. It's gonna be good.
You heard it here, third.
Yeah.
Perfect. And now we're essentially family because we have all the shows on Netflix.
That's right.
You got the movie on Netflix.
That's right.
I said
Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage crossover with the
Crossover.
Workaholics.
universe.
Hell yeah.
That would be incredible. Luke Cage would make a great cubicle mate.
Awesome. And where can we find you guys?
Where can you find me?
You can find
On
me
the
right
internet.
You
here.
can find me on Twitter, baby.
Yup.
At Durs808, as always.
Hit me up on the Instagram. I need a couple more followers.
What's your
At Kyle Newacek.
Very nice.
At Kyle Newacek. I want to see it spike right now. Hit it up.
Get
NEWA
those follows,
CHECK.
people. We need those follows.
Do it up, you guys. Check them out on Comedy Central and stick around here on Marvel Live for the weekend. We're doing all kinds of cool stuff, so stay here.
I need the followers.
it's alright. I wanna see your light, give you another fight. Watch you win and begin with the battles within. It's alright. Oh yeah, it's alright. Don't you feel it in your soul? You're losing control tonight. I wanna see you let go more than ever before. Watch you own your mistakes and your heart as it breaks. It's alright. Oh yeah, it's alright. Don't you feel it in your soul? You're losing control tonight. It's alright. Yeah, you feel it in your soul, losing control tonight. Oh yeah, it's alright. Yeah, you feel it in your soul, you're losing control tonight. Oh yeah, it's alright. Yeah, you feel it in your soul, you're losing control tonight.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Marvel Live. You guys were just watching the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 signing. I'm Tamara Krinsky, here with...
I'm Lorraine Sink, and we're here with our editor-in-chief, Axel Alonzo.
Happy to be here.
So you just did Cup of Joe panel. We'll probably show it on the stream a little later, maybe today or tomorrow. But what can you tell folks about what got announced, what you guys talked about? Because I heard it was going to be a really big panel.
Yeah, it was a great panel, and Jeff Loeb showed some footage of an upcoming series with FX, Marvel and FX, for Legion, which was really exciting.
Awesome, yeah.
Got a standing ovation. The big announcement for us was this winter, Inhumans versus X-Men.
Yes.
I'm so glad you're talking about it now.
Who is the creative team? Do you have somebody in?
Yeah, it's co-written by Charles Soule and Jeff Lemire, and it's drawn by Lanil Yu, which means it's going to be big.
Yeah.
And it starts this winter. It's two big populations, mutants and Inhumans, going at it for their survival.
There you go. And now, and that's all tied to Death of X in some way?
Yeah, Death of X, which starts in November, also written by Charles Soule and Jeff Lemire, is a series that tells you what happened in the 8-month gap between the end of Secret Wars and where you picked up in the X-Men book. So anybody that's been wondering about where Cyclops or Emma Frost or any of those other mutants were missing, you'll find out here. You find out what they were up to and why they were off the table.
Very cool. And we found out yesterday we're going to have a new sort of companion piece to Black Panther. With Roxanne Gay and Ta-Nehisi Coates, what's the sort of premise behind that book?
Well, Ta-Nehisi Coates and Brian Stelfreeze have just made a Black Panther series for the ages.
Yeah. Oh, so great. So good.
Ta-Nehisi has so many ideas for building the mythology of Wakanda and so many characters. And he's already finished his first year-long arc, so he got a little bit of lead time, and he said he had a window. He wanted to write some more, so he started talking with editor Will Moss and introduced the possibility of doing a spin-off series called World of Wakanda, which is more of a deep dive into Wakanda and some of the characters he met in Black Panther. And don't be surprised if Black Panther cameos a bit himself.
Yeah.
And this book focuses on the Midnight Angels, Ayo and Aneka, two former Dora Milaje, elite Wakandan military guard who became revolutionaries.
Right.
So it's a little bit about them in the past, a little bit about them in the present, and I'm very excited about it.
I have a question. Speaking of Ta-Nehisi, you guys have been bringing in a lot of writers over the last couple of years who originated in other forms. They didn't come up through the comic writing ranks, so to speak. You brought in novelists, you brought in people like Ta-Nehisi, you brought in TV writers. What's that experience been like as an editor, bringing them into the fold?
Well, I mean, what it comes down to is, in the case of Ta-Nehisi, he's a longtime comic fan. He would go to those schools every Wednesday. So for him, it was really just a matter of learning the form. He's a prose writer. It was him learning how to think visually and describe what he wanted shown in a particular panel. It's a little bit easier for TV writers and screenplay writers to adjust because they're already used to writing screenplay format books where you explain what you're going to see along with the dialogue. But the novelist is a challenge, but Ta-Nehisi was a natural. And I think it really came down to the fact that A, he's smart, and B, he grew up with comics.
Yeah, he is so fantastic. I'm such a big fan. We also have a ton of stuff coming for Marvel now. We had Previews Magazine come out a week or so ago, and we've been showing a lot of the art around the booth. What are some of the titles that you are particularly excited to see?
Well, it's really hard to pick. I would say that, if there's a flagship title of Marvel now, coming out of Civil War II, it would be The Champions book by Mark Waid and Humberto Ramos. That's a new team comprised of some of our youngest, most popular characters. Miles Morales, Kamala Khan, Amadeus Cho, Sam Alexander, the new Nova, who all form a team. And I guess they're going to find out why they formed that team, what they stand for. What I will say is it's a response to everything that went down in Civil War II.
Right.
Civil War II is a huge event, stratified the Marvel Universe. There'll be winners and losers. Characters will be sent to new heights of power, and others will be, will have lost everything. So this is a really interesting book, Champions. I'm excited about that. And I'm excited about the 2 Iron Man books, one starring Victor Von Doom and the new Riri Williams. I'm excited about a lot.
We have a question from Rafa B. Can Axel talk about the Doctor Strange Punisher comics that are coming soon?
The Doctor Strange, not ready to give too many details about that yet. Sorry to say.
Top secret.
Top secret, yeah.
Now, I was going to say, I'm really excited for Champions also because I love Runaways and I love a good sort of teen book. Is this going to have sort of a teen book feel? Do you think it will be?
Yeah, I think it goes without saying. These are young characters. They have much shorter histories in the Marvel Universe, so they have so much more to learn and discover about themselves than a number of our veteran characters who've experienced so much. Many of them have died and been resurrected. So you're looking at a situation where popular characters like Amadeus Cho and Miles Morales, will be forced to interact. Kamala Khan, Sam Alexander, the Vision daughter. Don't be surprised if my man Robbie Reyes shows up at some point down the road.
Hey.
No, it's going to be interesting, to see why they formed a team, what they stand for, and how they can get along.
Speaking of Robbie Reyes, he's a pretty newish character for us. And to see him already entering into Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., was that super cool for you?
Well, yeah, absolutely, on many levels for me, because, for me, it was always important to me to see a Mexican-American superhero who just really felt it, who felt real. And Felipe's delivered that in Robbie. Robbie's really a cult favorite. I've been approached on the floor countless times by people asking if we were going to be bringing back Robbie Reyes, and the answer is yes, we are. We've got big plans for him. And I'm not going to get to specifics, but it should be very, very exciting down the road. But to see him in Ghost Rider, when I heard about it, I jumped up and clicked my heels.
Nice.
I love that.
Gavin Perkins wants to know any hints on how Squirrel Girl will continue taking over the Marvel world in the coming years. She's my favorite character.
Well, I believe you've got a graphic novel called Squirrel Girl Beats Up the Marvel Universe,
Yes.
or something like that, which is
With
too
Ryan G.
big to be
North.
contained in one comic book. So, she's a breakout hit for us. One of many characters who found a connection with different readers, and that's what I'm excited about, the diversity of our line in terms of the offering and output. We have so many different characters, female and male, out there.
That actually brings up a question. I was talking with friends about this before who are not traditional comic book readers, but they have been very excited by the more sort of diverse, inclusive feel that a lot of the comics have had lately. They're confused as to an entry point. So what's your advice for someone who's newer and wants to jump in?
A number one.
Yeah.
A number one. If you want to know Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, pick up Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. If you want to know the Totally Awesome Hulk, pick up Totally Awesome Hulk number one. All of our number ones are clean jumping on points into the Marvel Universe. It's as simple as that.
Great advice. Brian Woodorf wants to know, how old will T'Challa be in World of Wakanda, or is he even born yet?
I'm sorry, will he be?
How old will T'Challa be in World of Wakanda, or is he even born yet?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, in the opening arc, it should take place both in the present and a little bit in the past, so he should be roughly the age you see now.
Cool.
But don't be surprised if we do flashback stories. I had a really incredible talk with a writer who says somewhere down the road he wants to write a World of Wakanda story which takes place in the past and really illuminates their history. So
Nice.
I think the sky's the limit there.
I love it.
I had a question earlier. Robbie Reyes, I know he's like somebody that you feel close to. I know Son of is very close to Miss Marvel. Are there other characters in the Marvel universe that you kind of take pride in and are excited about from being sort of
Without a
under
doubt.
your reign?
Well, it starts with Miles Morales. I really want to see a Black Spider-Man for a while. I think the power of seeing character as iconic as Spider-Man peel back that mask to reveal a different face is just a beautiful thing. And another one too is that my wife is Korean, and when we made Amadeus Cho the new Hulk, I scored a lot of points at home with her, with my mother-in-law, with my brothers-in-law. It was a big moment, and again, just to see, a Korean American, an Asian American character ascend to that place of prominence, and to be such a supremely cool character.
Yeah.
I don't think Amadeus will.
I love him.
I think Amadeus will connect with people because he's a regular guy, and he has a very different attitude toward being the Hulk. He's a young kid. He's really arrogant and smart, and the way he looks at it is he's been given the keys to a Maserati.
Yeah.
He's going to drive it really fast, and I think the question is, A, will it crash? And B, what's in the trunk?
I know, I love that scene where he's like sitting in a bar. I think it's in the Civil War II tie-in with Hercules, and he's sitting in a bar and they're like, hey kid, you can't be in here, and he looks out and they're like, okay, it's fine,
Yeah,
you
it's
stay.
Exactly.
Ready for the next step wants to know, will original champions get cameos in new champions?
No plans for that yet, but you never know.
Anything's
You
possible.
never know.
There you go.
Here you go.
So as far as some of our other new titles, we have a lot of interesting Avengers teams. We're having, in particular, the U.S. Avengers. What were sort of the ideas of having different Avengers around? Oh, and the return of Great Lakes Avengers.
Exactly. What it came down to is that Civil War has an impact on the Marvel Universe, a ripple effect, and it inspires the formation of some new teams. There will be an Avengers team that will reel from the changes and reel from the loss of a certain characters like Kamala Khan. There will be an Occupy Avengers team, which will be the place where you'll see who Hawkeye is and what he stands for going into the future. I think the most important thing, an editor, Tom Brevoort, who presides over the Avengers titles, who really came up with the game plan, is that each book would have its own mission statement. That it would be its own flavor, it would tell its own story, and you wouldn't just be hitting the same notes with different titles.
I love that.
That's
well,
awesome.
Where can fans find you throughout the weekend at panels, and where can they find you online?
Well, I can be found online. I only do Twitter. I'm not on Facebook or anything else. Axel Alonzo Marv. And as far as where I can be found, I'm on the floor, Marvel booth, wandering around. Yeah.
Are you done? No more panels?
I have a couple more interviews, and then I think I'm done. I did the Cup of Joe today, and I'm done.
Oh my
Nice.
gosh,
You
you're
just get to hang out and enjoy.
Exactly.
Well, you guys stick around here on Marvel Live. We're going to have Gabriel Bateman coming up very soon and lots of cool stuff. So stay here on Marvel Live all weekend long. We'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Hey everyone, I'm Tamara Krinsky. We are here on Marvel Live San Diego Comic-Con, and I am here with Gabriel Bateman. Hi. So you just had a movie premiere last night, Lights Out.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the film and your part in it.
Lights Out is a horror film, but if you take away the horror, it could really just be a family drama about a family suffering about something that really bad that just happened. I don't want to spoil anything.
No,
And they're
no
trying to
spoilers.
cope with it. And their mother is going through a lot, and she's kind of schizophrenic. And her childhood friend comes back when she's at her worst.
Comes back. Is that a euphemism, or is she really coming
the
back?
friend.
The friend. Okay, we won't do any spoilers. But for you, what was the experience shooting like? You know, I was actually just talking with a friend of mine whose son is just starting to get into doing features, and they're getting scripts in, and some of them are for some pretty, scary movies. Were there points on set where you were completely freaked out? How was that for you?
Not really ever when I was on set or filming, because at that point you know the crew, you know all the cast, you're comfortable. It's kind of like a second home.
Yeah.
If you film long enough, so you get comfortable with everyone. You're not nervous. You're not scared at all.
Excellent.
But maybe watching it's pretty scary.
Yeah, I might get scared watching it. I don't do so well with horror movies. So speaking of new experiences, though, this is your very first Comic-Con, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So you've been here since?
I got here about 3 days ago. I flew in from Toronto because I'm filming something else, which is called American Gothic.
Nice.
But I've been here for 3 days now.
And, we've all heard about Comic-Con. Does it live up to your expectations?
It's definitely more than expected. It's there and then some. So
What's been the most surprising thing about it for you?
Probably how many people here are here. It's crazy.
I know, we're lucky, we're up here in the Marvel booth. You get a really great bird's eye view.
You can see everyone. Walking through it is insane.
Is there anyone or anything you were really looking forward to seeing or doing or meeting while you've been here?
Actually, Marvel. I was excited. I was really excited to come here because I'm a fan of all the comics and all the movies. So,
what's your favorite? Who's your favorite character?
In Marvel, the Wolverine or Iron Man.
Nice. So, we've got our Iron Man guys right over here. We've got lots of fun toys. And do you have comics that you kind of try to read on a regular basis? Do you have time to read comics? Because I know you're very busy with shooting.
I have some time to read, not recently, but when I do, I read a lot of comics. Marvel mostly, I've read a lot of Black Panther.
Nice.
I read some Iron Man and a little bit of everyone else this year.
Very cool. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Are you on social media?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so where can people find you? Tell them where they can find you online.
On Twitter, my handle is Gabriel Bateman, and on Instagram, it's Gabriel space Michael space Bateman.
Excellent. Well, best of luck with the film.
Thank you.
And we'll look forward to seeing you next in American Gothic, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Have a great time at Comic-Con. Enjoy the rest of your time.
Thank you.
All right, guys, stay tuned. Stay live on the stream as we keep bringing the best of San Diego Comic-Con to you straight away. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Just tell me what happened next. Look, I don't know. It's fuzzy. You went off your medication.
Wake up.
Why? We're just looking for the truth. Which you promised to tell. I told you they took her. Sydney Barrett, the girl who disappeared. She didn't disappear. She took my place, and I took hers. Wait, what? It was her power, I think. Can you explain that?
So is he crazy, or?
Continue. He believes he's mentally ill. But he may be the most powerful mutant we've ever encountered.
Can we take a break? Please?
Of course. Let's take a break. Stop. We can skip that part. Unless you think it's relevant to...
No, we don't have to.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
Look at me. I know what I am.
What's that?
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2016. Lorraine here with Curtis from Marvel MasterCard. How is it going down there?
It is going awesome today. Awesome today. All the Marvel fans are here today, and we're down here on the floor with our Marvel MasterCard. You can go out to marvel.com today and apply for a Marvel MasterCard. And with that MasterCard comes 3% cash back on dining and entertainment purchases that comes as a statement credit every month back to you as a Marvel customer. Also 1% back on all your other purchases. So it's a really great deal. Also giving you 10% off at marvel.com on your continued purchasing there and being a valued Marvel customer.
Very cool. And now you guys are doing some cool stuff at the con for people who are able to come, where you can sign up. And if you're approved, you get Scotty Young pin?
Yeah, you get the Scotty Young pin, Yellow Daredevil. Only way to get it is here at the con today, so if you're around, you should be here trying to get that. Also, you can register today and you can enter into a raffle for a Captain America shield. We're giving away 4 of those thanks to our partners at Hasbro.
No, but you have to be here to enter in the raffle, right?
You have to be here. You
Okay.
have to be here.
So for people that are at home, I know that you guys are doing some other cool things, like you are going to be giving away grand prize that has tickets to Marvel's Doctor Strange on the red carpet.
Absolutely.
But is that also you have to be here?
Have to be here.
You have to get down to San Diego Comic-Con if you want to get some of this cool stuff. But I know
And
that
if you're here, you have to come see us at the booth.
There you
We're right
go.
here at the Marvel booth, and we can hook you up right now today.
I know there's also a photo booth down there, right?
Awesome photo booth right down there. It's free today at the green screen. You can get your picture with your favorite superheroes in the background. There's 2 choices. Just come see us at the Synchrony Financial booth.
There you go. And now this is also cool because you guys have like some Marvel art on the cards.
Yes.
You get to like spend money like Tony Stark, I assume.
Yes, and you can choose your own card. We have a card. We have an Iron Man card, an Avengers card, Captain America card. We have some great credit cards that you can choose from.
That's so awesome. And I hear that there's going to be more cool stuff for Marvel fans who have the card.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ongoing benefit for being a Marvel credit card. Marvel is a great partner to Synchrony Financial, and really some good stuff coming your way.
Well, awesome. Where can fans sign up, check everything out?
Simple, marvel.com. That's your one-stop place.
There you go. Go over to marvel.com, check it out, and stay with us here on Marvel Live all weekend long for even more cool stuff. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Lorraine.
Awesome. Stick around, you guys.
All right.
Just tell me what happened next. Look, I don't know. It's fuzzy.
You went off your medication.
Wake up.
Why?
We're just looking for the truth. Which you promised to tell.
I told you they took her.
Sydney Barrett, the girl who disappeared.
She didn't disappear. She took my place, and I took hers.
Wait, what?
It was her power, I think. Can you explain that?
So is he crazy or?
Continue. He believes he's mentally ill. But he may be the most powerful mutant we've ever encountered.
Can we take a break? Please?
Of course. Let's take a break. Stop. We can skip that part. Unless you think it's relevant to...
No. I mean, we don't have to.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
Look at me. I know what I am. What's that?
Hey everyone, I'm Tamara Krinsky. You are watching Marvel Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2016.
I'm Lorraine Sink, and we are here with wonderful artist Gabriel, Walta. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. This is your first San Diego Comic-Con.
Yes, my first San Diego.
What is your impression of this
I mean-
convention? It's huge, right?
Yes, it's getting better each day, but the first day I was overwhelming. I mean, too many video games, too many comic books.
Yeah.
Oh, look, my Mignola. I mean, it was just
Yeah.
too many.
It's a lot to
colors, too
take
many-
in.
Yes.
And you're from Spain.
Yes, exactly.
Where in Spain are you from?
From the south, a town called Granada.
Oh, so pretty, right?
Yes, right.
So what, do you spend much time in America for
Only
work?
for the convention.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm leaving on Monday, but I want to take advantage of being here. Yes.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you have been working on Vision, which has been such a fan favorite comic. People just love it, and you've gotten to draw some characters that we've not seen before, which is Vision's family. Were you part of creating those characters?
Yes, totally.
Yeah.
Tom and Will Moss, our editor, tell me, I want 2 teenagers and a wife, basically.
Wow.
They should be red. they are not human, and play with that.
That's awesome. That's
Yes,
great.
so I didn't want to make this bald version.
Right.
So I make the green hair to match the colors of the uniform, and from that it was really easy because Tom made these different characters. I mean, the girl was more quiet, and with the boy, I'm playing with that. I sent some designs, and they like it. So it was so simple.
Is it cool to see Viv now go into Champions?
Yes.
Is that interesting to hand off a character that you kind of were
Yes,
an important part of creating?
Yes, it's weird because I mean she hasn't been a superheroine from the beginning, but I mean it's like a daughter going out of your home.
Aww.
Yes, I mean it's like this because we created from scratch. So, but it's cool to see Humberto Ramos drawing her. Drawing his version of the character, but I mean it's cool. I mean we're finishing our story and after that is for another author. It's good.
Now, you worked with Tom King on
Yes.
Vision. What is the process that you two sort of have? Do you do Marvel Method, or does he send you a full script and then you work from that?
Yes, he sent me the typical pitch. We talk a little, and then he sent me scripts. I made the layout. We discussed the changes, and then I made the final art. I mean, each issue he has more confidence on me. We know each other by now. He just he's writing his script. Vision alone in the room. Play with that. Or
Wow.
my favorite script description is Virginia lost. Play with that, Gabriel. So I like this level of confidence because he has an idea of my drawing, my storytelling, and I think I have an idea of what his intention of the book is. So I mean, right now it's perfect. It's so easy to work with him. And
That's
with
a-
Georgie Bellet, the colorist.
Oh, Georgie
Clayton
is
Coles.
incredible. Just won an Eisner
Yes,
Award
exactly.
last night.
Didn't have time to congratulate her, but
Yeah.
I mean, for me, she's the best. I mean,
Yeah,
I know
she is
there are
the greatest colorist out there
yes,
right now.
and
Like, it's
not.
official.
It's not like she's only a story. She's a storyteller. I mean, as Tom and me and Clayton doing the
Right.
lettering. I mean, we are all have a really strong commitment with this book. It's not like we're working for hire. It's like our book.
Yeah.
So we are all focused on the book, yeah, and that's great.
I love that you bring that up because so often we are sort of guilty of not remembering to mention colorists and
Exactly.
inkers and letterers, and they're so
And
important.
editors, I mean,
and editors, yeah,
they,
so
they
important.
make the team. I'm defend us on with the bosses. I mean, let them freedom, and we can make our stuff without thinking of other things because of our editors. I mean, they are really, really important.
Yeah.
We've actually got a couple of fan questions.
Great, awesome.
So Sophia says, "Hola, Gabriel." She's over in Spain.
Okay.
I'm glad to see a Spanish artist at Marvel San Diego Comic-Con. How did you end up working for Marvel?
How a Marvel editor, Daniel Ketchum, went to Spain looking for talent. Yes, like C.B. Cebulski traveled all the world looking for talent. So Daniel went to my city. In fact, it's a really small convention. So he saw my stuff and he said, "I'm curious how you could make superheroes." And like 2 weeks before meeting him, I was drawing a comic book for Marvel.
Did you have superheroes in your portfolio? Or?
No, it was just. I mean, I was telling that in a panel the other day. It was just my previous stuff. It wasn't about superheroes. So Daniel saw
It was still comic art, though.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. For Scholastic, for children, for IDW,
okay.
our stuff, all my stuff, creator own.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
so he saw a page. The first page was in black and white, a child running, and she said, "I like this." I mean, but we made superheroes, and he kept looking at my portfolio. But I like the storytelling. But we made superheroes. Then he saw a Hagrid, from Harry Potter.
Yeah, of course.
A Hagrid illustration, and he said, "I love this. I would take this to my room." But we made superheroes. so he closed my portfolio, and I'm curious how could you make superheroes? I want to know your version of superheroes. It was okay.
You wanted to know your vision, and then you ended up drawing Vision.
Yes, exactly. My vision of Vision.
But I love that story because it really just goes to show that if you draw what you love, and that the work speaks for itself, and that idea that then you can adapt to whatever story
yes, exactly.
is.
And they want. I mean, above all, is the storytelling is the most important skill of a comic book artist, more than doing muscles or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they want different styles for every kind of history. And I mean, not everybody can draw every kind of book. I mean, I don't think I could be good doing Avengers, Cosmic Avengers. Maybe I could try, but I mean, I love the small stories.
Yeah.
So they give me those kind of books. It's good for me.
We have another question. Ismazing wants to know, "Hey Gabriel, I want to know who is your favorite Vision family member?"
Virginia, no doubt. Virginia. Yes, she is the main character of the book.
Yeah.
In fact, I just finished issue 10, and it's the first issue with Vision is really the main character. Issue 10, I mean.
Yeah.
And it's, I think this is the best issue. Yes, I'm looking forward to people reading it.
Yeah.
Excellent, yeah.
I know that's such an interesting thing because you guys are so far ahead of the public is it hard to kind of know like, oh, I have stuff waiting for you guys?
Yes, exactly. And I don't want to spoil anything because I love people to discover the story. I mean, in Spain, I don't want to post things that you have read already in USA because I want Spanish readers to discover the story from scrap. No, not telling them anything.
Right, no
But
spoilers.
yes, sometimes I want in issue 10 this. No. I will. Yes. Shabba.
And now you have some stuff announced for Marvel now, right? Launching in
exactly.
October. What will you be working on?
It's a book I'm really excited about. It's called Occupy Avengers.
Yes, and it's with David Walker,
Yes,
correct?
exactly. I just met him this morning.
Oh yeah, he's
and
been around.
Yes, we
Yeah.
were talking about the book. We want
awesome.
to make this, and I imagine this thing with Hawkeye, which is the main character of the book, and he said, awesome, we have to, and we were just looking forward to working together. Yes,
That's so cool.
That's so
I mean,
cool.
really excited about the book.
yeah, David has such an interesting voice.
Yes.
Are you getting a feel for what he's going to be like a little bit, and like what it's going to be like to work together?
Yes, but I mean, he's a really versatile writer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Iron Fist and Power Man is really funny.
Yeah,
and
that's
he has different kind of
yeah,
books.
Nighthawk's really dark and
Yes,
gritty.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
that's
I'm
very
not
true.
really. I don't know what to expect exactly. I know
Right.
he's an awesome writer. I told him, write what you want. Many balloons, many panels.
Many
don't,
balloons.
Yes, I don't mind. Let characters speak because
Uh-huh.
I don't mind that. I like that kind of comics.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Well, where can fans find you online at the convention?
Oh, excuse me.
Or where
you-
can they find you online? Are you on?
Oh, okay.
Are you on
okay.
Twitter or?
Yes, I got a blog, but I don't update from. I mean, I don't know where. I got Facebook, Twitter. Yeah,
And
you
what
can-
is it? What's your name? On?
Yes, if you Google Gabriel Walta, you will find all my stuff.
There you
Great.
go.
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for stopping by
Thank
to
you.
talk to the fans. You guys, stand by. Next up is Chiwetel Ejiofor. Thanks for watching.
Stay here on Marvel Live.
Everybody, Blake with Marvel.com at San Diego Comic-Con 2016, and I'm with Chiwetel Ejiofor. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great.
Did I get your name? I know some people mix up the name.
No, it's
I got it.
pretty
Okay.
good. Yeah. Great. Sorry. Yeah, no, really excellent. Thank you.
So first off, would this be your first San Diego, or have you been before?
Yeah, first time in San Diego Comic-Con. Yeah.
What's the experience like?
Well, I literally just got here, so
Okay.
so I'm just about to sort of get started, but I'm very, very excited to be here.
So have you ever been a fan of like the comics world growing up or anything?
Yeah, I was a big fan of comics growing up, and I was. I suppose I was more into the kind of 2000 AD, like that kind of vibe, the ABC Warriors, all of that stuff, and also the sort of bigger tentpole kind of names as well in the Marvel universe, and so it's been exciting in that, and just to kind of, retouch on those sort of vibes and that sort of time. So it's been pretty excellent, actually.
It's awesome. So I always, when I do these interviews, I know the standard is we can't talk about anything except that it's out November 4th. Anything that you can say about Doctor Strange?
Well, I mean, it's. I think it's just, for me, it was a real thrill to do it, and I think it's really unique, actually, in the whole of and as the comics are, it's a really different with the kind of the sort of mystic art world and the magic world of it all. It just opens up a whole other area that can be kind of explored in terms of all of his powers and and myself and the Ancient One, Tilda Swinton, and Benedict Wong, and it's. I had a great time with the cast as well as anything else, and I think it's going to be a pretty exciting film.
I had to ask Mads this just a second ago too.
And Mads.
Oh, I didn't mean to call you out, but like
I asked Mads
and Mads. So the cast is really amazing, and obviously including yourself. I mean, what's it like working with such a heavy hitters, like just day in and day out on set?
Well, it's always fun, It's always great when you're working with people who are really committed and really dedicated, and also really skilled, you know, at the work and at doing it and bringing these characters to life. And they're such interesting characters, but they all need, you know, it always feels like you need to ground them in a kind of, in a reality, you know, for the audience. You know, you really need to believe that in these characters and in what they're fighting for. And so, you know, having actors who are as skilled as Benedict and Tilda and Rachel, and, you know, like the list is endless, and Mads, you know, is such an important part of that. And so it was thrilling, you know.
And so Strange is obviously been around for forever. Did you jump into the subject matter at all after you got the part, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'd known of Doctor Strange, you know, like I hadn't read all of the comics before, and so I knew the character, I knew some of a very basic history of Doctor Strange. So part of, you know, the initial thing was just getting all the comics from back in the day and reading them and just, you know, jumping into this universe, this kind of surreal, kind of trippy place. You know?
You've obviously been in such great films. I can't think of anything you've done. I mean, The Martian, I guess, was the closest thing in the kind of grand Comic-Con scheme of things, I assume, right?
Serenity?
Oh, right. Oh, so you're an old hat with all the nerds. Yeah.
Well, that was my first introduction to not exactly Comic-Con, because I don't think Comic-Con really was a thing that much back then, but it was my first introduction to that kind of, the sort of vibe of it, you know, and the brown coats and obviously Joss Whedon and what he's brought to this kind of arena over the years. And so I was very excited to be part of that, the Firefly universe.
That's awesome. Well, thanks so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. Hey everybody, Blake with Marvel.com, and I'm with Mads Mikkelsen. It is an honor to be talking with you, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm in San Diego, Comic-Con. It's crazy.
You probably, I assume with Hannibal, you've been at the cons pretty regularly before.
You know what? I was supposed to be here twice, or actually 3 times. I couldn't make it, any of them. This is my first one.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So what's the experience like?
Well, right now, I haven't really, I see how many people are walking the streets dressed up. So I expect it's going to be crazy.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So obviously with Marvel, we can't really talk about anything.
Nothing, actually.
So what should we talk about?
Well, we could talk a little. I mean, you want to talk a little about Doctor Strange, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Benedict Cumberbatch is playing the lead.
Benedict Cumberbatch is in it. Yeah, we can say that.
I'm in there. We have Chiwetel's in there. There's some great people in there, and we are all looking so much forward to see this film, because while we were shooting it, we had an idea, but it's such a crazy world, so we had to imagine a lot of it, so we can't wait seeing it.
Well, this is fun. This is one of the cast, including yourself, is just really amazing. I mean, what was it like working with, again, including yourself, so many like heavy hitters in a film like that?
Well, it's always great. I mean, and also the small hitters. It's always great to meet new people that you never, maybe you've seen on screen, or maybe you've never met them before. It was just a really good energy on the set. And as I said before, we were all like, we know Marvel. We know that this is definitely Marvel, but it's also something very different at the same time. So we were in a boat that we were not really sure what was going, and that was really great to be with these people.
That's awesome. So have you, I guess, the comic-y kind of side of things, I assume, again, with Hannibal, it's kind of, would it be a similar
Well, no, yeah, there's a certain dark sense of humor in the film.
Mm-hmm.
Most on the hands of Benedict. He's a very ironic, sarcastic character, and he's a perfect match for that character. He's really, really funny himself.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see a lot of that from his side, but some of the other characters will jump in there as well and make it. I mean, it is dark, but it's quite funny once in a while.
And what drew you to a role like this?
It's a Marvel film.
Have you always wanted to be in a Marvel film? Or?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is something we all. I mean, as kids, we were growing up with this, and all of a sudden, here I am. I'm 50 years old, and I get the chance to jump around and doing flying kung fu in a Marvel film. Who am I to say no?
Good, of course. So you grow up reading Marvel, or
yeah.
What were you into?
Well, all of them, and I do actually remember Doctor Strange. It was not the biggest, but it did come out there. I mean, it was out in the 60s, but I fell over in the mid of the 70s, and it was just a universe that was so different from anything you've ever seen before. so that they're actually shooting it now is just absolutely fantastic.
Thank you so much for taking the time, and welcome to the family. We love having you in Marvel.
Thank you so much.
Stay tuned for more Comic-Con 2016.
And the people at ABC are all the way back in New York. So I need you to be loud. So here's the exercise. Ready? I'm going to take this season, the big message is Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Tuesday nights moves to 10 o'clock. Okay? But some of you are surprised. That's not good. So we need to be able to tell ABC that we know this. So this group over here, you get to say 10 p.m. Can you give me 10 p.m.? 10 p.m. That's pretty good. You guys here, believe it or not, I don't know why, 9 p.m. Central. You have more words than anybody else. Ready? 9 p.m. Wow, this is some much faster group than I've ever dealt with. Okay, and then over here on ABC. Clearly the ABC group has a problem. We'll help them later on. Okay, so let's try it and see whether that's going to work. Ready? So let's do it a little louder. Let's do it San Diego style. Thank you. Today is about saying thank you. It's about saying thank you to you, the fans, for how grateful we are to you for everything that you've done for this show from the very beginning. We're going to be showing you some stuff that's never been shown before. We're going to be able to celebrate it. What?
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just was wondering, can we do the thing? Can we do the thing?
You know what? No. I never say no to you, Clark. I never say no to you. But right now, I gotta do the thank yous. And I promise we'll do the thing later. I promise. I never say no to Clark. But we'll do it later. I have to say thank you to some people that are really important. And this is why we have a show like this. And we start with our producer, Gary Brown. Jeff Bell says it best. Every week we give him a script that is completely unproducible, and yet somehow you get to watch it this season at 10 p.m., 9 p.m. Central on ABC. At Marvel, the support that we get from Dan Buckley, Alan Fine, Joe Quesada, Megan Thomas Bradford, Jeffrey Colo, Emma Fleischer, I almost said Emma Thompson, Rob Steffens, Jim Corey, and Jim Corey's son, Momo, is here. Everybody say hello to Momo. Thanks so much. Over at ABC, Ben Sherwood, Channing Dungey, Patrick Moran, Vicky Dummer, Joe DeSante, Sarah Hughes, and our captain of programming and the person who's responsible for our move to 10 o'clock, Andy Rubens. Now, that's all the thank yous. So we get to get to the good part about it, and we're going to do something a little different this year. Rather than having everybody come into the seat, we're going to let you guys take pictures right in front. So as they come in, you'll see them come out up front. So he has been there from the very beginning. He's a master storyteller and a dear friend, and one of our executive producers, Mr. Jeffrey Bell. They co-created the show with our friend Joss Whedon, and they're also executive producers. They are Marissa Tancherone and Jed Whedon. He did the hardest thing in the world. He came into a family that was so tightly knit together and immediately won everyone's heart, and we can't even remember when he wasn't on the show. Henry plays Mac. Every now and then you wait a lifetime to kiss the girl you love. And here are the two people who got that opportunity. She needs no introduction other than the fact that she kicks ass. Neely, come on out. She was Sky, she was Daisy, she could be Quake, she's won our hearts. Chloe, come on out. And you know he's here, he's the reason why we come to work every day, and it is a pleasure and honor, and I think everybody here knows, as we said on the very first announcement, there would be no Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. without Agent Phil Coulson. If you'd like to take a picture, now's a really good time. Today, we're really here to celebrate how much fun this group has, and I think one of the best ways of doing that is to show you how much all of you got to enjoy our last season. So we put together a little trailer sizzle thingy, and so Henry, if you could, show them some of the fun that we had last season. A special shout out to Chris Cheramy, who runs all of our editing and post, and to Mark Kolpak, who's the person who's responsible for those incredible special effects. Yeah. All right, gang. Now I get to torture all of you. You know, one of the things that we've never really talked about with the whole group here, because now it's all, you're all part of the family too. You know, I'm just curious, Clark, what would you say is your favorite episode or your favorite moment from the last 3 years, and or it could be, you know, what you're looking forward to, any of those things?
Ooh, okay. Wow, so many episodes I've loved. I mean, from when Nick Fury showed up and gave me back my favorite gun. From the Avengers to the kiss heard around the world. You know, seeing Daisy become Quake, seeing Matt get his shotgun axe.
I asked him for one thing and he's ruined it for the whole show.
You've taken all of our favorite moments.
Oh,
sorry, I've taken everybody's.
Jeff Bell, your favorite moment or episode from the last 3 years?
Favorite moment was the Spies Goodbye last year.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby Hunter leaving.
and this young man right here breaking my heart as they said goodbye.
I think we can all raise our glass to Bobby and Hunter. Henry, since you just got brought up, what was your favorite episode or moment?
Oh my goodness, I don't want to sound redundant, but it was A Spy's Goodbye, because for me, I was not acting in that scene. That was very personal for me, one of the most personal scenes I've ever done in my career, because, oh my gosh, I don't want to get emotional.
It's okay, they want you to get emotional.
Just saying goodbye to people I very much care about. It was real.
Ian, I know how much you like answering questions, so tell me what your favorite moment was, and I know it was kissing Elizabeth, but you can go ahead and tell us.
Actually, I think it was episode 5 when you went away to the other planet. She was pretty. I think we could all agree she was pretty great. Sorry, I slapped her.
No, it's my favorite.
But also, I got 7 days off.
Yeah, that's
so I sat by
It's true. Elizabeth, would you like the counterpoint? What was your favorite moment?
Well, I don't know if this is a bad sign, but it was the first proper one that we did, the episode 2 of season 1. Maybe it was downhill from there on out, I don't know. But it was the end shot when we were all drinking beer and watching the LA Fall.
Yeah.
But it just felt like the first time this is going to be a really special family. And we were drinking. So it was water.
Jed, do you have your own?
There are a lot. We've done a few episodes now. I have a soft spot for the first finale, well, all the finales really, but the first finale, it was way too hard to make. And we had Sam Jackson for, I think, one day at the beginning of the schedule, but we hadn't built any of the sets. So we built a small piece of the set and shot his stuff, and then a week later shot the rest of the scene. But that's an example of how crazy that episode was, but everything always in the finales is a little too crazy, and at the last minute comes together, like chopping off your hand, which was actually a piece of chicken with some blood in it. And it seems like we always come right down to the wire. The last second we're allowed to film, we're still filming, then hopefully it all comes together, and so far it has.
And Marissa, do you have a different?
Ian stole my favorite episode, but it's fine. We'll deal with it later. It's fine. Just wait till you see the next scene we write. Full frontal. Just kidding.
Please.
Terrible. Please. Everybody's begging. Yes, that episode, 4,722 hours, was a risk from the very beginning, just conceptually. And it was a risk across the board from the studio, well, us coming up with it in the room, because it's a completely isolated episode that features young Miss Elizabeth Henstridge being a super furiosa badass all on her own on an isolated planet. But yeah, we think it was definitely a departure from anything we've ever done, and I hope you liked it as much as we liked making it.
A very good script by Craig Titley, who I think is somewhere out there somewhere.
Craig Titley's in the audience. You will give Craig a big hand.
I always have really a difficult time answering these types of questions, and I was racking my brain, and for me it's really about all the moments and the process of bringing the show together, and just watching those clips. Both Chloe and we were getting so emotional because we're like, wow, we do this shit. I mean, we do this stuff. And so, like, for me, from just the table read that we do when we all get together and we're discovering the script and hearing it for the first time, to the madness of putting the show together and then having Colpack come and make you sit in front of a green screen and try to describe and tell you what you're pushing, what buttons you're doing, and that you're flying a plane when you're just sitting in a cockpit seat, and then you see the final result of everything with the music of Bear, McCreary, and it's the whole process. So it's really hard for me to pinpoint like a moment, except getting hired for this show.
And just to comment on those table reads, you can always tell when Ming hasn't read the script yet.
Yeah.
Because we'll get to a turn in the story and they're like, you're supposed to read it before you
She'll
come
just
on.
look at us across the table like, then what happens? Just turn the page.
Chloe, what has been your...
Oh God, I mean, same as that, what you said. But I mean, this year the most memorable was probably the last day of shooting. It was a really emotional one. Everyone was there, and my last scene was the big Daisy Hive fight in the finale. And just fighting Brett, it was really heavy, and all the emotions were real, and it was really sad, and it just reminds you how lucky we are to be here. So that was memorable. Also flying in the car with Clark. Remember when we were on the car and we had rigs?
Hey,
So much fun.
Jeff. Yeah. I do think mentioning Brett Dalton's not with us this year.
Yes.
And we love him, and he's been awesome for us. I think we should just all say hi, Brett. So.
Hi, Brett.
A big round of applause for Brett Dalton.
This actually gives me a moment to be able to show you guys exactly how professional these people are, how exact these people are, how when they get a script, they come, they're prepared. What you see is the perfect performance every single time. And you can just show them some of the astonishing things this cast has shown us over the last year.
Super professional. That was super creepy.
He's over there having a very good time. I'm trying to remember what it was like at the very beginning when we were sort of bringing folks in and doing that.
You're not going to do this.
Ian, do you remember what it was like when you first got the call to come on board?
No.
Elizabeth, can you help us out at all? Remember the first time you ever met Ian?
No, I don't think we auditioned. You just called and gave us the part. There's nothing to see that. I feel like there is, though.
There's nothing?
There's nothing.
No? Really?
Destroyed. It was all destroyed.
You know what? I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. It's just a question. I'm going to ask them. And if they say no, it's fine. I just want to know. But if we had Ian and Elizabeth audition, is that something you guys would want to see? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Ming's right. Do you think that's something you guys want to see? This was a whole 3 years ago. You can't believe how young they look. No, they look exactly the same. Henry, see if you can find Fitzsimmons audition 3.
Total random request, not anticipated at all.
I do want to talk to Jed, Mo, and Jeff about it. What's amazing is that is literally the first time they acted together.
No.
It was that. Anyway, Jed, Mo, Jeff, if you could.
I mean, it's so obvious why they took their parts. I mean, they just came in and said, "We are perfect. We are Fitzsimmons." And that is that what you asked? Was that the question you just asked?
Yes, that was the question I asked.
He's laughing at me as he does this a lot. I start talking and he laughs at me.
I'm just looking at how beautiful you are. Can anyone guess who Fitzsimmons are based on them?
Meet the real life Fitzsimmons, by the way, right here. But that scene actually informed the scene that they had trapped at the bottom of the ocean in the season 1 finale.
Yeah, it's really fun to see it because, you know, there's a lot of the same elements, but it was just something we drummed up to see if they could do comedy and bicker and emotion. And then it was almost their performance in the audition that made us go, we have to put that scene in the show. But yeah, they came in and took it. And the other thing is that there were other people who were also very good who auditioned for those roles, but every one of them was much better when paired with one of those two. So when you put them together, it was just magic. I said it magically.
Put your hand up.
Just because I have a question.
Yes, Clark. You have a question.
My question is, can't we do the thing?
Clark, I adore you. I am so happy that we get to work together. We had a lot more to do before we can do that. I promise you. I promise you we're going to do this thing. Don't make me come out there. It's ugly. You know what? When you put together a cast, sometimes what they do is the folks at the network like to see something to sort of show what it's going to be like. It's not in the show, and so in this particular case, they really wanted to know how Chloe and Brett would get along. And so this scene has never been shown to anybody. Joss directed it. We went off to this trailer. I don't know where we were.
We were somewhere deep in the valley and it was 9 million degrees.
And it was just bizarre, like we were in an office building and we took sort of a splinter group of people.
And they'd never met before, I don't think. Had you guys met?
No, I wasn't cast yet. So this was before that.
Yeah. This was the thing we were made to try to make that happen.
This is how Chloe met Brett.
Exciting.
We're having an awful lot of fun. Why don't you guys have some fun? Let's take some Q&A. Is there a microphone, people lining up, that kind of thing? Okay, there's a camera in the way of my ability to be able to see. Somebody there. There's someone, is there a cap shield?
Lady cap.
That's what I see, and someone waving. Okay, hi waving person, say your name.
Hi, I'm Viviana, and I'm from Santee, California. My question is, what personally was the hardest episode or scene to film, and why?
That's a good question. I'm gonna throw it first to
a bunch of
any day now.
Go ahead. All right, Mr. Bell, you're shaking your head.
I'm shaking my head. Don't call on me. Some of the stuff Elizabeth shot was out in an area called Trona, and it was about 1,000 degrees.
1,000,
and
yeah.
Elizabeth literally got heat stroke shooting it, and so.
I had to work every day, you guys. I didn't have one. Usually I have at least 2 days off. Every day. Poor me.
And she had to act cold, which is the other funny part.
Oh, and she had to kiss Ian, so that could have been a hard day too.
Henry?
You know what it is, Henry.
Really? What is it? Oh my God.
You know what it is.
Yeah, I think so.
What is it?
I think it was my first season, second season, where I had to, my character had to go down a rope or or something like that.
Oh, it was when you were descending into the hidden underground city.
He gets so excited.
Yeah.
He gets so excited.
Well, you're a big, scary man. It's funny when you're afraid of something.
I don't like heights, okay? They put me on this rope, and I thought it was going to be all secure, and it was secure to a point.
Oh my God.
You guys might have a couple octaves.
It was like literally 8 feet off the ground.
I'm going to call myself out here. They go, Henry, go higher, and I was gripped with fear, right? And I said, I can't go any higher, I can't go any higher. And my buddy, who's my stand-in, he walks up and he goes, Henry, I can touch you from here. Horrible. That stays in the room.
Next question.
Hi, I'm Jacob from Sacramento, California.
Hi, Jacob.
Yo. And I was wondering what it's like to be a part of the Marvel Universe, which has affected so many people around the world.
Good question, Jacob.
You know what? Clark, since you've sort of been you started in the movies and you came into the television, you've sort of been in the Marvel Universe, and now you're in the comics too.
Okay, I've been in the Marvel Universe since I was 11, but mostly just reading comics. So it was really fun to see them start to take over the movies with Iron Man, and to kind of be there and watch Jon Favreau and Robert Downey and Gwyneth and Jeff Bridges and that amazing cast bring Tony Stark to life. As a fanboy, to be able to watch that was incredible. And to then watch the various chapters from Thor and Mjolnir. And I don't know if I said that right. And then have it all come together on the Avengers without exploding from geek-tasticness. And then to have it to do business with the fact that Coulson was dead. And
wait, he died?
And then suddenly not so dead. And then to kind of find himself back to life, surrounded by this incredible team of writers and this incredible new family, and to then do 66 hours of the storytelling that's about what Coulson represents, which is the people who until recently didn't have powers, but who were really there just because they believed in the mission of protecting people. And to get to work with this remarkable bunch of actors who were part of the Marvel Universe, and to get to watch the Luke Cage trailer yesterday, which knocked me socks off. And to feel like you're part of one giant story being told through all kinds of different areas and mediums, and have you say that it's something that means something to you is really a great gift. So thank you, Jacob. I want to say one last thing about that, which is just being in the Marvel Universe for these 8 years, and especially the last 3, has meant, some of those scenes you saw, it takes some hours, and myself and other people here, there are people at home, and for example, my daughter Stella, who's here, and who supports that, even though a lot of times I'm here with this family and not getting to be with her. So Stella, thank you for letting me do this.
Next question.
Were you surprised about how well the strength of the female characters has been received by the fans? Because I start the Police Academy next week, and I appreciate it more than you could ever know.
That's amazing. Thank you. May, I think a lot of people do look up to you as someone that inspires them. You want to talk a little bit about that responsibility and what that is like in your world?
It's a tremendous honor, and it kind of blows my mind because, as a mom, to have all of the fans who are young and old, and the older women too, and the boys too. It is an incredible experience to get to play a strong female character, and then to have that effect of positivity and the impact of believing in yourself when you watch these characters. And I know it's just, especially in this day and age, Marvel really does it in such an extraordinary, heightened fashion. You know, whether it's someone who's intelligent and learns and discovers her bravery like Simmons, or I also have not. What? Okay, what did I said some English? What did I just say? Oh, I don't know. Oh, did I say something?
No, you were on it.
No, you're on it. Keep going. Keep going. Don't let Chloe throw you off.
I understood that.
You're on a roll. It was awesome.
I'm sorry, but you know, and then someone like a Daisy character who is kind of alone and lost and rebellious, and yet, you know, having discovered her purpose or just this otherworldly power. And I cannot tell you, whenever I do go to these cons and having that feedback, it's the perk of a job that, you know, I'm not a policewoman, I'm not a firewoman, I'm not a real doctor or a nurse, or I don't do things that save lives, but I am truly, you know, enamored with a job that allows this connection with people.
I have to say something, because you know, attitude reflects leadership, and the reason our show has so effortlessly folded in real-life women characters, which are strong, smart, empathetic, interesting women, and I'm not surprised by how many people are taken aback or have appreciated, because it's a reflection of real life. It just hasn't been shown in TV as often as it should at all, and a huge part of that is because our showrunner, Larissa, she is one of the most inspiring women I've ever met, and she, you know, she's leading the pack, and it's been an honor to kind of get to work in such an empowering group of women.
Oh,
These are great questions. I wish I had half of these questions. Who do we have next?
Hi, I'm Landon. I'm from here in San Diego, and my question is, since Marvel's Most Wanted didn't get picked up, when are Bobby and Hunter going to return to
I think we're best saying that's classified. Wouldn't that be the answer?
It's definitely classified, but keep watching.
There's another young fellow.
Here we go.
Hello, my name is Evan. I'm from Diamond Bar.
Hello, Evan.
My question is, why did you guys have the feeling to kill Ward and Lincoln?
Yeah, why? Why did you have that feeling to kill them?
Well, Jed, why did you tell Evan and this little boy from Diamond Bar why you felt the need to kill Ward and Lincoln?
That's a really good question, Evan.
We didn't like killing Ward and Lincoln.
We've never regretted it more than right now. You know, it's for us. We're telling a story, so sometimes the story's got to be sad, sometimes it's got to be happy. We love those actors very, very much, so it was a very hard decision for us to make, but we felt like our other characters needed to go through the pain of that in order for us to tell better stories moving forward. And I'm sorry.
Really sorry, Evan.
Well, Evan, keep watching. You know, there may be new surprises that make you even happier. Thank you. Please.
I don't think I'll ever recover from that.
I'm regretting the whole questions.
Yes?
Yes.
Hi there, my name's Caitlin. I'm from Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Hi, Caitlin from Hershey.
Home of the chocolate. If your characters could go back to the very beginning of the series and give themselves a piece of advice, what would they tell themselves, and maybe why?
Nice.
Wow.
Why didn't you think of that question, Jeff?
What did you say?
I said, why didn't you think of that question?
Why did I think of that question? Because I was too busy talking to Evan beforehand. I'd like to hear what Chloe has to
I'd
say.
probably tell myself to not date Hydra Nazi soldiers. And then let them brainwash me and control me. And then kill people and beat up Mac. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ian, if you could go back and tell your character something at the very beginning, what would you have told them?
Question. Probably something to do with Brett as well, awards. Don't give him your pesto aioli sandwich because he'll chuck it away. He doesn't appreciate it enough.
Next question.
Hi, I'm Tegan DeLeon from San Diego.
Hi, Tegan.
And my question is, since we unfortunately had to witness the deaths of Hive/Ward and Lincoln, should we mentally start to prepare ourselves for a new love interest for Daisy?
We're trying to cast that, but nobody seems to want the job. Because they know it has an extermination lead. Oh, I'm just kidding. Everybody wants to date Daisy.
Yeah, do I have a new love interest?
That's a really good question. Yeah, you should prepare mentally, physically, everything you need to do. You know, I think that she's rattled from what happened, Daisy, so it won't be right away, but people find solace in other places and they have to move on, so prepare.
Like she needs to get laid. What did you say? That she needs to get laid. I said it in a weird accent.
Hey now.
I'm sorry.
There's like,
More than children. Lay down. Take a nap.
We've already had this problem.
Yes. Evan's going to have a different question next year.
Hi.
Hi guys, my name is Audrey from Los Angeles, California.
Hi, Audrey.
I was wondering if we could see any footage from season 4.
Well, Audrey, that's a really good question, except that we literally started shooting season 4 yesterday. So unless they somehow got it down here in a transport or something that I wouldn't know anything about, I don't know how that's going to be possible for us.
There's nothing we could see from season 4?
No.
What's the thing?
What about, if there's nothing we could see from season 4, then perhaps we could see the... Don't you want to see the thing? You're going to like the thing.
All right, here's the thing. If we're going to do the thing, it has to be really, really dark in here. And the people at ABC are all the way back in New York. So I need you to be...
Hey Marvelites, I am here at the Marvel booth in front of something extremely, extremely special. This was just premiered right here in the Marvel booth. Robbie Reyes' car. He's going to be Ghost Rider in Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which hits ABC this fall at 10 p.m. And look at this sweet ride. Perfect for someone who wants to get into some trouble. Check out Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. coming back to ABC for its 4th season at 10 p.m. on Tuesdays in the fall. And stick around here on Marvel Live for even more cool stuff about Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and other Marvel TV coming up soon throughout the weekend. Hello, Marvelites. Right now, you guys are watching the costume contest on the stage at the Marvel booth. But we have some cool news coming out of Hall H that we want to keep you updated on as we watch the costume contest. So it all kicked off in Hall H with a really awesome love letter type video to the MCU. A lot of different scenes and different films being honored there. And then they kicked off everything with Marvel's Black Panther, which is going to begin shooting in January. And director Ryan Coogler was there, and he talked a bit about Wakanda and Black Panther, and then they introduced the cast on stage. Chadwick Boseman, who was here with us earlier on Marvel Live, who plays Black Panther. T'Challa was there, and he was talking about how electric it was to be at his very first San Diego Comic-Con. They introduced Lupita Nyong'o, who will be playing Nakia. Super exciting there. We've heard about Michael B. Jordan joining the cast, and his character was announced. And I know you comic book fans are going to really, really love this. He is going to be playing Eric Killmonger, a really iconic Black Panther villain in the comics universe. We'll see what he is going to end up bringing to the MCU. Very cool there. We have Danya Gurviva, who is going to be playing OK, and that person is going to be the head of the Dora Milaje. So that's a huge, amazing cast. Super exciting.
A really great part of the Black Panther universe that we'll get to see.
Yes.
Black Panther's personal guards. So
that's going to be awesome. And then they started to talk a little bit about Marvel's Thor Ragnarok. It's only 5 days into shooting in Australia, directed by Taika Waititi, and they showed, I guess, a really great piece of what they thought Thor was doing during Civil War, just having a roommate, doing normal, everyday guy stuff. Apparently very funny. You got to be in Hall H to see it, though.
Apparently he had a very wild conspiracy board about what the Infinity Stones are, so some jokes, all that sort of stuff, and dictating some letters to Cap and Iron Man saying what he was thinking about what was the happenings of Civil War.
Very cool. And now they have a drawing of Mjolnir with sunglasses. Bruce Banner and Thor are having coffee. It sounds like it's just a blast. And Banner answering a call from Tony Stark, where Bruce calls him T-Bone. So they've gotten to be real science bros. And also Thor, it looks like, Thor is getting, more normalized to Earth culture.
Right, and now we're going to see, they're showing some of the stuff that they've actually shot for Thor Ragnarok, and they're showing some concept art. Looks like Thor has a little haircut.
Oh my gosh, and aliens potentially will be something, some little teaser there. And honestly, if you haven't seen the concept art, you can check it out on Marvel.com. That concept art that you saw of Hela, sort of silhouetted, legions of soldiers, it's incredible just to take a look at how beautiful that art is. Of course, that role will be played by Cate Blanchett, which is, I think, going to be some of the best casting ever seen in the Marvel Universe. I'm so personally excited about it.
And earlier you were taking a look at the Gladiator armor, correct?
Yes, the Gladiator Hulk armor. And so we have that here on the Marvel stage. We've shown it a bit at marvel.com/SDCC 2016, but it looks like it made an appearance there also. According to Ryan Penagos, who is live tweeting this, Gladiator, Hulk, Hela, Surtur. This place just went bonkers. So loud, Surtur. What an amazing Marvel character. Such an iconic character from the world of Thor. Sort of a demon from the underworld. A big, big baddie in the Thor storytelling universe. So I'm super excited personally about that. Screens all around the room just opened up. Smoke. It's time for Doctor Strange, you guys. I'm super excited for Marvel's Doctor Strange, which is going to hit theaters on November 4th of this year, so it's coming up very soon. Right now, the Hall H is 360 degrees of screen. Everyone is screaming. Benedict Cumberbatch is there. I mean, that sounds pretty magical to me, honestly. Any room with Benedict Cumberbatch, aka Doctor Strange, is pretty magical.
Greeting them with a very warm hello, San Diego, and he's joined on stage by director Scott Derrickson, talking about how fresh Strange was for the comics. And more cast coming out on stage. Tilda Swinton, Rachel
Who will
McAdams.
be playing the Ancient One, Rachel McAdams, Mads Mikkelsen, and Benedict Wong.
I was told that this is 100% not Pocket Girl.
Benedict talking about how Doctor Strange is very different from anything that he's done before and how much he enjoyed it because of the character arc that he got to experience.
And you know, it's interesting because I kind of forget about this when I watch the trailer, but he's British and he's very American in Marvel's Doctor Strange.
That is very true. That is very, very true. Rachel McAdams talking about Strange's history with her character. History.
Strange history.
Mm-hmm.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Make sure you show the back as well.
Chiwetel Ejiofor is now talking about Mordo, and it's really cool. You know, actually, we had their costumes on stage. I believe it was yesterday. And you could really see in Mordo's costume, I mean, all the costumes were really, really beautiful. And there was something really interesting that all of the fabric was sort of had this interesting gradient to it. So it would start one color and kind of change colors. And Mordo was the most interesting to me because the edge of his entire robe was torn, like looked a little tattered and muddy, like he's been going through it.
Interesting. Sadly, I did not get a close-up look at that, so...
But he is talking now about Strange and Doctor Strange and his journey together and the complexity of their relationship. And Tilda Swinton is getting some real big fan reaction. Chris Hardwick even is in complete awe of her. The room is erupting.
And talking too about saying any one of us could be the Ancient One. The Ancient One is a title.
And she's talking about how the Ancient One can see things differently. And the character believes in a better world, a better universe.
That's Mads Mikkelsen, yes.
Yes.
Talking about how he's not a villain in his own story. Which is definitely something a lot of the actors that we talk about when...
because no one goes out thinking that they want to create evil for the most part. Most people go out and they want to do the best thing. It's just people don't always think the best thing
is the same thing.
Is the same thing, exactly. And that's the premise also of Civil War. Benedict Wong is talking about Doctor Strange and how he is not a manservant tea maker type, but very a modern update to that character.
Master of the mystic arts, drill sergeant in fact, and now they're actually seeing a clip.
Oh, I'm jealous.
We're
all
not
jealous.
Seeing the clip right now, sadly.
And while we wait for that clip to finish, we're going to take a look at this costume contest.
We have a little costume workshop going on over here.
It looks like we have a Scarlet Witch here on stage.
I was lucky enough to work on the first long of these movies back when they were good. Back when they were good, we're doing.
We're just going to hold them in a moment while they watch that clip, and we'll be back with you, but keep watching this awesome costume contest on our Marvel stage. Hey guys, how's it going? You enjoying the costume contest? We are just coming back from the people in Hall H, checking out that clip of Doctor Strange and the Ancient One in their very first meeting, plus a trailer. So we didn't get to see it here, but we gotta let you guys know what's going on in Hall H, where it's all going down. And if you head over to @Dr. Strange on Twitter, there is a new trailer up just now that you can watch. So head over to @DRSTRANGE on Twitter, and you can watch that now, and I believe the other Doctor Strange social channels as well. I'm also going to retweet it from my account so you guys can check it out.
Show them everything. Okay. Not everything. Just get sit close. Show me your headgear. Do you have any late entries? Any late entries? Anybody I missed? Who did I miss?
It sounds like the action was absolutely crazy and awesome, and Benedict was going around kicking it with the fans in Hall H.
And there were a lot of great reactions to him being there, people posting a lot of GIFs, expressing their joy at being able to see him in the flesh.
And it looks like we're getting hints that Spider-Man is in something coming up.
Yeah, we've got a lot of enthusiastic reactions. Steven, we got footage, yes, baby, from Are You Inhuman? Guys, they gave us a new Doctor Strange trailer, a bunch of awesome emojis.
Attention, attendees. The exhibit hall will be closing in 30 minutes. Attention, attendees. The exhibit hall will be closing in 30 minutes.
From Jasper Cresty High, that Doctor Strange trailer was incredible, trippy, and actually explains what is going on. Sign me up.
So they're looking and making sure which Simmons is which is which.
So Tom Holland is there. You guys might know him better as Peter Parker or Spider-Man. He's there on stage saying hello to everybody. And they just got to see a little bit more of Spider-Man in Civil War. Now, something to keep in mind is all of the footage that happens in Hall H, unless they release something like the trailer that they just released for Marvel's Doctor Strange, is all exclusive to Hall H. So sorry, you're going to have to wait to see it if you get to see it at all, because sometimes that stuff is super behind the scenes, or it's in process or in production, just like they showed a little bit of footage from Marvel's Thor Ragnarok. And you can also check out that official trailer at youtube.com/Marvel, where you can also check out the live stream, or you can head over to marvel.com and check it out there.
And they re-showed, the Spider-Man logo came up on the screen, and then they're re-showing Spider-Man's intro from Captain America Civil War.
And of course, we are talking about Spider-Man Homecoming. That will be coming soon. Some exciting news about that we've already gotten is that Robert Downey Jr. will be joining that cast, reprising his role as Tony Stark, which of course he was recruited by Tony Stark in Marvel's Captain America Civil War, so we're super excited to see that very special friendship between two tech geniuses continue.
Legion of Leah reporting in. Chris says each film has its own identity. Kevin Feige, Chris Hardwick, who's moderating the panel, and Kevin Feige saying, yeah, that's how comics are, and it should reflect that in the films.
And now we have the director of Spider-Man Homecoming, John Watts, and he is talking about the film a little bit, and he says it's a high school movie. This is a ground level of the Marvel universe, and that's something, that I think we really love about some of the Marvel Netflix original series, is that we kind of see street level heroes, and of course, even though he spends a lot of time in buildings, Spider-Man really is a street level hero.
John Watts saying, we're going to learn what it's like just to finish and go through puberty.
And now it looks like John Watts said that they should be shooting now, but instead they're going to show them some footage here. So I have a feeling we're going to hold for a bit while they watch a cool clip of Spider-Man homing, or maybe some behind-the-scenes stuff. We'll find out shortly. So stay tuned here at Marvel Live and continue to watch this awesome costume contest. Hey folks, they are just about to announce the winners for the Marvel's contest, the Marvel costume contest here on the stage, but we're just going to check in here with Hall H back and forth. So they got to take a look at some footage from Spider-Man Homecoming, and it sounds like it is super funny, and it ended with the Vulture, a classic Spider-Man villain. Can't wait to see that. The cast is on stage now, including Jacob Batalon, Laura Harrier, Tony Revolori, and Zendaya.
And clearly the fans in Hall H are incredibly happy with what they're seeing. A.K. Barnes, I have been rendered speechless. Thanks, Marvel. Thank you so much for this. I'm screaming from Anna. So great from Jorge Funes.
As soon as Spider-Man Homecoming's cast is done taking photos and doing this Hall H panel, they are literally getting right back on a plane and going right back to shooting.
Myrna, that Doctor Strange trailer, cannot breathe.
What did you guys think of the new trailer for Marvel's Doctor Strange? You can always tell us online, just hashtag Marvel SDCC, and we will talk about it right here on the show.
Sophie says this trailer still under its effect. We're going to watch it again and again and again. Doctor Strange, Benedict Cumberbatch.
And it looks like now that they're wrapping up Spider-Man Homecoming, there's one more movie to talk about, as if these weren't all enough. There is, of course, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. James Gunn is there, and the crowd's getting rowdy.
If you guys have been watching the stream all day, which of course we hope you have, you saw the signing here earlier today with the Guardians cast and director. Incredible response, madness here at the booth.
Absolute madness. Everyone wanted to get a glimpse of the cast. They were all here in great spirits doing tons of signings. It was just beautiful to watch. I'm just going to mention Deadpool Rex is getting honorable mention for the costume contest, and honestly, I appreciate the innovation.
Tele on Cinema reacting to Spider-Man Homecoming. High school life meets Spider-Man. It looks hilarious.
And it sounds like right now in Hall H, music is playing, and the Ravagers are rolling into the arena. It sounds like it is pretty crazy. You guys will remember the Ravagers from Yondu's ship.
Third prize is a Daredevil Hot Wheels toy.
Daredevil versus Punisher.
And the Ravagers are in full costume led by Taserface.
Okay, so that goes to
Taking the stage, making mayhem.
appropriate toy to an appropriate character.
Miranda saying, I'm ready for Guardians of the Galaxy, bring it.
Second place is, this is, I mean, if no one knows, I have cosplayed Captain Marvel, and this is the amazing exclusive from Diamond Select Toys.
Jeff Rothman reacting to the new logo for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 with a that looks so rad.
And this goes to
And from Agent M, who's live tweeting, okay, now the Ravagers are just making fun of Star-Lord, Yondu Nerbula, and it is bonkers.
Okay, so we're gonna go get the shiny prize.
We're seeing pictures pop up here and there, and the Ravagers look amazing in all their costumes. And remember, these folks are aliens, so they've got full faces of special effects makeup. Or maybe that's just how they wake up in the morning.
So we have a 13-foot tall bronze sculpture next to us that's going to be in Brooklyn's Prospect Park on August 10th for 2 weeks. Celebrating Captain America's 75th anniversary, which was yesterday. Comic Cave, our partners in this, has created that statue. We've also created a 1/12 scale solid bronze statue. It's retailing for $400 with a limit of only 750 pieces.
A nice little shout out for the production team from Hall H. Emily Solomon. I don't know who's stage managing this panel, but they are a hero. It is a lot of people to manage, a lot of personalities to manage, but we love it.
And pick what we feel is by far the best costume here. Now, Judy will take it.
The Ravagers have moved off to the side now. And much of the cast of Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is headed onto the stage. And of course, Chris Pratt is pumping up the crowd.
Oh yeah, Sarah Johnson's out there saying everything from Marvel looks awesome, but this, oh my god, I love Star-Lord, dude. He's so Chris Pratt.
Attention attendees, the exhibit hall will be closing in 15 minutes. Please finalize all of your purchases and begin heading to the front of the exhibit
Zoe
hall.
Saldana is there, Karen Gillan, who plays Nebula, of course, David Bautista, who plays Drax the Destroyer, is there on the stage.
Please finalize all of your purchases and begin heading to the front of the exhibit hall.
Pom Clementif is playing Mantis, and Elizabeth Debicki is also on stage now. it is time for Goodnight Comic-Con, where we get back to all the big news for day 3. I'm Lorraine Sink.
I'm Tamara Krinsky, and it is Saturday evening here at Comic-Con.
And you know what that means? Hall H. Hall H. So much Hall H. Hall H. Hall H. Hall H. Hall H. Oh my gosh, you guys, we're exploding the internets right now because there's so much Marvel Cinematic Universe news. It's what we like to call in this business crazy bananas.
So hosted by Chris Hardwick, who is moderating, we heard from so many of our film folks, starting with, who should we start with?
Well, they kicked off the panel by delving in with Black Panther, Marvel's Black Panther, of course, directed by Ryan Coogler, who talked about his process and working with the cast a little bit. And then they brought a bunch of folks on stage,
including some new cast members who we're very excited to share with you.
Lupita Nyong'o is going to be playing Nakia. Michael B. Jordan is going to be playing a really iconic character from Black Panther mythos, and that is Eric Killmonger. And we're going to have Danae, I may say this name wrong, you guys can correct me on the internet, Gariva as OK, and they are the head of the Dora Milaje. So big stuff.
Now you guys know who you're going to see. It's an amazing cast, not surprising at all. In addition, we also got some insight into some of our Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Yes.
We met for the first time officially Pom Klementieff, who's going to be playing Mantis. Of course, that was teased in the concept art that was released about a week and a half ago, but finally, officially confirmed. Also, Elizabeth Debicki, who's going to be playing Aisha.
And we also got a ton of cool stuff about Marvel's Thor Ragnarok. Of course, it's directed by Taika Waititi, who is hilarious and talented. And they apparently showed a piece with what Thor was doing during Civil War, why you didn't see him in Marvel's Captain America Civil War.
He was very busy doing things like writing some letters
to friends and having a normal roommate, just being a dude.
Getting a haircut.
And
Don't panic about the haircut. No judging.
And so there's so much stuff. And then of course we had Spider-Man Homecoming. They showed some footage of that. Oh, and a Doctor Strange trailer,
which you can actually see on all of our channels right now. You can go to Marvel's YouTube channel and see it there. You can also see it, go to the Doctor Strange Twitter, which is @DoctorStrange, and you can see it there too.
That's right. And you can see live blogs of Hall H, as well as live tweeting at Marvel, or you can look at our live blog, which is at marvel.com/SDCC 2016, where you can also watch this and watch the live blog and get all of the things.
Exactly. And we, of course, will be here all day tomorrow. Hall H is still going on. We'll be releasing news as we get it, if there's anything else to tell you guys. But just to give you guys a little bit of a tease as to what's happening tomorrow, we've got a bunch of great panels as well. Kicking it off with Marvel True Believers in the morning, then followed later in the day by Spider-Man and his amazing friends, Women of Marvel, which our very own Lorraine Sink will be taking part in, and Disney Kingdoms. Also, Stan Lee will be doing a signing right here at the Marvel booth.
And we have a ton of big guests and lots of cool stuff that's going to be playing here on Marvel Live all day tomorrow. We're going to have Brian Crosby. We're going to have the cast of Blind Spot. We'll have Matt Martin from Lucasfilm. We'll have Ashley Eckstein, who is one of my favorites. She's the founder of Her Universe, also a very talented voiceover actress and a big geek. Just straight up, in the best way possible. We'll be showing our Marvel animation panel. We're going to have Mark Guggenheim stop by. We'll have some cosplayers. And of course, we'll have Frank Thierry closing out the night. Oh boy, Frank Thierry. Writer Frank Thierry. The thing of the actual Marvel office. As well as writer Kieran Gillen and Margie Stoll, who is the writer of Black Widow Forever Red. And also
founder of Y'all West,
and also writer of Captain Marvel. Yeah, so lots of cool things.
And we want to thank you guys for sticking with us all day, for chatting with us. We got to pass along some of your questions and comments, so we're going to take a look at those now as we get ready to sign off in a little while. There's so many people tweeting about Hall
We
H.
have so many devices going because we don't want to miss any news, so we can give it to you guys.
Robin San chatted, I've never been as jealous of anyone in my whole life as I am of the lucky folks seeing the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 footage at Marvel San Diego Comic-Con. Lots of people commenting about Baby Groot.
And that is the cool thing about Hall H. We will definitely get you all the news out of Hall H, but that footage is for the fans. They wait there for days. People sleep outside of that convention center so that they can get in there. They can really see the celebrities up close and personal, and they can have those cool experiences. And it's just for them, and it's the special thing I think about being at San Diego Comic-Con is it's an experience that you can only have here, and it's one of the reasons why so many people travel here,
Yeah, I mean, Ginny Balfour just posted awesome day. So many secrets revealed. One more day. You must, if you can, have Kevin Feige tomorrow. We would love to have Kevin Feige.
He's a busy man.
He's a busy man, but that speaks directly to what you were just saying about why that Hall H experience is so special, to hear directly from the folks at Marvel Studios about all of the amazing things happening in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
And Kurt Russell is there in Hall H now, and he says, I think James wrote a great character. And Ryan is tweeting into us.
Yeah, saying, but Dave Bautista is there, says Drax is very confused. He's learning about metaphors.
Aww.
I love Dave. He's my favorite. So Ryan, not surprising at all. Dina Ray Ramos, a jam session with Guardians of the Galaxy.
And of course, you guys can tweet us and interact with us and just hashtag Marvel SDCC, and we'll talk to you guys here live. Is there anything you guys are curious about what's going down here, about the big news of the day? Because there is so much. There's so much. I mean, we had new titles. We had Axel Alonzo on, our editor-in-chief, talking a bit about some of those new titles. You can check out more about them at marvel.com/SDCC 2016.
What was your favorite moment today?
Oh my gosh, my favorite moment today. It has to be, honestly, the Guardians of the Galaxy signing. I mean, Chris Pratt he's not a bad-looking gentleman.
No, he's pretty easy
He's
on the
not.
eyes.
And it was really wonderful. He was sitting here on the end right by where I was, and it was really just beautiful watching him interact with fans because he's such a lovely, nice person.
Oh, yeah.
Just watching him laugh and pose with kids, and
I
it was
know.
just the sweetest thing.
Yeah, there was one
the
moment he had
highlight
this
for
little
me.
boy who was fully in full dress, and he actually turned the little boy's head around and pointed to the screen behind him, and the little kid was like, "Oh my God!" My favorite moment, interviewing Chadwick Boseman.
Oh, Chadwick Boseman, lovely.
Yeah, so lovely, so excited and honored to be playing this part. So getting to hear a little bit more from him about what he wants to bring to T'Challa and what he plans to do and imbue the role with. And they're just at the beginning of that process. So.
Ryan Panagos is saying that Rooker made Yondu cookies and brought them to a party at Gunn's house. Rooker knows how to make things work.
A couple more details from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 coming at us from the tweets. In the movie, Mantis was raised by Kurt Russell's character, and Karen Gillan says she got to keep her hair in the sequel.
I noticed that was something I checked in for definitely at the signing today. We were all peeping because the last time we saw her, we actually were doing press with her for another project, and I was looking at her hair and I thought, is that her hair? Her hair seems different to me for some reason. And then she walked into the Hall H panel that night and just went, shoot, bald head. So I'm sure she's very happy that she got to keep her hair this time around.
Oh, Gavin Perkins, thank you so much. You guys have been doing a fantastic job presenting, interview, etc. Thank you. No, thank you. Your questions have all been great, and we love being able to be a conduit to help you guys talk directly to the creators who work on some of your favorite projects. So that's a really special experience that a lot of these writers and artists don't get to have very often. They come here, they come to the cons, they talk to you, but especially for people who are overseas, who may not get to travel so much, to come here and hear directly from you guys is really special, and they really appreciate it. So thank you for taking the time to chat with them.
Let's see what's coming out of here.
Let's see.
Checking our socials, and also keep tweeting us. I'm going to make sure that we are getting to your questions and comments. And if you have questions or comments, just hashtag Marvel SDCC 20, or no 20, just Marvel SDCC, and we will read them here live on the air.
And of course, you heard us mention panels that we're going to be that will be happening tomorrow.
Yes.
A reminder that on our hub, which is marvel.com/SDCC 2016, you can go there, and during the panels there will be live vlogging, so you can see what's happening, you can get the news, and we've all learned to type very, very, very fast. I never knew that 9th grade typing class was going to be the thing that really helped me out in my career. So you just never know.
Potato Shroom Shroom is asking, what's the most interesting person or cosplay that we've seen? We just watched the costume contest.
Yeah.
We got to see some of it. I did see Deadpool Rex.
You did.
Earlier in the convention, and honestly, just hilarious. It really made my day. Every time I would see this, but the best part too was Deadpool Rex at one point wanted to take a picture on the stage with the Hulk armor, which is sometimes something we allow people to do, is get up on the stage and take photos, and it was hysterical to watch a T-Rex try to navigate the stairs. It's just great.
And I had a really nice behind-the-scenes moment when I went to use the ladies' room earlier, and there was a female Winter Soldier who was kind of picking at the fringes because her arm somehow had like magically disappeared into whatever creation she had made. She was just putting, the final touches on some very bloody face makeup, so that was kind of enjoyable.
Very charming.
Yeah, and of course the kids are always adorable, so it's always fun to see them as well in full costume.
Oh, hey, now this is super cool. Ryan Panagos just let us know time for one more Guardians announcement. Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout are coming to Disney California Adventure in 2017. That is super duper cool. It sounds like there's going to be some live attractions that people are going to be able to check out over at Disney Parks. I'm super stoked about that. That's so cool. And it makes a lot of sense because Guardians has such a big, awesome sci-fi world, and it's so immersive. It sounds like it will be the best time ever.
Yeah, I think so. And we've seen some cool toys too. I mean, if you guys are fans of The Collector, Hasbro was here earlier this week, and they revealed that very, very cool set that was a Comic-Con exclusive. And we're still getting Sandeep Jetta. I am literally going insane now. Sabina Lisette, Disney theme park ride is happening. Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout opening next summer with the cast. So a lot of excitement about that.
I love that Alicia here said, blank Marvel, you guys come to play. Go hard or go home. It's true.
That's true.
And Hall H is still going, so there's still more.
And someone asked, where is the Spider-Man?
Yeah, we're staying live with you guys here on the air at Marvel Live until we get all of those announcements out of Hall H. We want to make sure that we are getting all of you guys who've been so good to us all day, sticking with us, that we are getting you all the freshest news as it breaks. So pardon us while we look at our devices. Just pretend that you are having like dinner with like a 13-year-old. And if you're a 13-year-old, just pretend you're having dinner with yourself. I don't know. And keep sending us your questions and your comments and hashtag #MarvelSDCC.
Here we go, Timothy Finn. I have to say, I love the firing portals in the new Doctor Strange trailer. Wizards rock. Yes, they do.
How cool were those effects in Marvel's Doctor Strange? I really do. I have to say, I love the aesthetic of this film. It's not like anything that we've ever done.
No.
And I think something about it is, I mean, it's so wonderfully Doctor Strange. And I actually thought when they started working on this movie, like, how are you going to bring mysticism in this world where I feel like so much has been done in film, and special effects are what they are, and CGI is what it is, and you can do anything. Like, how can you do something that hasn't been seen? And I really feel like they brought it, like those kaleidoscope effects that you see, and the way things that morph. It's
sort of that
very
whole idea
cool.
of playing with reality, twisting it, not knowing exactly what is real and what is imagined.
And I think it's actually really sort of a wonderful tribute to the character's history of, and sort of that weird world of the 70s that Doctor Strange was born into. It kind of has that kind of weird vibe of that time, and I really dig it.
Yeah, I think it's going to look super cool. Actually, Bergen, and you may have just answered this, Bergen, Freak of Steel, says, what blew your minds the most today?
I mean, if we're going with minds being blown, I think I have to say that Doctor Strange trailer, right?
You know, I actually have a moment in real life, which was the moment that I looked out over the handrail here as the Guardians were taking the stage, and this entire hall was packed solid with people who were waiting to see the cast and get signed, and just get a glimpse and kind of hang out and be part of that. To see that much energy and humanity, so excited, was super, super cool. Especially because, you know, when this movie was first introduced, not a lot of people necessarily knew about the Guardians. They were characters that didn't have quite as large of a following.
I mean, and a lot of people were like, who's this weird team of raccoons and trees?
Yeah.
But, you know, once you see that movie, I feel like everyone was just like, yeah, I'm on board. I'm into this.
Exactly. And, you know, people knew Chris Pratt from Parks and Rec, but this was an entirely different kind of role for him. So,
And, you know, really kudos to Nicole Perlman and Gunn on working on the script. I mean, I think that the story is so beautiful. It gives you everything that you could ever want. 1 minute you're crying, 1 minute you're laughing, and you, even though Star-Lord is almost an anti-hero, I mean, he's a feisty character who is flawed. He's a flawed hero. You're so on board with him.
Breaking news.
And
did we mention this already? Did I miss you saying this? We're
no.
No. So Sylvester Stallone is in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Kurt Russell plays Ego, Star-Lord's father. Baby Groot, giant beast, awesome aliens.
I'm freaking out. Do you guys know Ego? Do you? I feel like I have weird adrenaline in my body and I have goosebumps right now because I'm so excited because it's not anyone. I think that people were like, hey, you know what? Definitely Star-Lord's dad is going to be this person. Ego, I don't want to spoil too much in the comics. Have some fun and Google Marvel Ego. And next up, we have
our final announcement.
Can we say this?
Can we say this?
We can really say this. We have the casting for Marvel's Captain Marvel, Brie Larson. Oh my gosh, you guys, you all knew you were waiting for it. Your fingers were crossed. Everybody's super excited. You are welcome. Brie Larson will be playing Captain Marvel in the film. Oh my gosh, I can't. Good old Carol Danvers. Woohoo. One of the most beloved of all Marvel characters. Fans go crazy for this character. If you are a Marvel Cinematic Universe fan and you're not that into the comics, you should.
This is a great entry point for you.
Yes.
This is a very, very cool entry point into the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I mean, you can definitely check out what Kelly Sue DeConnick has done with Captain Marvel in her comics, and of course Tara Butters and Michelle Fazekas. Definitely check out those runs of Captain Marvel. What a huge Hall H panel. That was
so much
bananas.
news.
Okay,
All right,
go freak out, you guys. Go get on that internet and start freaking out and posting pictures of Brie Larson with, you know, you're going to Photoshop Captain Marvel's body on there. Don't lie. Go get to it. We'll let you.
And for our international fans, thank you so much for staying up and awake. We will see you guys tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., live from San Diego Comic-Con. Thanks for staying with us.
Our last day. But that doesn't mean it's over. We got a whole big day tomorrow, and I'm sure we're going to be hearing more about this. And Ryan Penagos will be back tomorrow, who was there in Hall H to give us the download details. So stick around with us tomorrow. And for now, good night, Comic-Con. This is Marvel,
your universe.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Bye.